the longest shutdowns in US government history. And I love the Census Bureau. And I was talking to them and they thought their data.census.gov was public the whole time. Because when they log in their personal whatever space, which is inside their firewall, and they would see their data, even though they were not supposed to be working. But they didn't realize the public didn't see it. So for those of you who were part of the State Data Center affiliate program, I emailed this list of websites out to you right away. Because I had an architect call me and say, I need my population demographic data for this census tract downtown Albuquerque, because we're going to develop the property around it, and I need the data today. We can't wait. And I went, oh, it's your website. The very first link on this slide is one of the State Data Center affiliates around the country. Missouri State Data Center does a beautiful job. They have all the Census Bureau data profiles on their website for every state.
our education to help businesses get started and grow. So again, we provide, like I say, no-cost business consulting and low to no-cost business trainings throughout the state of New Mexico. So, my staff is here. I do see some folks from our lead center, and I like to recognize today in our audience. So first we have our Executive State Director, Mr. Russell Wyrick, right here in the front. We also have Glenn Walters, Mr. Glenn Walters. He is our Director of Operations for the New Mexico SBDC Network. And we also have Glenn Gefkin as well. He is also here with the SBDC, and he is actually doing all of our wonderful trainings that we have throughout the state. So again, if you have any questions or you're just curious or want to talk to us, we're going to be here throughout the day. We have, again, our office upstairs. We'd be happy to talk to you, chat a little bit, maybe schedule an appointment if needed. And like I say, just enjoy today. We have a great lineup of speakers today talking about data and some new things to learn about. So I hope we all can get some good conversation going, spark some interest, and see how the day goes. But again, welcome to today's conference, and I look forward to engaging with you all today. Have a good one.
Thank you, Fran. So my next speaker is I'm a member of the U.S. Census Bureau State Data Center program, and Bieber's been a member of this program since the late 70s, but we're a coordinating agency, and one of the things we do is put on, as a coordinating agency, this conference every year, but we have a state lead, and I'd like to introduce you our state lead, Daye Kwon. Daye Kwon works with Economic Development Department, and I think this is your second year. So she's still new, but this is her second Data Users Conference, so it's not so scary. Here she is.
Thank you, Suzan. Good morning, everyone. My name is Daye Kwon. I'm a senior economist with the New Mexico Economic Development Department. And the Economic Development Department, or EDD, is the leading agency for the State Data Center program, where I am the lead from the state side, but I work with the Bureau of Business and Economic Research, where Suzan is leading the efforts around the program. And this conference is part of the efforts that she is putting in. So thank you for Suzan, Bieber, and everyone who made this conference happen each and every year, all those who are attending here. And as a heavy data users, I'm so excited to be with all the data experts and data users to have a great conversation today. And before that, I would just like to take a brief moment to introduce you what the State Data Center is. And since this is a data conference, I would like to advertise one of Economic Development Department's data product that myself and my colleague is producing. I only have 2 slides, so. Oops. Okay. So yeah, the State Data Center program is a partnership with the U.S. Census Bureau. The purpose or mission of this program is to help the data users in our state, whether research centers, universities, or even private entities and businesses, to get timely access and accurate access to all different kinds of Census Bureau data and data tools. And there are so much more data produced by the Census Bureau, not only the Decennial Census or the American Community Survey, but there are all kinds of different cool data and data tools that can help us understand our local economy and businesses, our population and communities. So, and also we aim to provide training about how to use the data tools, and this conference is part of it. We also try to address any technical issues or questions that the data users might have while using the Census Bureau data. And Suzan and I take that back to the Census Bureau to let them know what is the mostly used data that our data users have been using, what problems they have encountered, and what can be done better. So in New Mexico, the Economic Development Department is the leading agency, and then the Bureau of Business and Economic Research is the major coordinating agencies. But then we have more than 20 other coordinating and affiliates in the network, including small business development centers, universities, state libraries, government agencies, and other organizations. And within this network, we share resources about recent data releases or upcoming changes to the data products that could be affecting the data that you use. And we also had a nice affiliate-only meeting, like every year, the day before this conference. So yesterday, we had a nice day gathering, sharing about New Mexico data and learning data tools. So we would be happy to have any of you interested in joining this network to be added on our email list and to join next year's affiliates meeting. And yeah, so at the Economic Development Department, my colleague and I produce county economic summaries, which are a nice snapshot of county economy, combining data from the Tax and Revenue Department about the gross receipts and some labor market data like employment, average wages, number of establishments, as well as some demographic data from the Census Bureau. So at the end of each quarter, we produce this for the 33 counties in New Mexico and then for the state. So I would just like to show you where you can access the data or data product. So once you access our website, which is edd.newmexico.gov, here is a tab for data and publications, which will lead you to this page of county economic summaries. So we have a nice map. If you click, for example, Bernalillo County, oh, it's not showing, sorry. How do I?
Let's see.
Oh, do we have to show?
We'll get it all figured out just a second. And I want to, as soon as he gets this shared, as soon as he figures it out, I want to note that the work that EDD does to pull in the gross receipts is phenomenal for the counties. It gives the counties a real quick look. Those files that you download from TRD, whereas they're really pretty and they've gotten better over the years. Let me just tell TRD, they are getting better. We're happy that they're improving. But they are difficult to understand if you don't work with gross receipts data on a regular basis. And so the work that they do to pull this in for the counties is pretty good. I don't think we've figured it out. It shouldn't. Give us a second. We're almost there because I do want you to see these. These are pretty cool. That's the PowerPoint, but we want to show the website. Yeah. Almost there. And hopefully all of this will get smoother as the day goes on, right? There we go.
Thank you. Yep, sorry. So yeah, this is our website, edd.newmexico.gov. And we have a data and publications tab where you can access the county economic summaries. We have a map of all the 33 counties. And if you click Bernalillo County, it will lead you to the most recent county economic summary, which was released last month. And here we cover like how the county economy has performed over the last 8 quarters in terms of gross receipts, what are the major industries in the county, and how each industry has grown or has declined over time. We also do have some employment and weekly wage data as well as establishments data, and then also draw from the Census Bureau American Community Survey to give a nice snapshot of the demographic characteristics of each county. And I want to add that, so this is a PDF, but then behind this visualizations, we have a huge data set that goes down to the city level and goes back to 2004 about each industry, each county or city gross receipts data. So if any of you need this data for your own research or your own studies, please reach out. We would be happy to provide you those data sets. Yep. So yeah, I will be around throughout the day. So if anyone has any questions or interest about the state data center program or about the data product that we produce at Economic Development Department, I would be happy to chat with you. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Daye. And I'm going to have our IT person come up and fix this so that we're showing the right screens again. Just go to Robert's, okay? So I think I'm on time too. I'm looking at the schedule. I think we're doing well good this morning, guys. Thank you for bearing with us. So a little note. Some of you in the audience have known me for years, right? And what is the one thing I've been proud for years not to have? I have a clue. A lot of you who are younger are going to go, that's just a cell phone, Susan. And I'm going to say, I didn't have a cell phone until May of this year. Now, as a brand new cell phone user, let me just tell you something. It's misnamed. It is not a phone. I probably do 50 text messages to every one phone call, and I do not know how to answer phone calls yet. It rings at me, and I look at it, and I'm like, do I click the button? Do I hit the button? Do I hit the side button? I can't answer phones, so we're not going to go there. I have figured out how to answer my voicemail. Also, I probably have 500 pictures on it since May. It's a camera. It is not a phone. That's my 2 cents. So let's get on with we're going to start our preliminary session here. And we're going to start with Robert Rhatigan. So Robert, I'm not going to actually do this like by hand. Usually I just make something up and introduce him. I'm actually going to read his bio this year, which is why I put my glasses. You're 60, you have to have glasses. What is this? I'm getting old. Oh, just so you know, I've been putting this on since 2013. My plans are to put on 2 more, and then I'm done. I'm going to retire in 24 and a half months. So this year, there won't be any job posting. But the year after, if you're interested in becoming a head data geek, look for the job posting. The next person up on ours is Robert Rhatigan. He is the director of UNM Geospatial Population Studies and the New Mexico State Demographer. He's been New Mexico's liaison with U.S. Census Federal State Cooperative and Population Estimates, which I can't really say, so I always say FSCPE. So if I say that again, you'll know it stands for Federal State Cooperative for Population Estimates. So he works in conjunction with the U.S. Census Bureau, him and his staff, to come up with New Mexico's population estimates. And he's been with us since 2015. So here's the story. I'm going to depart from the text now because I can do that. Is his first day on the job was actually attending this conference in 2015, which was my second data users conference. So it was good. During the 2020 Decennial Census, Robert headed he was the appointed state liaison for the local update census address program. So if you don't know about a decennial census, you haven't heard about it, it's a long project, a process that has to go from the census to the next. There's like a document out there that is like 2,000 pages, and I'm not joking, that tells you every step they have to do. So one of the programs that runs ahead of a decennial census is looking at all the addresses, because the decennial census is really a census of housing units and the people who live in them. Even though we all talk about the population count, and it is for our voting rights, technically, it's really a census of houses and the people who live in it. So it's very important that we have excellent address lists with the Census Bureau for every city, state, county in New Mexico so that they get counted correctly. And Robert helped us do that in 2020. He was also appointed in 2017 as New Mexico Statewide Complete County Count Commission by Governor Lujan Grisham. Actually, that was in 2019. Robert comes to us. He has a MA in Applied Demography from the University of Colorado and an extensive background in GIS, data analysis, and technical communication. Without further ado, here you go. And you got it? All right.
Okay, is that working? Everybody hears me loud and clear? Thank you, Susan. I don't know what she said about me because I was trying to get set up, so hopefully it was some nice things. Really appreciate everything she's done. Is my understanding correct that you'll be doing the next 2 data user conferences? And then after that, we bid you farewell. Okay, well, big shoes to fill. I'm glad we're plugging for the job now. Yeah, I think I'm finally set up. I think I've got my presenter view, my lapel mic. I used to be very comfortable speaking in front of audiences, and then COVID happened, and then I got very comfortable doing it on Zoom, and I don't do anything like this very often, but I think I'm all settled now. Thank you to Pedro from GPS and also Pedro from CNM, who are taking care of our technical needs today. So, yeah. And I lost my presenter view. So I don't know if one of the Pedros is here. I don't have the screen that I had a moment ago. I can kind of, let me see here. Not quite ideal, but I can probably roll with it. So before I had, this is fine. I'll roll with it like this. Yeah, that's fine. Let me start my timer, make sure I stay on track. Okay. How many people were here last year? How many people, well, this section of the room, this is for the new folks. It's like nobody raised their hand over there. How many people have been here like 3 of the last 5 years? Okay, great. How many people here are the first time? Well, that's a lot. Wow. Okay. I know a lot. I repeat myself a lot from year to year, so it's just helpful to get that kind of context. So, and then how many of you, for those of you who've been here before, how many would wish I would stop talking about the 2020 census? Nobody. Good, because I've been talking about it for 8 years now, and I'd like to put it behind us. This might be the year that I wrap things up, but I'm not sure about that. Okay, couple of disclosures. I'm not going to be talking about specific data points. I'm going to be talking about the Census Bureau and federal data in general and the state that we're in. If you're hungry for data points, Jackie will be talking next. I'm sure she'll fill you up with that. I think there's also some pastries in the back if you need something else to satisfy your needs. Another new disclosure is my use of artificial intelligence, or specifically large language models, in preparing for this presentation. I used it for researching things like, what has the Department of Government Efficiency done with the Census Bureau? And I used it to help me flesh out some text and condense things. I didn't take anything at its word, but it is certainly a helpful tool, and I know that Todd will be talking about that this afternoon as well. Yeah, and in doing that, the people say that AI is coming for our jobs, but having used it to prepare for this presentation, I'm confident I've got at least 1 or 2 more data user conferences before the AI is going to do it itself. Let's see if this is working. Was working, not working. That's fine. I can roll without that. Okay, quick. No, now we're not moving slides at all. It doesn't matter if I'm using the button or not. It's rolling there. It's just not changing on the screen. Okay, while Pedro figures that out, all it is, my next slide is a job posting that we have. It's for a programmer analyst 1 at our center, Geospatial and Population Studies. It is, I really need my notes, don't I? Well, it's a great place to work, I'll say that. We have a staff of about 10. Half have been with us for over 10 years. 4 have been with us for over 5 years. I think that's a good indication of what a good place it is to work. Downside, of course, is you have to work for me. So that job posting will be, and that is not in our demographic research unit. That's with our traffic research unit. We have some folks from the New Mexico Department of Transportation here today. They're our sponsors. We just had somebody leave to moved to Albania of all places. They are not Albanian, so I really don't know the motivation behind that, but we are backfilling her position. So that is Jackie's presentation. Yep, that's me. And then if we have Pedro IT from CNM in earshot, I think he knew how to, there we go. Now the key is, are we moving slides? No, we're not moving slides. So I'm just gonna, oh, okay. Oh, got it. Okay, Pedro GPS, got it. Thank you. Let's see if that works. That worked. Okay, we're back on track. We're on track. Okay, outline for today. Census updates. Hopefully we're wrapping up 2020. I'm going to give some updates from the Bureau over the last year, and then some steps that are being taken to prepare for the 2030 census. I'm going to then talk about the erosion of our federal data infrastructure. I had put that at the top, and last night I decided to switch these two sections because while I do consider myself an expert in the census domain, the general federal data infrastructure is kind of a new one for me. And I'm just trying to synthesize a lot of information that I'm not necessarily an expert in. And I want to hear from you all during that section. So I didn't want to start with the one that I wasn't as familiar with. So the erosion of federal data infrastructure, that's the blitz on federal data that was driven by DOGE in an executive order. I'm going to talk specifically about some terminated data sets, variables, and tools that are now offline, no longer available. And then Suzan mentioned the independent archives. It's a little bit redundant. I'll add a little bit on that, but I won't say much since Suzan already covered that. And then hopefully if there's time, I want to talk about national population updates that have been significantly impacted in the last year by the, let's call it the removal of the foreign-born and the fallout that could have in the coming years and decades, and how that is going to accelerate our trend towards a population decline here in New Mexico, here in the United States. Well, it won't affect the global population decline, but that's happening too. Okay, 2020 census. The 2020 census cycle is now complete, hopefully, with the release of 2 final data files in 2020. These are files that you're probably not important to any of you except Jackie, but we'll quickly discuss them to make a few points. The modified age and race census file was released in March. This file does 2 very important things. One is that it assigns people who responded as some other race in the census. It assigns that some other race to one of the race ethnicity categories defined by the 1997 OMB standards, and that are consistent with the population estimates program. That is particularly important in New Mexico because, as you can see, nearly a third of New Mexicans identified as some other race. Maybe not entirely, that was only 15%, but a third said that they were, say, Asian and some other race, or white and some other race. That is pretty large, and that number is growing every year and every decade. So those folks needed to be assigned to another race category. And the other thing that the MARC file does is it addresses age heaping. So you can see on this graph, this is a distribution of well, let's see, age distribution for the household population, only reporting age. So the census asks you your year of birth and your age. So this is for folks who didn't put the year, and you can see the clustering around ages that end in 0 and 5. And this is predominantly as a result of proxy responses. So when people don't respond to their census and they go to the neighbor and they say, how many people live in this house? How old were they? Well, they don't know that the person's 33. They just say they're 30 or they're 35. And so that creates a problem, especially as we move those people forward in time through the estimates program. So they have to smooth that out. So that's the 2 important things that this file does. Normally, this is complete in year 2 of the decade. They completed it in year 5. And that is really nothing to do with COVID. It's largely to do with the Census Bureau's new privacy protection measures that created a whole host of problems, including this one. So that file was finally complete. The sad thing is that the few of us, really Jackie, the few of us who use this file have come up with a workaround by now. So are we really going to put this file into production halfway through the census? I don't know. I haven't asked Jackie that. She can nod or she's like either. Okay, the other file, the MARC file, is necessary to create the intercensal estimates. So that I took this fairly simple graph from the census. It's decades old, but it was the simplest one I could find. It smooths out the estimates. So every year we're producing estimates of the population with a benchmark to the last decennial census. So we do that every year and say when we get to 2030, we're producing estimates in 2030 before the decennial census comes out. And then you get the decennial census results, and your estimates may not match the count from the census. The census is considered the gold standard, so you have to close that gap. And you don't want to do it in one spike. You have to smooth out the whole time series. So that file was finally released. Again, should have been done in year 2, should have been done in 2022, was finally done in 2025. So hats off to the Census Bureau, particularly the people in the population estimates program who finally got that all done. And that should close the book on the 2020 census. But we live in strange times. And there is now a federal lawsuit arguing improper use of statistical methods in the 2020 census. It alleges that the use of statistical methods means that apportionment, that's how many seats in Congress each state gets, was not based solely on an actual and complete enumeration. And the complaints refer specifically to differential privacy. That's the Census Bureau's new privacy protection measure that created all those delays in those previous files, and group quarters imputation, which is the Census Bureau imputing a small percentage of non-responses. They don't know exactly who lives in the group quarters. They have a ballpark. They don't know how old those people are, their race and ethnicity, so they impute all that stuff. The plaintiffs are seeking new 2020 data. So is that really going to happen before the end of the decade? I don't know, but it's possible. They do not want the disputed methods used. And the case is, I've read the technical complaints, and it kind of conflates imputation with the use of administrative records, which the Bureau really has to do. So I just don't know if that case is going to go anywhere. In addition to the lawsuit, Senator Jim Banks, Republican from Indiana, he sent a letter to the Commerce Secretary in October with very similar complaints, asking, I urge you to investigate and correct errors from the 2020 census that handed disproportionate power to Democrats and illegal aliens. And he lays blame on differential privacy, the Census Bureau's privacy protection measures, and he takes issue with the use of undocumented residents in the count. Similar to the lawsuit, he's seeking to republish unaltered census results, correct improper apportionment, abandon differential privacy. Unclear whether he wants to abandon all privacy protection measures. That would be a problem because federal law requires the Census Bureau to protect the identity of respondents, and requests citizenship status in the 2030 census. We'll talk about that more in a little bit. Some fact setting based on those two complaints. Number one, and this is summarized thanks to friends at the dataindex.us. That's one of those data archiving initiatives. One, privacy methods did not affect the number of seats any state has in Congress. So while there was robust privacy protection measures, they did not apply them to state totals. State totals were published or reported as counted, which so therefore could not have had any effect on state apportionment. Number two, the 2020 census was conducted under difficult circumstances, yet it was still very accurate. Accurate on a whole. There were, on the left there, some folks who were disproportionately undercounted. I've talked about this here before. Renters, young children, Hispanics, Blacks, American Indians, particularly those living on reservation. Some populations were overcounted, particularly people 50 and older, homeowners, whites, Asians, and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders. Those two overcounts and undercounts generally offset. On the national level, they offset. In New Mexico, they offset. We had the lowest net error in the 2020 census, but we had a very high undercount and a very high overcount, and it kind of washed out. Number three, the count issues affected both red and blue states. There's been a few robust analysis to demonstrate that. And within states, differential privacy typically benefited rural areas. I might actually say overwhelmingly benefited rural areas. Don't want to go on too much of a tangent on that, but the bottom line is when they apply the privacy methods, some communities, particularly small ones, rural ones, had negative counts in some categories. Negative counts, maybe not as a total, but in some cohorts. And so to bring that back to a zero or a positive, they had to pull people from other communities. Well, where do those, you have to pull them from larger counts, the larger counts of the urban areas. So rural areas absolutely benefited from the application of differential privacy at the local redistricting level, at the and then the other uses of the census, like how it's used for fund distribution. So definitely a benefit to rural areas. Census Bureau workforce reduction. 100 Census Bureau employees received reduction in force layoff notices recently. I had put only, but that's kind of harsh for the 100 families who are affected by being laid off. And all these people, all these employees were located at a call center in Tucson, Arizona. That's not so bad compared to Department of Education and Health and Human Services and some folks where there a lot more people were laid off. So 100 people is not a big loss. However, the Bureau's total workforce has been reduced by at least 25% over the last year. Around 1,300 Census Bureau employees have taken deferred resignations, voluntary separations, or early retirements. The Bureau's workforce was about 5,000 people at the beginning of the year. And these 1,300 people represent probably at least half of the institutional knowledge because they were all senior employees. And in addition to that, the Census Bureau's roster of top leaders, which is always posted online, had 18 vacancies in May. I looked yesterday, it was down to 15. So it's really a lot of institutional knowledge has been lost. One new hire at the Bureau, acting Bureau Director was named in September. I do hope to meet him in February, just because meeting him would mean that he is interested in engaging with states. I will be there with other state representatives for an annual meeting we have in February, and him showing up would just mean he's interested in working with states. Some notable things about the hire, highlighted there in yellow. George Cook also serves as the Chief of Staff. That used to be a second job. He serves as the Undersecretary for Economic Affairs. So this is a trend in the current presidential administration where top officials are holding multiple jobs, which I don't know. I've got a tough job. I wouldn't want to take on another one. So I just can't imagine. I don't know how, maybe he's very efficient and better at his job than me, but it's just hard to be good at your job when you're doing multiple jobs. Federal law requires that agencies' permanent director have a demonstrated ability in managing large organizations and experience in the collection, analysis, and use of statistical data. My reading of his bio suggests doesn't necessarily have those credentials. It does at the bottom say he has used census data extensively. I've had orthopedic surgery. Does that qualify me to be Surgeon General? I don't know. And then historically, a Census Bureau director has been immune to a presidential change. And a bureau director is supposed to serve a 5-year term that begins in year 2 and ends in year 7. That has been thrown out the window the last few presidential cycles, where the bureau director changes with the new administration. 3 Census Bureau advisory committees have been disbanded. There were only 3 Census Bureau advisory committees. The 2030 Advisory Committee, the National Advisory Committee on Racial, Ethnic, and Other Populations. That's an important one for trying to engage these undercounted communities, undercounted cohorts who haven't responded to the census and other surveys, and try to increase the response rate there. And then the Census Scientific Advisory Committee also disbanded. There's a link with a list to 76 federal advisory committees that have been disbanded over the last year. The CSAC, the Scientific Advisory Committee, hats off to them. They are continuing on with their work independently. It has the similar membership. There might have been one or two folks who've turned over. They've held one meeting to date. They've made recommendations on differential privacy and the environmental impact frames. This current administration has abandoned, pursuing environmental injustice measures, so they're still looking at that. And of course, the Census Bureau has no obligation to consider the recommendations of this organization, but according to the chair, it is a certainty that our recommendations will have no effect at all if we do not provide them. So I'm glad that they're on the record. Perhaps the rank and file within the Bureau will use those recommendations as they think about their work. The federal shutdown, which Suzan talked about, minimal staff and projects were considered essential during the shutdown. IT and data security, that's true of probably every federal agency. They kept those staff in place. And thankfully, the 2026 census test. So that's, there'll be 2 census tests. There should be a dress rehearsal in 2028, and the 2026 is the preliminary. Those staff stayed on to work on that. But what was impacted, data.census.gov was down. I believe the API remained online. So I heard. And of course, the shutdown is going to affect production cycles that'll be delayed, and some of which might run up against statutory deadlines. So the population estimates that the Bureau puts out they usually put them out the week before Christmas. They're due by December 31st. Going to be really tough after losing 5 or 6 weeks of work to get those out on time. Either they're going to be late or they're going to have to cut some corners. And one of those corners is Jackie and I, as the state demographer's office, review those numbers before they're released for plausibility. We may not have the opportunity to do that. And American Community Survey data, I'm sure will be delayed as well. There is talk of a mid-decade census. In August, President Trump announced on Truth Social that he has ordered a new and highly accurate census. I don't know if I'm supposed to shout that because it's in all caps, but that includes undocumented immigrants. His own Commerce Secretary has acknowledged the legal and practical hurdles of that. Public Law 94/521 prohibits the use of a mid-decade census, so I don't know how that gets circumvented. And the Constitution is pretty clear about requiring the counting of all persons, not just some. And the final point, there is some robust research that I had put in here, but I had to cull some slides. Research has demonstrated that a citizenship question will absolutely drive down the response rate, particularly for households where at least one person is without legal status. Redistricting. So the mid-decade census, part of the motivation there is to redistrict congressional seats. 9 states have begun or completed mid-decade redistricting. Yesterday, a Texas court threw out the maps that Texas redrew, which is a really interesting story because Texas sort of started this initiative, and then Governor Newsom in California said, well, if Texas is going to redistrict and stack the deck for Republicans, we're going to redistrict and stack the deck for Democrats. And as it stands right now, the story is not over, but as it stands right now, the Texas maps got thrown out and the California maps are moving forward. So stay tuned, though. There are 3 bills that have been introduced to prevent this. They are all sponsored by Democrats, so I'll leave it to you to decide how far you think those bills are going to go in the current Congress. The National Conference for State Legislatures is the best resource for tracking all this. Unfortunately, you need to be a member of the organization. I'm not, but somehow I think I presented at one point, and My credentials still work, so that's my resource. 2030 census headwinds, the potential citizenship question. Just the only thing I'll add on that is that in 2019, Trump administration tried to add a citizenship question. The Supreme Court threw it out, but they left the door wide open. They did not throw it out on constitutional grounds. They threw it out on administrative procedural grounds. And so the composition of the court has also changed. So you can bet that there will be a citizenship question proposed when the questions go to Congress in 2028. Whether or not the next administration, should they wish to remove that question, is able to do that is the big question. Other headwinds for the 2030 census, a general distrust of the federal government. That, of course, drives down response rates. And then compared with 2020, I've touched on some of these, significant reductions in staffing, no external advisory boards, no National Academies of Science recommendations. So leading into 2020, there were 4 key recommendations that the Bureau implemented based on a National Academies of Science panel. That's not happening. And 10 years ago, there were quarterly program updates, streamed live, Government Accountability Office offered all kinds of feedback. The public could comment. None of that is happening. And then last but not least, efforts to limit contact to 2 attempts. So in one of the House appropriation bills, there is language that would prohibit the Census Bureau from making more than 2 contact attempts. Based on the 2020 census, I should know the data point here, but I mean, we would have counted maybe 2/3 of the population after 2 contact attempts. That absolutely has to be continuous follow-up, particularly because non-response to census is not random. There are particular groups of people who don't respond and particular groups who do respond. So limiting contact would systematically bias results. Other 2030 proposals include using postal workers as census takers. This is not new. In 2011, the GAO concluded that it would not be cost effective. A couple of the biggest barriers is cluster mailboxes. New housing development, the point of cluster mailboxes, the postal workers aren't going to the home of every house on their route. They just go to the boxes and deliver the mail. And the other key, even if they did go to the houses, the postal workers are there during the day when many people are not home. They don't work in the evenings. So I just don't know. It also, yeah, it's really not going to save any money. Postal workers make a lot more money than temporary census takers. So I don't really see how that would be effective. And then greater reliance on administrative records. That is a good thing. The Bureau does use administrative records to fill in some blanks. The problem is that the people who don't respond to the census are equally underrepresented in the administrative records. So you're not really closing much of a gap. 2 more slides on 2030, maybe 3. Just some operations that are happening soon. Block boundary suggestion project. Who uses block level data in their work? Handful of people, maybe 10 people. The census blocks are the smallest unit of census geography, and there's 168,000 of them. So if you imagine New Mexico carved into 168,000 pieces, there's 8 million of them in the US. These lines are imperfect. They run through things. They should, run across a road on, within properties, maybe split the middle of a house. Those are all not ideal. And so every decade they try to clean these up, and they take input from the states on where to clean them up. And so that is moving forward. And these blocks are used for all sorts of purposes, redistricting, creating custom geographies like school districts and voting boundaries. And then they build up into larger statistical geographies like blocks and block groups and tracts. Suzan mentioned the local update of census addresses program. I'm going to endeavor to talk about that a lot more next year, but I just want to, this is such a critical operation. You can't count the people in a household if the Bureau doesn't have that household or that home on their list of addresses. And so the decennial census is first a count of the housing units and second a count of the people. And counting housing units is a lot easier said than done, particularly in New Mexico. You think of our tribal communities, particularly Navajo Nation, where the housing isn't as clustered as it is in the Pueblos. And you think about places like Lincoln and Catron County, frontier areas. These aren't rural communities. These are frontier communities. And many of the residents have no interest in being seen by the federal government. LUCA was very impactful the last 2 decades. That is a result of a lot of people in this room. Suzan and the folks at Bieber helped out with that. Larry and TRD. We had folks from the Department of Information Technology, Earth Data Analysis Center at UNM, and tons of county and local governments to pull together their address lists and help make the Census Bureaus better. We made a lot of progress. There's still a lot of work to be done. And in fact, in this last year, we had confirmation of large swaths of New Mexico's tribal areas where the houses were counted, and we now know that the house was added to the address list directly as a result of the decennial census. I wish that I could share which of our tribal areas were so well impacted by this program, but I'm not at liberty to do that. But I know of at least one tribal area where more than 10% of the houses were counted as a direct result of the local updates of census operation program. And 10%, you know, these tribal community. I mean, there was a couple hundred households. So 10% of a couple hundred households, oh, it's not a lot in terms of New Mexico. It's not a lot at a national level. But boy, does it mean a lot to those communities. Boy, does it impact their federal funding and their state funding and just being seen in the data. So this is a story I want to be telling over the next year. And I'm hoping we can take the success we had with LUCA in the last decade and apply it again. And just to break down what I think is the recipe for success and what I'm sharing with other states who are trying to have a more robust LUCA operation in the next decade is a key is local knowledge. So no matter how much data, no matter how many address lists we have at a state level, that local knowledge to look through one house at a time in a pueblo or in a small rural community and say, that's a house. No, that's not a house. Oh, that lot actually has a casita on it. That's 2 houses. Like that, it makes such a difference to those small communities. So we need funding, we need local knowledge, we need the technical expertise at the state level, and hopefully we can make more impactful LUCA submissions. I think that's where I'm going to stop because I need to have a drink of water. I'm behind time. I would love any questions or comments.
And raise your hand if you have a question, and I'll bring you a mic.
We've got one over here.
Perfect.
So it was really interesting. You talked about the census as first counting households, then counting people. That doesn't include homeless people at all because they don't have a home. So what does that look like?
Yeah, the counting of the homeless population is pretty tricky. And we know like the point in time count that just came out, the census count of the homeless is very imperfect. In fact, maybe the most imperfect of all the counting. While the Bureau doesn't collect a list of houses, they do collect a list of where they may find folks on census day. Soup kitchens, shelters, and places where homeless congregate, including under bridges or wherever it may be. And they do compile those with help of organizations like Coalition to End Homelessness here in New Mexico and use that to supplement their count, or to inform their count. But it is a very imperfect process.
And I'll point you to the fact that if you want to pull that data, it is under group quarters, and it's listed in group quarters when you're looking at that data. Here's the next question.
Hi, Robert. In terms of the reduction in force in the census, it's clear that that probably emerged from the DOGE efforts. Are you aware of any attempts within the private or academic sectors to backfill that type of expertise?
No. So the 100 folks who received their RIFs, their reduction force, their layoff letter, I don't even know what specifically they were doing. I would imagine, since they worked at a call center, that they were conducting surveys. So the Census Bureau conducts over 100 surveys a year. They conduct surveys for all the other federal agencies, not all of the surveys, but many of them. So I imagine it's just the non-response follow-up. So any private efforts to supplement that? No. Private efforts to mitigate the loss of the expertise, there have been a lot of national level discussions about how do we, what do we do to, and this is actually gets to my next section of slides, like how do we now handle our federal data infrastructure, right? So we know that the foundation is being chipped away. What do we do when it's time to rebuild? Those discussions are being had. In fact, they are asking for state and local perspective on that because, one of the key questions is how do we make better use of state data in a time like this? So, okay, I'm a little behind. I'm going to see, I don't like to go fast because that doesn't help anybody. So I'm going to see what I can skip. So challenges facing our federal data infrastructure are not new. Chronic underfunding, outdated IT systems, decay of institutional knowledge, declining response rates. That has all been going on for decades, including a lack of a coordinated federal data strategy. That's the key thing that these discussions are. It's like, okay, going forward, what is the coordinated federal data strategy? How do we create a system with timely, relevant, accurate, and consistent information? And what I mean by consistent is you can't just defer this to the states. We can't see, for example, vital records, like somebody's born, their birth certificate, that's compiled at the county level. And then the state, the state compiles those at the state level. We can't have 50 states with their own system for vital records. Somebody, currently the Center for Disease Control, National Center for Health Statistics, integrates those 50 and normalizes them so we can compare things across state. We need that to continue. We can't just defer all this stuff to states. What's happened in the last year? Around February 1st, these federal agencies received directives to review language or content related to gender identity, environmental justice, climate change, and DEI. If you know anybody named Deirdre and they worked for the federal government, they were flagged by DOJ because DEI is in their name. True story. Most of these web pages were ultimately restored, but some of the documentation, like the metadata and the questionnaires, were never restored. This is a room of data users. You all are very familiar with the fact that data without metadata is not as useful. So this continues to be a problem. This is a list compiled by essentialdata.us of terminated data sets. Won't go through them all. Does anybody give you a moment to read them? Does anybody use these, or did anybody use these in their day-to-day work? Which data set did you use? The food security stuff. Yeah, that's the one that was the most attention. Yeah, big problem. I mean, that's the current, and I don't know if everybody heard the gentleman, the current population survey, food security supplement. I mean, that's used to drive the distribution of like $100 billion in SNAP benefits. So how that's going to happen going forward, I don't know. My understanding is that they will be another data release, like sometime in the next few months, but that new data is not being collected. So I won't touch on any of those, but in addition to entire data sets, there were variables removed. So sexual orientation and gender identity had been being captured across multiple agencies. That's no longer being captured. And then there's discontinued tools. So the data may still be available, but the tool that makes it accessible is not. Won't spend time on this because Suzan did the federal data preservation efforts. So these are attempts to archive national data and keep it available. Yeah, I'll just pass that one. And then So a few months back, the Bureau of Labor Commissioner was fired. That was pretty widely reported. She put out a jobs report that was not very favorable, and she was dismissed within the next day or two. There have been other top statisticians replaced that have not received as much press coverage. The most notable is the Office of Management and Budget Chief Statistician. If there is a person in the federal government responsible for integrating all our federal data, it's the OMB Chief Statistician. From 1992 to 2017, Catherine Wallman was the chief statistician. So she was through like 4 presidents. And now we're currently at a trend where the position is filled by a political appointee. The Census Bureau director I talked about, the National Center for Education Statistics commissioner was dismissed. I think almost like all but 3 or 4 people at the National Center for Education Statistics have been dismissed. And the top statistician at the Social Security Administration has been dismissed. That's all I'll say about that. I know there's some recent news even this morning on NPR about NCES, but not going to try to parrot any of that. March 2025, President Trump issues executive order to stopping waste, fraud, and abuse by eliminating information silos. So I do want to spend a few minutes on this one. This is a tricky one. The idea being, let's link all the federal data. I support linking data sets. I have worked on a proposal here in New Mexico with somebody in this room to link state data sets. And I see the value in that and what can be done. Tracking individuals through time, linking, say, health outcomes and educational outcomes, reducing redundancy where you have multiple agencies gathering the same data. There is incredible value in one comprehensive database, but there is also a lot of perils to be aware of, particularly the technical hurdles. So if you're linking individuals, are you doing that deterministically with like a social security number? Or are you doing it probabilistically and where you're saying, well, this is John Smith and this is John Smith and this is Daniel Martinez and this is Daniel Martinez, so it must be the same person. There are legal concerns. So data like from the Census Bureau, that's all it can be used for. It's very clear in federal law that census data can't be used for any other purpose. But if it's integrated into one database, how do we prevent that? And then privacy concerns are a big one as well. Here's my census. Yeah, this is the bottom right. That's an example of one where I totally leaned on ChatGPT. Linking disparate federal data sets would be a powerful initiative for modern governance and research, but comes with major challenges related to technology, compliance, and privacy. There are unconfirmed reports that Department of Government Efficiency is in fact creating a master federal database. And this is being led by Palantir, founded in part by Peter Thiel, who got very wealthy along with Elon Musk when PayPal took off. DOGE and the Census Bureau, few credible reports of DOGE coming for census data or employees. Very notable that Title 13 of U.S. Code, which governs Census Bureau operations, has stood among the strongest privacy laws in the country. I really hope that holds true. I went around the state in 2019, 2020, telling everybody your data is safe with the Census Bureau. Don't worry about filling out the census. It can't be used for any other purpose. I hope I can in good faith continue to say that in the lead up to the 2030 census. Just some things I did find that the Census Bureau that DOGE did at the Census Bureau, found 5 wasteful surveys. They didn't specify what they were. As I said earlier, Census Bureau does a lot of surveys on behalf of other agencies, so they weren't necessarily census surveys. This is back to that executive order. There was a section in there that sought ensure the federal government has unfettered access to comprehensive data from all state programs that receive federal funding. So did not specify what they were, but just 3 examples off the top of my head were SNAP, WIC, and TANF. Those are state-administered, federally funded programs. And the federal government has tried to utilize that data before for other purposes, including in 2017 or so. Well, I can't remember exactly what they wanted to use it for, but there was a disproportionate level of compliance. Compliance meaning that the state shared the data with the federal government, depending on whether it was a red state or a blue state. Okay, I think I'm going to skip that, pause for questions or comments, really, because I would love to hear from you all about how you are all affected by all this upheaval with our federal data. Yes, sir. Just for the Zoom folks.
Well, thanks. I'd love to talk to you maybe one-on-one later. I'm 3 months out of the federal government after almost 10 years. I was at the VHA and then HHS, where I was on the data council. I would confirm pretty much everything you're saying, that a lot of career positions were fired, riffed, or illegally eliminated to then make room for political appointees and sycophants. It was pretty demoralizing to be there during the last and now this administration. And I would probably underline the concerns that you've raised. The centralization of the data, the misuse of it, or the intended misuse where they're not making it public what they're trying to do with some of the confirmations that they're looking for, and also the intended capture of non-purposeful data for other purposes. So I know a lot of states are moving towards thinking about federating their relationships with other states rather than going through the federal government, and I kind of am on that side. So I'd love to talk to you more about it when I'm not on the mic.
Right. Anybody else?
I actually have a request. Earlier in your PowerPoint, you talked about the error that was in the 2020 census. Could you send me the links to those tables for the different states? I know I have it someplace, but I've lost it. And somebody asked me yesterday in the affiliate, so I need that one.
Yes, well, I based that comment largely on the results of the PES post enumeration survey, but there are other indicators. I will send you what I have. Any other burning comments, questions?
I was just wondering, like when you talked about like some of these issues with or upcoming issues with the 2030 census, are there any impacts to like the surveys, like the population estimates program based on like birth and migration, and then like the ACS, like the American Community Survey?
Sure. Well, so far, the population estimates program has not been directly impacted. However, the population estimates program is dependent on other federal data sets. Most notable, the IRS migration files are used to determine domestic migration, particularly for the population 65 and under. My understanding, or I heard from somebody who was a bureau official for many years, now works independently, that the team that creates that migration file within the statistics office of the IRS has been decimated. So the person who created that file is gone, their boss is gone, and their boss's boss is gone. That's what I heard this week. So I think that's the best way I can answer your question. I hope in the coming weeks and months, as I resume dialogue with the population estimates team at the Census Bureau, that we learn more about stuff like that. But yeah, so nobody's coming for the estimates program yet, but indirectly they're really good. Yeah.
And I'm going to just comment on that. It impacted the consumer price index from Bureau of Labor Statistics, because in February and all those layoffs, most of that staff got laid off. And then they had to switch. If you read the Federal Register, and a lot of changes in data are actually published in the Federal Register for comments before they get changed, BLS had to change the methodology for CPI to move it to less sample and more administrative data, because they didn't have the bodies to do the survey. So it is impacting data, but I do think that the workers at the federal level who worked in these programs are really trying to do the best they can with what they have. So that might answer some of your question too.
I know I'm at time, and I'm going to take like 3 minutes, Jackie, if that's okay, because I think it sets the stage for a lot of what Jackie's going to talk about, and I promise to be quick and to the point. National population projections. This is a slide that I put up last year, and I added the highlighting this year. The point of the slide is the consensus on where the national population is growing. And the last 2 points, this natural decrease where births minus deaths is negative. That is, more people die each year than are being born. We're already there in New Mexico. We're heading that way nationally. So the consensus was around 2038, we reached that inflection point. And the other consensus is that population growth in this country is dependent on international migration. Those two things have, a lot has happened in the last year. So this is just a slide of the unauthorized population. You can see it's anywhere between 10 and 14 million, according to 4 independent sources. That's the total population. This is land border encounters, Southwest land border encounters in the last 3 years. I always take this information with a handful of salt, because encounters are not necessarily border crossings. It's just, it's more indicative of the enforcement. But these numbers are quite remarkable. That, let's call it burnt orange on the bottom. I mean, the numbers have just plummeted in the last year. So we don't have undocumenteds coming in anywhere that's near the magnitude we did previously. And the Congressional Budget Office these are their projections for removals, voluntary immigration, and detentions. You can see hundreds of thousands of people a year. The reason it grows every year is because they have to beef up personnel at border enforcement, at ICE, judges, detention centers. So the idea is that as the infrastructure for the removals grows, the number of people leaving the country each year will grow. And then the Congressional Budget Office puts out national population projections every year, maybe every 2 years. They did that in January, and unprecedented, they put out a new release in September, and that yellow area that I highlighted is the gap between what they had in January and September. Had I had more time, I thought we could go through the calculus and figure out the area under the curve, but instead, we'll just say that my final slide, that ultimately what the Congressional Budget Office is saying is that between now and 2035, there'll be 4.5 million less people in the US. I haven't broken down their methodology on that, and I probably never will, but I think that that is a conservative estimate, because the foreign-born have higher fertility rates. The foreign-born are the ones having more children than natural-born Americans. They also, the foreign-born, have always been younger. The median age of the foreign-born is younger than the median age of those born in the US. So that means with the removal of those 4.5 million people, our mortality rate should go higher. So we're going to have more deaths each year, less births each year. We are really rapidly going towards a population decline in this country. I'll hand it over to Jackie.
Thank you. And let me introduce Jackie. Well, they change PowerPoints and stuff. Jacqueline Miller has been with GPS. How many years now, Jacqueline? 8 years. All right. I knew it'd been a while now. Dr. Miller is a senior research scientist and demographer at Geospatial Population Studies Center at UNM. Dr. Miller is primarily responsible for population and demographic analysis and includes annual populations and more recently biannual projections. for New Mexico and its counties. In addition to state and county estimates and projections, she works with local community stakeholders to develop customized demographic research projects to support community planning. Dr. Miller is interdisciplinary training, supports diverse research projects with current work focusing on relationship dynamics across the lifespans. So for those of you who are in state government and local governments and municipalities and cities, and you're looking to figure out what your populations are doing, she's the lady to reach out to. And I'm hoping, Jackie, that you've gotten up and you're just about ready. There she goes.
And this is, okay,
You good?
so I'm talking, oh, hold on. Didn't seem like it was grabbing it best. Okay, there we go. Okay. So before I get into this, because I know I'll forget to mention this if I wait till later, in your folders, there is this beautiful flyer that I did not make, so I can't take any credit for it. But at the back, there's a little QR code. And I know a lot of times people ask me if when we have a projections out or estimates or when we're doing something, we do try to put them on our website, where we do put them on our website. But if you want to be updated for when new estimates or projections are actually released, sign up for the listserv through this. I am not the type of person to actually send a lot of messages out. So you'll probably only get an email when there's estimates or projections. So it's not going to be one of those listservs that you get a ton of emails from. But if you are interested, check it out or sign up. Okay. So I am going to just talk about our estimates and our projections. I'll give you a little bit of background about how we produce our estimates, what we use, difference between ours and the Census Bureau's, and the statewide trends, different components that go into that. And I will also touch on our population projections. There has not been an update to our population projections, so they're the same as what was presented last year. I might go through those quicker or skip some slides so that we're not, and focus a little bit more on the estimates this year. Population estimates are observations, or they're based on observations, right? So they're based on data that we have currently to understand how our population is changing. They're a lot less expensive than a census. A census requires lots of people to go out and count everybody that's there. A estimate uses other data to sort of make assumptions and infer what the population is. There's a lot of established methods that are well researched, and also the biases of each are known, so we can try to adjust for those. Lots of different organizations produce population estimates. We have estimates that we produce. Most states do produce their own set of estimates. The Census Bureau produces estimates, and then private organizations will also produce estimates for whatever their purpose is. Census Bureau produces estimates every year. They refer to them as vintages, and in each vintage, the entire, all the years from the decade are updated, right? So in the 2024 vintage, you'll have updates to the 2020, 2021, 2022, and 23 estimates as well. They're done at the national, state, county, city, and town level, and they use a cohort component method, which I will talk about more as we go, but essentially what it does is it takes a starting population, and apparently I didn't update this, they'll use the 2020, not the 2010, and then add in births and deaths, and then migration, both in migration and out migration. They're available on the Census Bureau's website, and some data on data.census.gov, but for the most part, for the population estimates, you'll want to go to the Census Bureau's website directly for the most detail. They're working, I think, on getting it up there, but with all things going on, that might not happen anytime soon. Okay. So the Census Bureau has to use, because they are doing national statistics and they're doing it for all the states, they need to use a method that has that uses data that is consistent across all states, right? So certain data sets are very good for understanding a population, but they are not necessarily consistent across every state, right? So for example, school enrollment data is a really good source of data about kids, right? But school enrollment data is collected, it is not consistent across all states. Also, school districts do not line up with census geographies. And so that's a data set that the Census Bureau is not able to use, whereas we can use that. We also can use multiple methods that account for different nuances. For example, we can say, okay, this county, we have really good data on from these sources, but maybe this county, this method isn't as good because we don't have that kind of data. We also do different geographies. Obviously, we both do the state, we both do counties, but the Census Bureau does city and town estimates, whereas we do our estimates for the census tracts. We may or may not in the future do city or town estimates, and we can do them when requested and contracted to do so. But if you're looking for a city or town estimate, you're going to want to go and look at the Census Bureau's estimates. Whereas if you want a geography that can be created from tract level, maybe larger geography or specifically certain tracts, then our estimates are going to be more useful for that. The other big difference is the race categories. The Census Bureau releases their data for 6 race categories. Really, it's 5 plus the 2 or more races category. And so the difference in the 5 is for UNM, we combine Asian and Pacific Islander Native Hawaiian into one racial group for New Mexico. And this is mainly because we've worked with the Department of Health to identify what is most useful for them as they contract with us to do the tract estimates. But the main reason is because these are small groups in New Mexico, and if we want reliable data, we want the numbers to be a little bit higher, and you'd end up with a lot of suppressed data in health statistics if we had them separated because they are smaller populations. The Census Bureau, you can also get their estimates for combinations, right? So white alone or in any combination, for example, but those will not add up to 100% because somebody can be in multiple groups in that case, right? Okay. So I usually have this slide a lot later, but I realize it's helpful to have it early on. When we do estimates or projections, we are basically trying to capture how the population has changed, and populations can only change in 3 ways, right? You can add to the population through births, you can add to the population through migration. You also can remove people from the population through death or migration. And so some of the data are very, very direct, right? We can get vital records, so we can measure births and deaths pretty directly. And then other things like migration are more, have to be captured in a more indirect way because it's not gathered as neatly. So for GPS, we use 3 different methods for our estimates. There's a cohort component method where we look at the births and deaths and try to infer migration. A lot of that we also borrow from the Census Bureau because the Census Bureau has access to a lot more detailed, we don't have access to all the visas and things of that nature, right? Also, there's IRS data, as Robert mentioned, that's getting a little, we'll see how reliable that is in the future. There's housing unit method, which basically looks at how many housing units there are in the state or county or tract and adds to that. We use building permit data to inform how that has changed. And then there are ACS measures of how many people live in each household and how that varies for renters and owner-occupied units. And then, but this is an example of one of the areas where we might not where we might vary in what we do by county. So some counties, we have very detailed data on building permits. Other counties, there's a lot less building to begin with, right? But also, we might not receive the data about building permits. And that is something we're trying to work on building up, actually, some of the areas where we are not collecting it. So if you have some connection there, we should talk. And that will help us to improve how much we can take that information to inform those other regions. And then the last method is we call ratio correlation method. And this uses a lot of different data sources. So actually, I'm going to go to the next slide to bring up those, as these are our different methods. And so the ratio correlation method might take something like, for example, the Medicare data or school enrollment, BD, and say, okay, well, we know how many people were in this data set at the time the census happened, right? What portion of our population or what portion of that age group was captured in this data set? And then we look to see how that data set has changed and how relative and use a ratio to understand, to infer how much the population might have changed for that group, right? So Medicare, for example, usually captures maybe like 95% of the population over 65, right? And so if we assume that it continues to capture 95% of the population, then if we have a Medicare enrollment count, we can make an assumption about how many people 65 and older there might be in the different areas of the state based on that data source. We do a similar thing with MVD and data and school enrollment, whereas residential permits are more used for the housing unit method, and also to help us understand where people are moving, right? So if we say, okay, this county has grown, where are they moving? And we will distribute that within the county based on, for example, where building is happening, if we have that information. So our general steps is we always start with the state total. When you have the larger area, it's easier to estimate the population, and it's also easier, you have fewer sources of error. We then create county totals. We make estimates for each of the counties and then adjust them so that they add up to state total, right? We don't want the county totals to exceed or be below the state totals. After that, we go to the census tracts in the same concept, and then we work on estimating the characteristics. And this is one of those puzzles where the fact that we have computers is necessary for this stage. It's essentially like a huge Sudoku puzzle where you're trying to fill in all the different pieces and have everything add up properly, right? All your total people of the same age and sex at tract level, when you add them all together, have to add up to the same number as you would have for the state, right? Okay. There are things that influence how much error there is, and this is helpful for a data user to keep in mind, because the more error you have, the fewer decisions you want to make based on that piece of data, right? So smaller populations tend to have more error, and the lot further we get from a census tends to have more error, because we work from the census and count out underrepresented populations, tribal areas, and then when the way a population changes. So if a population's been growing and then suddenly it's starting to decline, we might not catch that as quickly as maybe it's happening. And so that's an area where there could be some error, and you usually figure that out later. So this is helpful to keep in mind, because sometimes we do produce race, age, ethnicity, all data at the tract level. But for especially smaller tracts, saying, okay, this tract has this many people who are female, 21 years old, and Asian, which there tends to be fewer of in New Mexico, there's going to be more error in that number than, say, what's the total number of people in this tract, right? But we have the data, so we're able to aggregate to the population that you actually might need, right? So if you needed a population that is, so someone contacted me about looking for, it was for like a teen pregnancy type program, right? So they wanted to know the number, women who were I don't know what their age group they were looking for, let's say 15 to 19. Well, we can aggregate at that, and that's going to be level for the region rather than saying how many 15-year-olds are there, how many 16-year-olds are there. Okay. So the actual population estimate for New Mexico, as you can see, I put the 2010 through 2019 on here as well as our most recent estimates. We have, Robert mentioned the intercensal estimates and how you want to bridge that gap between from the gap in the estimates and the when you create the estimates. These are the Census Bureau's actual intercensal estimates. They still show quite a big jump from 2019 to 2020. I'm not quite sure. There was a drop in the population, but I don't actually believe that there was that much growth in that single year. I think that they maybe did not distribute that change as much as they could have. And that gap is partially a reflection of the undercount that they had, or they were underestimating the population, and then it was not distributed maybe as well as it could have been. So nonetheless, our estimates and the Census Bureau's estimates are not that different. So this zooms in, and I do have a slide where I have more actual numbers on there. But, sorry, the difference between our estimates this year and the Census Bureau's estimate account is about 10,000 people. Our estimate, as I said, there is on the slide coming up, but it's about 2,140,000 roughly. And it's only about 10,000 people more than what the Census Bureau's estimate was, which is less than 1% difference. The difference, the bottom line, this reddish line, reflects what our population would be if after the April 2020 census, nobody moved in and nobody moved out. We just looked at births and deaths. So if nobody left New Mexico and nobody moved into New Mexico, our population would have declined. This is true for a lot of the states, not all states, but it's also in reference to one of the things that Robert commented on, in that as a country, we expect to be at a point where we're starting to have more deaths than births as a whole around 2038. New Mexico is already there. We have more deaths than births. And so if we only accounted for births and deaths, we would have a population that was declining. And that is what this gap, so the gap shows how many people we have gained over that time to be at the population that we're estimating. So that suggests about 30,000 people have moved in. 30,000 people, more people have moved into New Mexico than left New Mexico since 2020, based on our estimates. All right, so here's with some numbers on it. So the population shows that from last year to this year has grown about 0.7%, which is small. And it's also, and since 2020, it's grown by 1.1%. So this is a fairly small growth. I'd say this is on it's positive, but it's kind of almost flat. But this is really consistent with what we've seen in sort of New Mexico's history, right? So this is my big picture side of how we have changed over, well, really since our statehood, right? In the beginning part of when New Mexico was first a state, there was rapid growth from decade to decade, to 1960 gaining almost 40% of the population, and that from 1950 to 1960, like that was a lot of growth, right? But since the 1980s, our rate of growth has declined, right? So every decade, New Mexico has grown, but it has grown by less and less each decade, right? So from 2010 to 2020, we grew 2.8%. And so with our growth of 1.1% in the last 4 years, this is sort of on track to kind of follow the similar pattern. Could things change? Well, of course, right? Everything has potential to change, but this is definitely on track with how things have been moving. Okay. In terms of counties, which counties have grown more? What's interesting is this has actually changed. When I always set this slide up so that the biggest counties are on the left and the smaller counties are on the right. So it's in size order. And a few years ago, I was presenting this, and it was always the green was always on the big side, and everything else was red. It's interesting because it's actually looking different this decade. There are a few counties that seem to be growing that you would not necessarily expect. Catron County has surprised me, but we've seen this for a couple of years now where we're consistently seeing the same pattern. Catron County actually has more births in the last few years than before, which is a rarity. Most of the counties actually are seeing constant declines in births. Their school enrollment's up. And so the data is supporting it, but it always surprised me because it's sort of one of those ones where we saw decline for a long time. Then, in Bernalillo County is showing some decline, though, to be honest, it's mostly flat. You can see it's barely under there, but still, it's one that we would expect some growth. And then the others that are growing, Doña Ana Roosevelt, I think is probably driven by the college there. I don't know how much that has to do with the lottery scholarship, but it does appear to be growing. But nonetheless, there is some difference in growth across the counties. And the growth that does tend to be a little bit more towards bigger counties, but it does vary more than it has in the past. Okay. So why are we seeing these patterns of relatively flat growth, right? So the big picture story is, well, births are down. You probably have read that in the news, unless that's just Google thinking that that's all I care about. So maybe it's just, I see it everywhere, but yeah, so births are down, deaths are up, but don't worry, it's not that people are just prone to death. It's that we have an older population, and people who are older are more likely to die than someone who's younger. And then migration. Right now it's positive, but it's small and it can change very rapidly, especially with different federal policies. So again, long-term picture, fertility has been sort of declining for a while now. And we had the baby boom, that was a while ago. Those folks are kind of hitting retirement or in retirement now. And then really we've had some declines since, with a little uptick when the baby boomers were in the having children. In New Mexico, the fertility rates are declining as well, and they're declining for both for women who are both Hispanic and non-Hispanic. In fact, the declines for Hispanic women have been steeper than the declines for non-Hispanic women, and so it's actually been catching up, they've been converging, so they're closer than they used to be. The statistic I have on here is total fertility rate, and that's the average, the expected fertility of a woman during her life, her fertility lifespan. The number 2.1 is considered the replacement rate, right? So it's the number of babies a woman would need to have in order to replace the population. And it's a little above 2 because some children don't make it to to adulthood, right? So this is, you can see that for both Hispanic and non-Hispanic women, it is considerably below 2.1. So we are at a fertility rate that would not replace the current population. So this would lead to population declines unless there's a replacement of the people through some other means, which is typically migration. So in New Mexico, and so this has not been yet updated through 2024, but the patterns are still happening. There's a declining birth rate among most women, most age groups. The decreases in fertility among teens and women in their 20s is the steepest, right? And historically, people used to, those were the key childbearing periods, right? So let's see, does this show up? No, it doesn't. I have to use the pointer. Okay. Always struggle with technology here, but you can see this, there we go, yellow line here, and this turquoise line. These are the ones for basically women in their 20s. You can see that's a pretty steep decline, right? Like women in their 20s are still having more babies than other age groups, but they're declining pretty rapidly. Women in their 40s is pretty flat, so they're not declining. In fact, there's more women in their 40s having children, but that's there's more of them, right? There's more women in their 40s now who are having children. And then there's a pretty steep decline in teen childbearing. You can see a little increase among those 35 to 39 as well. So this is a really consistent pattern in the US as a whole, and actually most of the sort of developed countries. And so you're seeing a situation where people are having fewer children, as we saw with the total fertility rate. They're also having children later in life, which could contribute to why they're having fewer children. And that might be that they're choosing to have fewer children, or it could be that because they're delaying it, they have less time to have children, and therefore they're having fewer children, right? So the reasons could vary. Okay. So when we think about how our population has changed and how it will change in the future, we always think about what's been happening recently. And so this graph shows the deaths are shown in red, right? And births are shown in turquoise. When they overlap, it looks like that looks like it's sort of a dark blue bar, right? When births exceed deaths, you see a turquoise bar sticking up at the top. And when deaths exceed births, you see a red line at top. The black line is the natural change, right? So when it's above 0, we have positive natural change, we have growth. When it's below 0, you have negative change. You can see that in 2020, that negative change was stronger or larger than it has been in recent years. But that is when we made that shift to having more deaths than births in New Mexico. It was accelerated a bit because of the pandemic, but it was going to happen anyway. And we probably would be there now regardless of where of the pandemic. And so this pattern is not expected to change. It's expected that we will have continue this pattern where we have more deaths than births in the future. So I've already shown this slide. I'm bringing it back again as a reminder of, we are showing positive migration in New Mexico, and without it, we would be seeing a decline in our population. From 2010 to 2020, we had far less migration than we did in the 2000s. And so here you can see the pattern in the 2000s is the dotted pattern. The solid line is from 2010 to 2020. And what it's showing is like there are some age groups where net we lost more population than we gained. Whereas in the 2000s, there was very few age groups where that was the case. right? There was a very small blip at like 20 for females who are 20 in the 2000s, and then for retirees. But we're not seeing that now. In the 2010s, we did not see that same pattern. How it will be in going forward, whether we'll see age patterns that are more like the 2010s or more like the 2000s is unknown. So this is, we do not have information in our center on that breaks down international and domestic migration. So this is coming from the Census Bureau's numbers, which means that the totals for migration will be different than what I presented for our estimates. But it is still helpful to understand in that New Mexico's in migration is almost completely driven by international migration, right? So without international migration, we will not have positive growth. We lose more people domestically than we gain. So more people who are moving within the US are leaving New Mexico, and fewer people are coming in from other states than leave. We gain people from international migration. Okay. Because of we have not gotten our contract in line yet for our tract estimates. So for our characteristics, I have not done them yet for 2024, but I still wanted to share this graph. It's from last year's estimates, because I think it highlights some of the major shifts that we have in our state. And that is that the population is aging. If you haven't heard that, well, I'll be kind of surprised. But New Mexico, like most of the US, is having a population that is growing older, right? There are more baby boomers who move into the 65 plus group. People have fewer children, like we discussed. But also, if families leave New Mexico or young families aren't moving in, then you also will have fewer children. And we're seeing a sharp decline in the 0 to 17-year-old category. We saw a little bit of increase in 18 to 39, but it's small. Okay. So why? Well, births have been down, deaths are up, and migration for going forward, migration is an unknown, right? We might continue to see the migration that we've seen this decade, or if there's a continued crackdown on international migration, we might see less, right? That is something that, anyone can kind of make a guess on. So the question is, let me just check. All right, so once again, we talked about early on that population is dependent on births, deaths, and migration. So we use the same information when we're thinking about projections, right? So far I was talking about how the population has changed based on observations we've seen in the data of actual people who are here. For population projections, we look at how we expect the population to change based on what we've seen in the past. So what are the trends in fertility? What are the trends in mortality and in migration? And any sort of projection is going to be dependent on the assumptions, right? So if you assume that the fertility is going to increase, you're going to have a very different set of projections than you would if you assume it's going to decrease or stay the same. So for our projections that we produced last year, we assumed that fertility would, basically I had it decline until last year, which was a safe assumption, but then I held it flat, okay? So I did not have it continue to decline, even though it actually does look like it's going to continue to decline. I held it flat. And the reason is because, one, you don't know exactly what's going to happen, but also because it's helpful to think, okay, in this scenario, where are we going? And then you can think about, well, do we want to make it so that we can try to move things up or down or shift things in some ways? So we kept fertility flat. We did a similar thing with mortality. We assumed that the age-specific mortality would be consistent. So people who are 20 years old will have the same rate of mortality in the future as they did in the last decade. Similarly, someone who's 65 will have a similar rate of mortality as in 2030 as they did in the 2010 to 2020 decade. And then migration, we used an average of the 2000s and the 2010s. So if you recall, in the 2000s, we had much higher migration than in the 2010s. And we assume that there are times that we'll have more migration and times where we have less migration, but that over time, it sort of averages out. I point all these assumptions out because if you've been paying attention to what we've seen with fertility in particular, and with the fact that we are dependent on international migration, then you might recognize that some of these are maybe optimistic. It depends on if you want New Mexico to grow or not. So these are assumptions that lead to maybe higher growth than we are actually likely to see, because more than likely our fertility is actually declining and migration may not actually work out to being about that average. I'm going to skip this since we already kind of discussed the change. So based on those assumptions, we basically have a projection for the state where the population is relatively flat until about 2034, and then we're declining. And here we have it a little zoomed in, so you can see that decline happening around 2034. And so why? Most things in the population are dependent on the structure of the population, right? So certain age groups have a higher rate of mortality, certain age groups have more fertility. Certain parts of the population are capable of childbearing while others are not. So the age structure is important. If you look at this population pyramid, you have the point that sticks out is the baby boomers. And as you move, you see the baby boomers are growing. And so this is the projection for 2050. As you can see, it looks like a chef's hat or a little Goomba from Nintendo's. And you can see that the young population is very small and the older population is very big, right? Now, most of you probably realize that people who are, and that 85 plus group is especially large at this point. But people who are 65 and older, actually even kind of 50-ish, right, and older, usually are not having children, right? And so the population is very large there, but those are folks who aren't having children. So the younger population is also not going to grow as quickly, even if we weren't thinking about reduced fertility. And so those types of dynamics have an impact on how our population changes. This is the projected number of deaths in New Mexico. And as I said before, this is not because I'm assuming that people are going to die at a higher rate individually, right? But that our population is older, and an older population has more deaths. Similarly, we see a decline in births. And again, I'm not assuming that there's a change in our fertility. So this decline is wholly based on the fact that our population structure is changing, right? There are fewer women in these age brackets that are of fertility age, and therefore the population is declining. The number of births are declining. It will decline even more if fertility continues to decline more, like if each woman is having fewer children. And as I had indicated earlier, the natural change is going to be increasingly negative, right? So we lose more of our population through deaths, and we are not growing from births, which would result in a much smaller population if we did not have any migration. So this is where I'm going to jump through. I have a lot of slides that I don't need to go through, but I want to make sure we talk a little bit about things that can influence it and have some time for questions. This is always a fun slide. So here's the percent change in the population under 20 from 2020 to 2040 by county. Anyone notices there are not any green. This isn't an error on the graph. The graph actually printed correctly. There is not a single county in New Mexico that's expected to have an increase in their population under 20 over the next, I guess we're at 15 years now. So what can change the projections or even our current trajectory for based on the estimates? Well, so I mentioned that we kept the mortality rates the same throughout the projection series. Historically, our life expectancy has increased over the last century. From 2010 to 2020, we saw a reversal of that. The life expectancy actually was decreasing in the last decade. This is largely driven by like drug overdoses and things of that nature, which we have at least seen some improvements on in the last few years. So we could undo that reversal. It's possible. It's also possible that we have medications that help us live longer and that we continue to increase our life expectancy. But it's also possible that poor health, lifestyle choices, or lifestyles and poor food access to healthy food, things of that nature, could also lead us to having a lower life expectancy, right? So there's actually arguments both directions that our life expectancy could stay the same, it could increase a little bit, it could decrease a bit. So leaving it flat seems like a reasonable assumption, but those things could change. The assumption could be off, and that would impact how our projections play out. The other thing is about fertility. Some folks might say, well, we've already dropped so much. Maybe we're going to hit a floor somewhere. The US is actually still much higher in our fertility than other countries, European, North American, and Asian countries. The turquoise line is the US, and those spaghetti noodles are all those other countries. And so you can see that we are above a lot of them. So if we are going to follow a trend that's similar to these other countries, we actually have we still have plenty of room to fall. Like our fertility can still drop substantially. And then with the exception of the baby boomer period, even before that period, there was sort of a declining fertility, and now we've been seeing some declines again for a while, but there's still a lot of opportunity for it to decline. But then there's also things that change fertility, right? And many of which are not predictable, right? You don't necessarily know that, okay, there's gonna be a war and then we're gonna have a fertility boom like we did after World War II, or recessions and pandemics. We don't predict these things very well. And so all those things influence fertility, and so those can change. There also can be a value shift, and how you do that, it's really hard to decide to create a value shift, but sometimes these things do happen, and that could lead to changes as well. And other things that can impact the trajectories are policies. And now a lot of countries have tried to influence population dynamics through policies. Some do a better job than others, but none are extremely impactful. Even the ones that are most effective are the ones that are very comprehensive, that give a lot of flexibility to families and also a lot of supports to families, so that there's more choice and it's a little easier to manage family dynamics. But even those policies have managed to sort of at least stop the drop. They don't increase fertility. Other types of policies that that some places have done are things that involve policies that encourage younger people to move to a certain place. States do this, trying to encourage people with paying off loans or giving a house money towards a down payment. Others might bring in young people to be teachers or nurses and support the community that way. And if you have younger people, then you will have more births, not necessarily higher fertility rates, right? But if you have more births, then that also can change your your population dynamic. And if you reduce the amount of outmigration of young people, that can also have an impact on your population over trajectory over the long period. So, summary. I know people can read, but who wants to read all of it? So basically, our estimates and our projections are both supporting so this flat, like a little bit of growth. Natural change is negative. If we are going to have positive migration, it is mostly going to be driven by international migration. How that will play out in the next few years and then beyond is largely dependent on policies, some of which I think states can have a say on, but a lot of them are federal policies that we don't really have a lot of influence on besides voting powers. And then lastly, New Mexico's, like the country as a whole, is aging rapidly. So for any goals of saying, okay, well, how do we keep young people and how do we attract more young people to the state is a harder and harder goal, because New Mexico is going to be competing with other states for young people to be able to support that aging population. I think that is it. So,
Thank you, Jackie. We're going to take questions here for just a minute or two, but I'm going to have a comment. First comment is I did a presentation recently where somebody in the audience came up to me and said, oh, we have an older population. The person ran a dance studio. I noticed this fall that they were advertising, sign your kid up for classes. And by the way, you as an adult, treat yourself to adult classes. We offer those too. So I do know that our business community is impacted by this, but that takes another step, is to think if your government is run by gross receipts and we have a declining population, it may be a decline in taxpayers, but it also could be a decline in workforce. My two comments. Any questions?
Yeah, I had a question because there's a lot of discussion about changing our trajectory, and we don't have a lot of control over that. So I think I would have liked to have heard a lot more discussion policy-wise as to what we're going to do to prepare for what we think might be inevitable.
I really appreciate that. So it is, a lot of people at UNM would be really angry at me if I suddenly start giving a lot of policy recommendations. But also that the goal of our estimates and our projections is to say, okay, here's where we are, this is where we're going. And to leave it up to folks here, but also we often present to the legislature, other groups, to say, hey, here's the information, this is where we're going. Could these change? Sure, they could change if things happen, but part of me saying that is part of the point of pointing those out is to point out that it's not super likely to change those. So what should we do? I'd like to hear from everybody else what we should do. I want to give you the information so that people can start thinking through this and be prepared, because I think it's unlikely that there's going to be a big shift in the trajectory, right? It could be steeper, it could be slower, but the general path is that there's decline. So what's going to happen? And I think that hopefully folks can use the information to inform what is done in the future.
Hey, thank you for the presentation. My name is Miguel Perez. I'm with the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. And so I wanted to know just maybe if there's more description as to the characteristics for domestic migration. So my question, I have two of them, but my first one I'll start with is New Mexico domestic migration trending upwards? And is there categories to figure or characterize whether that's something as a result of like natural disasters or fires?
And I have data for you. I can show you where to pull some of that out of American Community Survey.
So there are some places to see the flows, and I did not look at that recently enough to be able to tell you exactly how that's going. But in terms of at least what the Census Bureau is showing, in terms, the domestic migration, at least in this decade, right? We had that, it looks like there's this chunk of out migration in 2022. Maybe that was sort of return to office type things, I'm not sure. But you know, the domestic migration does seem to be increasing a little bit, at least based on these numbers, but not by much. Like it's not a huge change. Whether that happens down the road, you know, that's hard to say. The characteristics, I don't know that off the top of my head. I'd have to look more into the specifics. Well, right there, that's true. Okay, so there is more sort of the like 40s-ish, like give or take. Like it's not early career, but more like that mid-career, which is also the chunk of people who have kids, right? And then those kids aren't staying here because they've left, right? A lot of times people are more likely to stay somewhere if they, you know, start going to college there. They're like, oh, I'm gonna get my job. They have those connections. Someone leaves in middle school and high school because their parents are leaving. They're gone, right?
One last question here.
And thanks. This is a continuation on the next slide. I think you had age groups in population change, and I was noticing that the 65 plus is increasing at a rate that the 40 to 64 is not decreasing by. So is that a result of the age groups of the internal US migration to New Mexico? And is your center looking at the sort of local effects of if I'm interpreting this correctly, is this a retiree move into New Mexico? And what effects does that have on communities for young people attraction?
So for a very long time, for like my first chunk of years doing this, I was always like, okay, well, this is largely that there's a lot of in-migration of 65 plus. But as I looked through it in more detail and closer, I realized that, so 65 plus is largely driven by the increase in baby boomers. So, you know, 65 plus is a much larger age group, right? 40 to 64 is you know, 24 years, 65 plus is sort of, it doesn't end. Well, it does eventually, but you know. And then, you know, so it is largely that the baby boomer group is really big, right? And so you're taking one, you know, people who age from 64 into 65, and that's a big group. There is some in migration 65 plus, but we also have some out migration, right? So this is driven more by the baby boomers aging into 65 and a little bit by migration, but more by aging in.
And if you consider baby boomers starting in 1945, the leading edge of baby boomers is 80 this year. Thank you, Jackie. Beautiful. So we're going to take a quick break here and we'll start our breakout sessions. There are 3 of them. And let me grab my agenda. So in your packet, you'll see the agenda is in there. The breakout sessions will be here. In 101, we'll have HED do the longitudinal data systems. In room 207, which is out through these doors upstairs, directly at the top of the stairs, will be tax data. And in room 138, which is out across the way and around the corner, healthcare. Thank you all.
All right, welcome everybody. Happy Wednesday. Thanks for coming today. This presentation is put on by the New Mexico Higher Education Department. And I'm Rose, I'm with UNM Bieber. Hello. I didn't have anything to do with how amazing this is. It's all Susan. She does so much good work. So pat her on the back if you see her. Today we have Mark Chisholm, the Director of Academic Affairs and Policy for New Mexico Higher Education Department. And we have Joey Leakakos, who is the NMLDS project lead and the senior data scientist for the Higher Education Department. I'm going to let them do full introductions of themselves, but please give them your attention, move around as you see fit, and have a good presentation.
Good morning, everybody. Excited to be here to talk. I'm the Mark Chisholm she talked about. I've been floating around here in New Mexico for about 30 years. I was also at UNM for quite a long time. I've been at the Higher Education Department kind of off and on since about 2012. That's when I first met Suzan. This is like the fourth time that I've been part of a project to develop a longitudinal data system for the state. This time, I think it's actually going to work. The first 3 times it kind of crashed and burned. Came close a couple times, but it takes money to put something like this together, and we failed to get the federal grant the first couple times we tried. I think you probably are your data people. You know what a longitudinal data system is. We'll go to it into a lot of detail, but it's basically taking students starting at pre-K if possible, taking them all the way into the workforce and all the issues involved with that. So it's very closely related to the kind of things that we're all talking about here today. I've been involved with unit record data collection on higher ed for a long, long time, but this is, and we've matched data to workforce solutions for job placement off and on, but this is the first attempt to really do a unified system that will also provide a lot of benefit to the public. Joey is going to do most of the presentation today. I will let him go next, and I will interject as it makes sense to. And we want to make this interactive session, so if you have questions during it, raise your hand. We'll stop and do those questions rather than us just keep talking over you.
Hey, everybody. Thanks so much for picking our session. I know there were some other ones that looked really interesting right now, too. So as Mark said, I'm Joey Leakakos. I also work at the Higher Ed Department. I've been in higher education in different forms for, God, I guess you measure it in decades at this point. And my background is really in the IT space, and then I've kind of moved more into data, now eventually into data science and other stuff. So some of the rabbit holes we can go down for this system can be very heavy tech and IT, and can also be very heavy data and such. So as we get into the presentation there, we'll go through those. And just want to reiterate what Mark said. I much prefer, if you've got questions, raise your hand, ask us in the moment. We can always tell you if it's coming up on another slide, but I think it feels for a kind of better engagement for this. All right, so we are here to talk about the New Mexico Longitudinal Data System. The formal kind of presentation name that we have for it is Research Informing Success in Education, or RISE-NM. I'll probably use NMLDS, it's just baked into my nervous system, but you will often see RISE-NM, and the branding and stuff will have that as well. So RISE-NM is New Mexico's statewide longitudinal data system. And to zoom in on that for a minute, in case anybody is not familiar with what those are, the statewide component means we take data from multiple state agencies. We'll talk about some of the difficulties that come along with that, but also some of the benefits later. Longitudinal is just data over time. So we are able to track, we'll talk later, we don't track individuals, but we're able to see in terms of cohorts, how cohorts progress over time across state agency data. So speaking, coming out of just the higher education department, we are good at working with higher education data. We have some overlap, usually for one-offs of, can we get this subset of data from workforce or from K-12? But the idea of combining all of those together that are kind of ready for analysis and working with in a much more comprehensive and broad manner is particularly difficult. So an SLDS, Statewide Longitudinal Data System, One of the main purposes it provides is taking on that complexity of getting that data across all of those domains, joining them, identifying individuals across the data sets, and then having that data either for them to do research or to be able to have data that others can do research on. Let me pause there and see if you want to provide any other context or such for.
There has been more and more of an emphasis, obviously, on job readiness, of questioning whether the value of higher education. So this is a really good opportunity for us to be able to demonstrate and allow people to go in and ask questions, do research. There's actually two focuses on this. There's going to be a public-facing website, and we'll give you some examples of that. More will be developed as we move forward, where anybody in the public, a potential student, a parent, an employer, a politician, can go in, and there'll be data displays already available for them. What I'm excited about is the potential for researchers, which may include some of you all, to be able to go in, do the appropriate kind of validation, and be able to ask specific questions and do more detailed analysis. It's also the opportunity with the new emphasis on childcare in the state, the new ECD. I couldn't tell you all the letters it stands for, but it's the Early Childhood Department, and the impact of that in terms of student and family success. And so the opportunity to be able to go in and really make use of the data, several of the comments that were made earlier today really build on this in terms of being able to make data accessible. Joey will talk more about how privacy is really, really important on this. I think we have designed a system that will protect individual privacy to a large extent. We have external reviews from the Department of Institutional Technology in the state to make sure that our firewalls are in place and that we're protecting individual student privacy. And one of the issues that I'm excited about is we've been able to do some analysis with Workforce Solutions in terms of job placement now for a long time, because we do collect Social Security number on our higher ed unit record data system. But the PED, the K-12 system, does not. They only collect name and birth date. And the ability to do that match with higher ed has always been problematical. And Joey will talk about how this new system using technology, I think we're going to be able to do that far, far better than we were able to do it in the past, which will allow us to actually have a real honest, seamless system that tracks through over time. So please ask questions as we go along, but I think it's an exciting opportunity for us.
All right, so we're going to do a little bit of kind of the history and development of the system, where we're at, and so where we started, like Mark said, this is, I always get it confused, third, fourth time that there's been an attempt to build an SLDS in New Mexico. Back in 2020 to 2021, when this project was starting up, this was the general vision. So to call some of these out, we are the first cloud native SLDS in the country. Many other states are migrating to the cloud. We'd be happy for people to pepper me with questions about cloud versus on-prem systems. But one of our claims to fame and that we get a lot of attention for is that we were built out in the cloud. We have data available from pre-K through workforce. We have a slide coming up to talk about that. But that early childhood component is an area that many states are starting to grow into. So the fact that for us, right out of the gate, we had participation from ECECD is a big deal. 19 other states back then, it's kind of gone up and down depending on which person you ask at the different SLDS systems. So some of these are good signs. 5 contributing government agencies is a good and a difficult. If you think of the difficulty of just kind of getting 2 agencies to be able to work together, and then you multiply that, there is a lot of politics, a lot of process that has to go on. But we've been very fortunate that the 5 partners that we have for this system have always had a pretty steadfast commitment to making sure that this succeeds this time around. We started out with 4 technical vendors for implementation. 4 is hard. It's, again, 4 different sets of personalities and skill sets and things that you have to manage out of the gate. We started with 11 source data systems. And I will kind of pair that with 250 visualization requirements and a 1-year implementation timeline. put all those together and it doesn't really add up. And so as we'll talk about, we're kind of partway through some of this. Some of these, like 250 is not a great amount for visualizations. At that point, you're doing something other than easily consumed visualizations. So some of this we've adjusted. Some of this was very ambitious. Some of this was really healthy. But where we are at this point, we have done our initial implementation. So that was a couple of years back, and that was getting some of those things from the previous slide in place. We then did an evaluation of where did we end up after that? Where do we realistically want to end up? Whether that's exactly where we thought we would when we started, or if we need to pull some of that back or add to it. And where we are right now is in this third one, which is after that evaluation, is identifying what needs to actually happen to get us up to that bar so we can say we're kind of finished with that implementation. So right now, we just kicked off about 2 weeks ago a 7-month engagement that should get us to the end of that, where we can say we've finished that kind of first implementation round. And at that point, it's just iterative cycles of new project work, new research, those kind of things that will come out of the system. So to highlight the 5 partner agencies that we have, and going from left to right, it goes in order of chronological order. So we have Early Childhood Education and Care Department. That is our pre-K in general. We have PED, so that covers our K-12 data for public schools for the state. We have the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation. So they have a subset of PED data for students with disabilities who receive services through DVR. So it helps to build out more of the picture from the K-12 data set. We have the Higher Education Department. That's where Mark and I are from. So we have, we'll go over the specific data sets there, but for higher ed, so after students leave K-12, and then we have Workforce Solutions on the top end there. So on the initial slide, just a reminder, we had originally had a plan for 11 data sets. We actually settled on 10, and we do have all 10 of these data sets in our system, though we do need to wait till we get through that kind of fixes for implementation before they'll really be up and running. But to point out, we have 2 data sets from ECECD. They cover evaluations of students, so the early childhood observation test, how are students doing in terms of progressing as they're moving their way into the K-12 system. The Enterprise Provider Information and Constituent Services provides information about early childhood programming that is funded by the state and throughout the state. Moving on to Public Education Department, we have the Professional Licensure System, which provides information about teachers in particular, is usually the one that people are interested in taking a look at. We also have, we've called it the K-12 State Longitudinal Data System. For anybody who is aware, we had STARS for a long time. PED has migrated to NOVA. There's this kind of handoff with lots of stuff going on there. So all of that is in scope for us. The naming gets a little weird, but really it's just their primary K-12 data for the state. For the higher ed department, we have 3 different data sources. So we have EDIR, so anybody who works in higher ed, that's the higher ed institution data that gets sent to the higher education department. That will cover the range of enrollments and degrees. It has financial aid information, that kind of stuff. We have LACES for adult education. So LACES is helps us to identify individuals in the state who participate in some of the adult education programs. One of our data sources, which we'll talk about that we want to add, is actually a superset of LACES, which will build that picture out, but is not quite as thorough of data in there, but allows us to capture adult ed participants in the state. Then we have National Student Clearinghouse. So if you work with K-12 or higher ed data, this is so that you can say, I have a given student in our system. I would like to see, in our case, their entire higher education record from other states that we don't have. And so we have that based on the higher ed data, just to get ahead of the question. We do not have that for PED at the moment. There's lots of legal back and forth on there, but it is something on the radar of interest, is knowing for K-12 students, where do they go for higher education after? For DVR, they have case management system. It's what I said before. It just builds out on the K-12 data for students with disabilities who receive services from DVR. And then for the Department of Workforce Solutions, we have data about workforce programs in the state, but in particular, the unemployment insurance tax and claims system has wage data, which is the primary area where we get wage data. So treating wages as outcomes is a common kind of request that we look at there. So these are our 10 source systems. They are all in there. now. And there is, we already have kind of a backlog, I don't know of how many requests for new data to add in. As we'll talk about a little bit later, though, we want that request for new data to come in to be guided by research need, not just it would be nice to have that data in there, but we know what we're going to do with it and we have a desire to use that kind of right now. So this is outlining what should probably look familiar for many people. It's just a generic data pipeline, but I find it's good to kind of set a basis for everyone. So like most data pipelines, you have to receive your data from somewhere. When we work with cloud technology, you call it data ingestion. Ingestion always feels a little weird as a term, but that's what we use when you're bringing the data up into the cloud. We have data mastering, which we will talk about more in a minute. That's the process for us right now, where we can identify the same individual across different data sets, where those data sets have different PII available. You handle typos, you handle missing data, that kind of information. So we'll do a little bit of a deep dive there. For data warehousing, we actually use the CEDS model, so it's the Common Education Data Standards. Could come up with a bespoke model. It's kind of 50-50. You're gonna have to do kind of the same amount of work either way. So we work pretty closely with CEDS. It was federally funded and is currently overseen by the AEM Corporation, who we work with pretty closely as well, but it's an open source model that you can take a look at. Also want to point out that CEDS model is what PED uses for after they receive data through NOVA and they do their warehousing on their side. So there's a nice dovetail there that more than one spot in the state is using that same model for dimensional modeling. After that, we have the data available for analysis and such. We have a layer for internal research and reporting. That's just as broad as you can imagine, the questions people want to run. And then for anything that has public reporting, including visualizations that we'll show a little sample of later, there is an extra layer of just bureaucracy to make sure that whatever's going live, the people who really have expertise and ownership of that area are okay with it. It makes sense. We're presenting it accurately, that kind of thing. So this is our general overall data pipeline. Like I said, a lot of this should sound familiar for anybody who's built an end-to-end data system, but I do want to take a moment. Usually when we present different versions or at different conferences, we pick different areas to highlight, and I'm going to talk about data mastering a little bit. I'm just curious though, I think for this group, we'll probably get a different answer than we usually do. How many people kind of actively use or are familiar with using machine learning for working with data? Yeah, there's some. Yep, that's a higher amount than we typically get unless we're at a very tech-heavy conference. So we're going to do a deep dive on data mastering. And it's going to ultimately land us with machine learning, which hopefully with the number of hands that were down, this will be helpful to kind of talk about the confusion and pros and cons that come along with that. So I use the term data mastering. That's actually a much broader term. A subset inside of there is this issue of entity resolution or data matching or record linkage. This is just how do you identify the same individual across different data sets? So in a very basic way, I'm sure everybody's, I mean, this is, I don't know, Python-y pseudocode. This is a common thing we all do. An SSN match, like we had heard before, you can have a deterministic match. This is one of the most common ways you would do that. You might decide to add in date of birth or name. I am also hoping as we look at this slide, for some people, you're looking and saying, wait a second, this is going to fail in ways that we run into pretty commonly. So for the SSN, as you can see on the left side of the join here, or the check, we have a 46, and on the right side, a 64. So we have a translation of numbers. This is not the easiest problem to solve. If you're working with somebody who, like, let's say, works with SQL and they're used to doing even pattern matching, this is a difficult issue to address. For SSN and date of birth, I repeated that SSN problem, but you can notice date of birth at the bottom has a different format for the date of birth. This is an easy problem to solve. You can just pre-process your dates. That's relatively straightforward to do, so that doesn't cause us much pause. For name, it gets a little trickier. In this case, we have, for instance, the middle initial is just missing. How do you handle missing values? In this case, it's an empty string and not a null, which is a different kind of distinction. We have uppercase and lowercase letters for the last name, and then we have a letter missing on the first name. Anybody who's tried to join on names knows this is a particularly fraught problem, and you end up very quickly with a very complicated way of understanding this. Like Mark said, the K-12 system doesn't actually collect SSN, so this is an immediate problem that we have to address. And we need a way that we can do it that builds trust for people who are going to use the data, is actually accurate, and is maintainable over time. So just to zoom out for a sec, those little issues we were looking at before, if you just kind of skim over, this is an example where you can see sometimes the SSN has hyphens, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes there are translations, sometimes there's an LN versus an E. Again, some of these are easy to solve, some of these aren't, but I want you to imagine multiplying this so that you have, let's say, 30 to 40 columns before you do feature engineering for ML. And then you have tens of millions of rows. All of a sudden, any of those joining issues is very difficult to handle. And so this is the situation that in the SLDS we are in. We are not solving, I have a data set of one cohort of higher ed graduates from one institution and I want to join it somewhere. We have the issue of identifying in bulk all of the people across all of the data that we have, and then that will provide an identifier that is able to be used going forward for analysis. So to talk about how we get there, as we looked at on some of the other slides, we start with literal number matches. That's your SSN match. I think we've all tried that one. From there, you have literal string matches like we were looking at for names, which gets a little bit more complicated. Eventually, you get to something like a rules-based approach. If the SSN matches exactly, then go ahead and say it's a match. If the SSN has 8 digits that match, but not 9, but it has a date of birth and they have a parent who was born in Alaska, or whatever version you want of these decision trees that break out, this is usually the next layer that you will build on top of the first two. And I found as we talk with other states, other higher ed departments and such, it's pretty common to get to this rules-based level, but eventually you need to take some sort of a leap forward. So the categories that I think of are approximate matches. So now we're starting to identify that things will be close but not exact, and we need a way to identify and work with that. And then actual full-blown machine learning, which as we'll talk about, is when you give the data to a machine learning model and you help feed and nurture the model as it learns the relationships for you. So instead of you identifying what happens at each stage, it will identify that, but it requires a shift in thinking and approach. So for approximate matches, some of these, like pattern matching, people have probably tried. That could be your regular expressions. It can be a like inside of SQL, something like that. I've even found usually edit distance sometimes people will do. So if I have an SSN where two of the digits differ, has an edit distance, let's say of 2. There's different ways you can do this. If 4 digits differ, it has a distance of 4. So you could say something like, again, if there's an edit distance of 2, maybe we treat that as a match, but if it's an edit distance of 7, it's probably a different SSN. Other common approximate matches that we are aware that are used in the SLDS space are things like SoundX. So I don't prefer being called Joe, but sometimes family members will do it, and usually it's J-O-E. I had a friend at one point whose name was J-O-H and pronounced it Joe as well. So for SoundX, those would be equivalent because they're the same homophones. And there's a way to represent that, but just know it's a way of using how names sound to try to identify the same names. And then a last category that I identify here that's pretty common is similarity measures. So we talked a little bit about edit distance, but if we broaden out, if you've heard of things like Jacquard similarity or cosine similarity, these are ways of saying we have two things and how similar are they. And just one version that I thought to pull out for here is working with n-grams. So you may have a social security number. Trying to compare all 9 digits at the same time can be difficult. So you may say, let's do pairs. We'll do the first 2 digits and compare it between 2 social security numbers, the second 2 digits, the third 2, maybe do triplets. So the first 3, second 3, third 3. And you can imagine repeating this process and saying, well, if I split it into a certain amount of groups and compare, the more of those groups that match, that could be a way that you could identify, hey, that 4-6 and that 6-4, some of those fail, but the first 2 and the second 2 and the last 2, when you compare those, they'll match. So it's a way that you can get around like the SSN problem we saw before. But all of these are still what I'm considering approximate matches. You're still relatively manually going in and identifying what needs to happen and indicating the rules that will happen for it. So the leap that we take is to machine learning. And I will say that probably the 2 things that we get asked the most about in New Mexico for our SLDS is cloud technology, which I actually think ends up being a lot more bland than people realize. It's just recreating stuff you're used to, but in the cloud. But then we get asked about our data mastering or entity resolution solution. I very quickly start talking about machine learning and people kind of pause me mid-sentence and like, well, wait a second, we just pay IBM and Informatica to do this thing, or somebody wrote a script that runs out of our database from 15 years ago and we're not quite sure how it works. And so I find that we spend a lot of time talking about the jump to a machine learning model, which is what we use. And I can explain after I go through this, if we want to, more specifics on ours. But in order to do that, it requires kind of bringing stakeholders along and such. So anyways, so the general idea here for machine learning, as I said before, is you're providing a data set and then you're helping the model to learn the relationships. There are certain machine learning models. I imagine most people are familiar working with linear regression. Oftentimes that'll get solved analytically, but you could use something like gradient descent in a machine learning context to actually find your parameters in linear regression. Linear regression is an example of a machine learning model that is explainable. You can understand, you can say, oh, there's a 0.5 here and that means something for me. Other machine learning models, it's hard to do that. So there becomes this component where you have to give up some control and you have to say, I'm going to give the data to the model. I'm going to learn how do I evaluate, and we will talk about that. Is the model doing well or not? But then it's different from there. You're not going to have 100% understanding at each stage of what's going on. So for evaluation for machine learning, and this is in New Mexico, probably the biggest hang up for us as well, is you cannot say, can you go find Joey's record and walk me through all the steps that happened before it joined to Joey's record in another system? It doesn't work that way. The model that we use doesn't actually allow you that explanatory ability, even if you wanted to do it. So what you have to do is you have to build what are known as test sets. So we would, for instance, and this is something we are working on, build out a data set of, let's say, 1,000 rows where somebody goes in by hand and identifies these are the same individual, these are not the same individual. We might find some easier cases, some more difficult cases, and then whenever we want to, we send those 1,000 rows through the machine learning model, and it comes out with a prediction of, it clusters and says these are the same individuals or these aren't. And we say, great, how close is that to what we confirmed looking at it is the base truth? If it's pretty close, and it usually is never fully accurate, and oftentimes you don't want it to be fully accurate, then we say it's good. If it's very far off, we say we've got a problem, we need to return to the model. This becomes an issue though, because at least for us in state government, most agencies are used to doing a deterministic match where you can say, I can walk you through exactly all of the rules and steps that I did, and somebody can agree on each step. This is a problem though, because we have stakeholders who, one day they'll kind of be with us, the next day, well, I don't really trust it. And so this is kind of a mindset shift that we've had to work with. As I talked about explainability, there does become for a lot of machine learning models, kind of a little bit of a black box that you toss the data into. There are pieces that you can understand, but depending on the approach you use, you may have to say at some point, I'm not going to fully understand everything that happened inside of there. If anybody's interested, there's actually a lot of research into explainable AI, which covers this subject. We've seen it come up in some of the legislative bills that have come up as things that we've posited in there as we start veering into this territory for stuff. So to call out, you definitely need specialized skill sets when working with this. This is probably your person who works with data can learn to do all of this, certainly, but if somebody's never done it, it's not the kind of thing you drop on their lap and say, hey, by this afternoon, I'd like you to give me a machine learning model that masters data across all these agencies. Monitoring and maintenance. Typically, if you're just doing SSN match, you might be curious if it's underperforming at times, but it's a little bit set it and forget it, and you let it go. Machine learning models are not that way. They end up having drift where their predictions get, because the data they're seeing is different in ways that you may or may not recognize from what it was trained on, it starts to become less accurate over time, and so you periodically have to keep an eye out and retrain it, and so you need a way to monitor and see when you're ready for that. Hyperparameters. So when you're working with a model, you have hyperparameters. So it's parameters that run about the model itself. So you might say this model I will allow it to do 1,000 iterations for something, but you don't know what's going on inside of those, but you can say, I want you to do 1,000 versus 5 versus 2 million or something like that. And there's lots of different hyperparameters you can use. But this is just a call out. It's not that you can't interact with the black box kind of thing that's going on. It's just that you have to interact kind of from the outside with some controls for the way that it can function. And then the final one that I like to call out, this is just categories inside of machine learning, unsupervised and supervised learning. So supervised learning is when you think linear regression. I know what the answer is, so I'm going to train a model and it knows what the right answer is and it can kind of refine itself in that so that it gets closer and closer to the right answer. Unsupervised learning is what we called unlabeled data. You do not have a label of the right answer. In our case, for an SLDS system, that label would be the indicator saying these 3 rows are the same individual, these 4 rows are for a different individual. So we actually have, for the SLDS space, the ultimate one is it's an unsupervised learning problem because we don't know who all the individuals are. But we do use supervised learning in that there's a human intervention to help guide the model along the way or help kickstart it at the start there. So this is my detour for this piece. I hope it's useful. I know when we talk with other SLDS systems, they have often not taken this leap, or we actually talked to one that took the leap, but they were very reliant on the vendor to trusting the vendor that what they said was going on. So we spent a lot of time kind of working with them on how to understand these. The thing that I really want to convey though, for the problem that we are dealing with that entity resolution at the statewide level across all these data sets, we can't really do a deterministic match. We need something that is more complicated. And so for us, it made sense to start out using a full-blown machine learning model. But this, yeah.
I think it's fascinating, but my question is about what are your goals in terms of what's a percentage of matching that you'd be happy with?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So we wrote into our contract, I'm a little bit dodging that because it's part of what we're refining right now. We wrote into our contract that we needed 95% or higher for accuracy, precision, and recall. So that's what we laid out. Since then, I've done a lot more reading on this specific type of problem, and we can choose to lower some of those if we feel like the overall output actually becomes better. Which is useful to say that sometimes the evaluation metrics for how well a model is performing are misleading. You might think that the higher the number, the better, but that's not always the case. So we started out above 95%, but we are revisiting this, especially because stakeholders have come back and said, we sort of believe it, but now we want to deep dive on that machine learning aspect so we really feel comfortable with what's going on there. So might be adjusting those as we go forward. Yeah. All right. So circling us back, or one more piece first. So if we think about this issue of matching data across all of these individuals, probably the big payoff is getting a single, we call it a master unique identifier or an MUID. It's just a UUID, a random string of characters and numbers, but is a unique identifier that gets assigned for the rows of the same individual in the different systems. But some other things that are related to this problem are golden records. So I may have a bunch of different rows from different systems. How do we pick a single birth date, email address, other kinds of information about me? And some of it might be appropriate, some of it might not be appropriate. But a golden record is this attempt to say, instead of an analyst having to go look at 5 different agencies' understandings of an individual's ethnicity, we've kind of made a decision for you, and you can understand how that's happened, but it helps simplify down, and so that when we're reporting out, there's a consistency there. But I pick ethnicity in that case because it's one that it's not quite so straightforward. Depending on where the data is coming from, systems may ask it in different ways, or over time, they may allow more or less options. So there might be cases where we also decide for a golden record purpose, we do want to leave the complexity and make that the issue for the analyst to deal with. So for feature standardization, we've been talking about identifying individuals. What about if we want to identify high schools or colleges or addresses? So we can do this same process of this matching that we talked about for home address. And then we can standardize that there's 7 different versions of my home address, but the system is able to convert those all into the same one. And then that can be used. In our case, we don't allow home address for analysis in the warehouse, but it could be, for instance, fed into an ML model after. Or you could do this for other information like high school that might be something that standardizes, so analysts are only seeing one version of that, and this is doing the heavy lifting of identifying those. Then the final one is one that we are getting more and more interest in, is just basic cross-matching. So now that we've built this model that can identify individuals, can I now take my cohort of graduates from higher education, send it into this model, and identify the matching, let's say, K-12 rows for just those individuals. So now we get the more narrow use case where an agency may send some data in that's identifiable. We provide the matching data outside of that, and then it goes back to the agency. So it's a little bit different use case because agencies, in this case, are able to work with some of that PII and identifiable information. So it's an area we're kind of talking about, but we've heard a lot of interest in moving into that. All right, so to pivot back and kind of zoom back out, thank you for entertaining me there. We always pick kind of a different one to do a deep dive on, and I thought maybe the kind of mastering solution there would be of interest for here. But if we think of that data pipeline, so we've done our data mastering, we move forward to warehousing, and now we're talking about after that some sort of outputs for it. So for the initial implementation for the NMLDS, we chose 3 prioritized research questions. I want to identify that all of these are cross-agency and descriptive, and that was by design. We don't want to repeat something that's already done by an agency, and we didn't want to get into predictive analytics or something like that out of the gate. That's more complexity than we really wanted to take on. So the 3 that we settled on were: how do measures of school readiness vary by early childhood programming factors and demographics? How do measures of college and career readiness vary by demographic, district, and locale? And how do employment metrics vary by demographic characteristics, workforce area, educational attainment level, and study program? And so I'm just going to show, I took some screenshots here. You can go, and we'll have the website later, the rise.nm.gov website, where you can explore these. As a heads up, part of that 3rd slide or so, where we're kind of in the middle of finishing up implementation pieces, you will see some of the data is still currently a bit out of date, and that's part of what we're currently working on right now. So if that was a question as you go there, just know that that's something we're addressing. But this is a visualization that looks at kindergarten readiness. So this overlaps between early childhood and K-12. And for the students who participated in certain early childhood programs, we evaluate how are they doing on that ECOT, early childhood observation assessment, when they get into K-12. We have some that are high school graduation rates. So we have, I don't know what I was gonna say there. We have where you can break them down by individual school. You can look like we had statewide here. Some of them allow breakdowns by county and such. This is a popular one, and some of this overlaps a little bit with PED. So this is one that we're kind of working on over time to look at. We have, oops, it still says high school graduation rates there. Oh, this is high school graduation. Sorry, this is just a different version of that one. The 3rd visualization that we have up is post-secondary progress. So for students who are in the K-12 system, we evaluate, let's say, the year after they're seniors in K-12. Are they enrolled in higher ed? Do they graduate from higher ed? And we repeat this going out for 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And then we have, I should say, for all of these different disaggregates that you can break these down by. We have a visualization that looks at post-secondary graduate wages. So for students who graduate with a credential from a higher ed institution, and you can filter on the type of credential. This tells us wages, so looking into the workforce wage data. And then we also do the same thing for adult education. So it just repeats the same process. This is probably the one that's had the most interest for us, is just ways to be able to look and say, for this given degree, can we get a general ballpark of some salary information and stuff like that, X number of years out. This is an area where we have a whole backlog of different research questions that once we are ready to start churning through that is going to be where we pivot from there too. So again, these are interactive, and you can interact with them on the website, which will be at the end of the slides. And then we are close to having this data kind of updated to current time as well. Right.
Yeah. Just to build a little bit more on the, these were good cross-agency examples, but even within an agency, it could be really useful, because with the higher education data, we do collect SSN, but everybody doesn't provide it. So the idea of a couple letters being flipped one year to the next happens much more often than you would think. When I was at UNM, we have a banner ID, which is unique for each student. And I would look over time how many times the student with the same banner ID ended up with multiple SSNs. And it's a lot bigger than you would expect. And we're oftentimes being asked to look at like retention rates, graduation rates, how many students who started this particular cohort are graduated 4 or 6 years later. We'll transfer between institutions. So having the data in the LDS, even with just within the higher ed data, I think will be more reliable and more accurate. And I think that's probably true for all the agencies, as well as being able to match across agencies. We have a dual credit program in the state, and we do collect in higher ed data whether a student was dual credit or not, but we don't have data on what else they were taking in high school, how that course is helping them in high school. So to be able to look at the effectiveness of students in dual credit, both in terms of high school graduation, subsequent enrollment in college, time to degree, and jobs, is something I'm really excited about being able to use this data system for. So just a couple of other examples of how we think this is be a real step forward, even within our own data.
Thanks for adding that, Mark. All right, so I want to take a moment and talk a little bit about, it's nice that we have all this data. I hope everybody is also asking, like, how are you protecting it and making sure it's not being used in the wrong way? I know Mark hinted at this before. This is a big part of the work that we have done up till now and has continuing work on it. So to start out, we have that master unique identifier. So that's that ML process that I talked about. So when an analyst engages with the warehouse, they only see that anonymized identifier. We strip out PII before the data makes it into the warehouse, so researchers aren't able to see that data. We have, like I said, data warehouse and the visualizations as a whole do not have PII, not allowed to look at PII in the warehouse, not a valid use case. For an SLDS, we do trend-based visualizations and reporting. While you might think that all of that complicated process to identify individuals would let you then look at a specific individual over time, it's really not using the system and the data the way that it's intended to be used. It's better to look at cohorts and trends. So for students of a certain demographic or who graduated in a certain year, that kind of information, and looking at how they progress over time. As I had said earlier, we are built out in the cloud. So there are some benefits to that we can just say, there's this extra security feature here. We have an agency that's willing to pay the money for it. We'd like to enable that, and it allows some extra security pieces on top of it. So that's something that we do take advantage of. We do use, I just put the abbreviation VPN in there because I'm sure after COVID, everybody's familiar with having to turn their VPN on their laptop. But we use VPNs and encryption for data transfers and data storage. And I call that out because usually you think of VPN as it allows me to connect to my work network. What it actually does, though, is it can encrypt data in a different kind of manner. So whenever we're sending data through or when it's sitting in storage, whether it's explicit encryption or something, or whether we use GCP, Google Cloud Platform, they have some default encryption and stuff too. The data is encrypted to keep it safe there. We do follow, this one's doing a lot of lifting, just information technology best practices. As Mark had mentioned before, we work with the Department of Information Technology, so the central IT for the state. We have chief information security officers from partner agencies. We work with a bunch of different people. As soon as you get 5 agencies' data in there, you have 5 different sets of security requirements, which it is a headache, but also means that once you get through all of those, you feel much more secure, that you've followed probably a lot more than you expected to, but you feel more comfortable with that. And then we do have ongoing privacy impact assessments and security testing and stuff like that, just to make sure, as much as we think things are configured and working right, let's make sure a third party is taking a look at that and giving us their feedback there. And then for governance as a whole for the system, feeds into just protecting things, but also just for some help in understanding how is this thing run. So we have 5 partner agencies. On top of that is central IT for the state. The governor's office is involved, so it really kind of broadens out quickly. So we do have a project steering committee that has representatives from the partner agencies. It's typically cabinet secretaries who are there, so the highest level decision makers for each agency. Has CIOs who are one of their executives at each agency. We have the office of the governor there as well. And that's our highest level decision-making body for the project. We then have a technical control board. So this is kind of one layer down. This is CIOs, and then often they invite some other technical folks. We have data folks and stuff too on there. This is for a bit more in the weeds decisions, not necessarily the strategic decisions for the project, but when we need to bring technical design things, a data privacy thing, this is a group that we turn to. We have a data governance advisory council, which focuses on data governance, which data governance is so broad, it can kind of mean anything. And we're still figuring, ours is still particularly broad. And so this is actually an area where we're engaging with some other SLDSs and other states and stuff to really refine what's the best use of time for data governance, knowing that it could cover kind of anything and everything. But we have a Data Governance Advisory Council, which includes, that's where we often get more of our research folks and people who are used to working with the data day in and day out. We have a disclosure review board. This is going to be, I'm hoping people are thinking, how can I engage with some of this data, which we'll talk about on a slide that comes up. But the disclosure review board is for external requests that make it to us for data. This is the group that we would go to that would help evaluate those requests, do the back and forth with the requester, and then ultimately determine, will we honor this request or not, or will we modify it or something like that. Data working groups, just want to call out that we do have the ability to create ad hoc working groups, and we lean on this pretty heavily because waiting, for a monthly meeting or something isn't as helpful. We need 2 or 3 times a week with people kind of a Mark's level of understanding and working with the data. You can imagine when we have 5 different sets of data and we say, okay, we need one way to represent gender or ethnicity or something on the visualizations is not an easy discussion. So these are the groups where they're a bit more narrow and focused in that manner. And then for governance, just to call out general policies and procedures in a larger sense, working with other states, working with some national groups. There are some groups who focus in the SLDS space in particular. And so we have lots of connections there and try to rely on others who came before us and what are the lessons that they have learned. All right. And then before we kind of wrap up, one thing that I did want to, I always like this one. So during the implementation phase, I was, and along with somebody else, we had if anybody's heard of the Strategic Data Project Fellowship Program through Harvard, we had 2 STP fellows. And the work that we ultimately put together, it was interesting. And I think this probably will resonate for data users here. We tell people we're doing a big tech project. It's this cloud-based system. It's got this machine learning. It's got all this data. And usually you expect people are going to have, like the complexity and the problems are going to be, oh my God, there's some IT protocol that didn't work, or we didn't have the right person with enough statistical understanding for this piece or that. All of the major problems we ran into were just people problems. It was personalities, it was relationships, it was getting people to agreement on stuff. And so one of the phrases we really liked, that I like repeating for ourselves and just when we're out about, data work is people work. It's easy sometimes to dive into the data and forget there are individuals on the other side of this. There are even in the trends, those are individuals and such. But we also just kind of called out, for us, when we kind of reported back at the end of the fellowship, what were some of the lessons we had learned? We had nothing to say with like running an analysis. We had a lot to say with like, hey, we had too many project managers and not enough people who understood both the tech side and the data side. So that was an area that was kind of in need. We also found that just were not decision-making norms in place when we had gotten there. And so, of course, you'd have lots of these meetings and people would leave and feel like, I don't quite know what to do there. And so we just had kind of called out these. I don't know that we need to kind of read through all of them, but these are just some things that I feel as somebody, who works like you guys in data and tech systems all the time. These are the things that we keep returning to. And even now for the SLDS, these things consume more of our time than, let's say, the technical work. And this is particularly true because, again, we have 5 partner agencies. It involves the executive branch. It involves the legislative branch. We have data on behalf of higher ed institutions, on behalf of employers, and that kind of stuff. So all of that just really harkens back to it becomes really a person project in that way. And then to kind of wrap up, a little bit of what's next for us in the project, but I also want to call out some areas where I'm hoping when we are ready, we'll be able to engage even with some of the folks in the room here. So we are looking at expansions to the research agenda. So that's building on some of the stuff that's available now. We have a big backlog of other questions of interest. So that's part of what we'll work with some of those governance committees to decide is what's the formal research agenda that we will take on, what will make it to public visualizations or other ways that we might share stuff. External engagement as a whole. So because we've been in this implementation and it's taken a little bit longer than we expected, we've had to hit the brakes on a lot of public engagement. Well, just the public, it could also be researchers and stuff like here. For us working in higher education, we have some researchers at higher ed institutions who we know are interested in partnering with us and such. So that's the kind of stuff. And then we get hit by different nonprofits or groups in the state probably once or twice a week. So just starting to get into that space where we can really start to, we have some staffing and some time and effort to start working with others just outside of the core project. The data request portal. So this is going to be a web application where anybody who is not a member of one of the partner agencies can go to request access to the data. So if you're thinking that you have some research you want to do, we might have data that could contribute to that. This will be, once it is built, the way that you would be able to send that in. And then on the earlier slide, we have that disclosure review board who would go back and forth with you on determining, is it a request that we can honor? If not, can we modify it, or different things we can do for that? We are considering, so I should call out, some of these are ideas that we are floating around that haven't been necessarily agreed upon by leadership committees, but just to give you an idea of some of the things that we're tossing around. Public data sets. So we have an engagement with Urban Institute out of Washington, D.C., and it's specifically focused around synthetic data. If you haven't heard of it, synthetic data is just a way of taking a data set, creating a new data set from it that is statistically similar, but it is not the actual same values. So this is a way for us to be able to take even our anonymized data set, run it through a synthetic data generator, and then share the synthetic data set publicly. So somebody could just go to the website and grab a synthetic data set focused around higher ed degree numbers for a given academic year or something like that. And so this is something that we are kind of floating, that with that synthetic data layer, we have other use cases that might become available. And again, we'd like to have some stuff that's just kind of self-serve for folks. They can go and find it. They don't have to go through the long data request portal for things that are of interest. Adding in new data sets and partners. So we have a backlog of data sets people want. Like I said before, we want to make sure that data sets are driven by research need, not just because it would be interesting to have that in the system, but we want to make sure there are questions that are going to be answered as soon as those data sets are added. And then partners. In here, we're thinking both partner agencies. So we have some other executive agencies who have some interest in joining. We also, when you look at other states, there's some states that have got a dozen plus different executive agencies in there. And so in theory, adding more agencies gives access to more data, more expertise from researchers that work there. But it also adds a lot of overhead because we now have another partner who's involved with all the governance. We have to take on some level of burden of just understanding their data and using it right. And so we need to find the right way to grow that. But we know that it's on the radar. And I guess, no, don't matter that. And then kind of the final one I want to call out is just increased analytical capacity. So in the implementation stuff we've done so far, it's primarily been descriptive analysis. I am just rearing to run in and do different kinds of correlation matrices and clustering and stuff like that, just to start to get a sense of what are the questions that we're not even thinking to ask quite yet. And it's because we've never really combined data across all of these agencies at this scale. And for me, the unsupervised learning is going to allow us to find some of those directions to go in before they then start to become maybe more formal research questions or area of research interest. But there's a whole lot of other areas that we are looking at for just adding complexity so that for researchers and analysts who feel ready to use that and want to use that, that will be available for them. And with that, I would like to say thank you. And if there's any questions, we're happy to answer questions.
Great. Well, thank you, gentlemen. I have so many questions, so I'll save it to like 2.5 or 3. But do you have, first was like a legislative mandate, or where did this project come from? And then how did you develop buy-in from your partners? And are your partners seeing the value in all of this work to answer the questions that they have, or the policy decisions or implementation? Or I'll stop there.
Yeah, great questions. Thank you. We do have a legislative mandate. Was it 2011? It went into law that the legislature had required we build, and the language is a little bit different than what we have here, but it's been aligned with what an SLDS is now understood in the national landscape. So yes, and those 2 or 3 or 4 attempts before to get it up and running kind of reflected that. And that's part of why there was a lot of pressure now too. It's like, it's been in law for a decade. We need to get this thing up and going.
This is definitely a political issue as well. We've, as Joey mentioned, at the steering committee, the governor's office has been very supportive, has people at the committee. One of the big tests for this going forward will be, there'll be a change of administration in 1.5 years, something like that. So that'll be a big test. We've been really lucky. I mean, this is exciting, but it's also scary. The first 3 times or 2 times the state tried to do this, I was at UNM, and I moved heaven and earth to get on the steering committee because I didn't trust the state to use my data to do reporting. Now that I'm the one helping to pull it together, of course, you trust me, but the institutions have been a lot more trusting than I would have been if I was still at an institution. And this can be scary to small programs too. I mean, and one of the things that I hope we can do with this is feedback reports to school districts. How do your schools do? What kind of course patterns make a difference? How many of your students are going on either directly into the job market or in higher ed? Directly into the job market is going to be hard to measure because DWS collects SSN and industry. They don't have name and birth date. And so in a certain degree, higher ed is the avenue from linking into the DWS data. And there's other important pieces of data that we don't have. And that's a worry also. So if you have a W-2, if your employer is submitting unemployment wage records to DWS, then we can theoretically find you, say, what industry you're working in, about how much you make per quarter. But if you're an independent contractor, if you're 1099, we're probably not going to find you. If you work for the federal government, we might not find you. If you go into the military, we're not going to find you. If you go to work in Arizona, we're probably not going to find you. There's some talk about doing some interstate matching, but that's not in place yet. So it could underrepresent. It could make it look like, well, people that get a master's in counseling don't get employed. Well, they do, but they're 1099 and they're working, they've got a good income. And so some of those caveats. Or if you have a degree program in fine arts, the majority of those students aren't going to have high wages. And so how do you continue to argue for the support for your program if all the focus is on the wrong way? So there's scary stuff to this also. I remember many years ago, I was on a national committee and the federal government was looking at pulling together a national unit record data system for higher ed. And they had me on the committee because I had built the system in Colorado that's similar to what we have here in New Mexico now. And I was really opposed to the national system. And they're going, well, they thought I'd be an ally. Why am I opposed? And I said, well, in Colorado, there's like 25 schools. If I do something wrong with their data, they can call me up. In the nation, you'll have 3,000 to 5,000, 6,000 schools, part of it. Who do you call if somebody misrepresents your data? So as Joey said, the politics, working with people, reassuring them, we're lucky. We have the main three departments right now that are really playing the biggest role: higher ed, PED, and DWS. Those cabinet secretaries have been very, very supportive, and the governor's office has been supportive, and that has made a difference. So fingers crossed that in 2 years we can come back, or somebody can come back and show you how we're now in phase 4 and you can get to the system and here's all the cool things you can do with it. But I've been to national meetings where somebody says, yeah, we had this great system, and they talked about everything they were doing, and then the legislature killed it. So I'm hoping we have the former and not the latter, but it is very political.
All right.
I too have many burning questions, but I just want to first say hats off to you and everybody that's a part of this effort for overcoming the monumental technical challenges and the challenges of getting everybody on board and the data use agreements and getting everybody's priorities aligned. Really, and in addition to that, that you did that here in New Mexico with our own talent and not through some out-of-state vendor who promises the moon and fails to deliver. We've seen that time and time again here in New Mexico. I'll pick one of my questions, and I think that I like that it's research driven and not just this attempt to create this like Big Brother database, right? But I'm curious the sort of potentials and constraints, and I'll use a selfish example. So let's say 2018, the local update of census addresses program that I talked about earlier, and we want to harvest, for lack of a better word, all the deduplicated addresses in the database. And the governor's office is behind this and says, yes, tap into Rise New Mexico, get all those addresses. We need to feed them to the Census Bureau. What is that possible? What would be the constraints? Would they be a governance constraints or technical constraints?
Yeah, thanks. That makes me think of probably the request I'm most afraid of, but is coming in as a good request, which is how do we share identifiable information with others who are outside of the partner agencies? So for me, it kind of falls into that bucket. And it's a question that we're aware of, at least temporarily. Our answer is until we get everything up and finished with implementation, we're not really ready to think for folks outside. But we already have from the different agencies a number of groups who have floated a similar kind of question. So technically speaking, it's not all that hard. We just would have to access the data earlier in the pipeline where that address information is still available. So it would be more of a political thing. So it would probably be a request that goes, for instance, a generic request could go through that data request portal. But we're also expecting it might be that, like working at a higher ed institution, maybe you partner with HED or something and the governor's office says, let's go through that channel. So we have a couple of different paths like that we've floated. It's just too early that we haven't really talked seriously about which of those would show up. But that's part of what's on our radar after we get this kind of implementation stuff finished. And I will just say too, as much as I'm kind of nervous about the identifiable information being shared, there's a lot of stuff we can't do. I mean, we're going to ultimately end up being limited by our own knowledge and context and background and stuff. And that's the area where we have to partner with others who just know different areas better. So for right now, we're fortunately in the area of just getting the system up and running, combining it. But ultimately, that's going to be probably multiplied in a lot of areas. It's just people who know this better and who could do more with the data exist somewhere else. How do we do that? Because it's in the best interest of, you know, whoever we've kind of selected there. I would definitely say, though, return to us once we're ready. I mean, these are the kind of things we are interested to also get a sense of, too, so we can bubble that up for the steering committee. We know there's interest out there for XYZ. Let's start thinking about how we're going to be able to be responsive to that. Yeah.
Another issue that over there is making sure we express to people what the appropriate use of the data is. I remember in a previous iteration trying to do this, someone said, well, this will be great. We can look at whether a teacher is using a particular method in her classroom and what the effect of that is for subsequent. Well, that's too level of detail. There's too many other factors. There's too many other variables. I mean, that can't possibly be good enough. You might be able to say the people who graduate from this college and to go into teaching have better outcomes than people in another college. But even then, there's so many other demographic factors that can involve. So looking at overall trends and cohorts is an appropriate use of this. Looking at individuals and tracking an individual probably isn't an appropriate use of it. You all know that, I think, already, but a lot of politicians and policymakers that aren't heavily into data don't know that already. And so making sure that is clear and enforced, I think, is really important.
Okay, so I'm with DWS, and we are one of the participants. And a few weeks ago, we were looking to do the archaic version of validation with one of our staff members, and we couldn't find his high school record, and we know he graduated from high school in New Mexico. Turns out he graduated closer. Yeah. Okay. So he graduated from a Catholic high school in Santa Fe, and he wasn't in the record. We weren't aware of this immediately, but that leads to a question that's about 7% of K through 12 students in New Mexico aren't in the public education system. They're in private education. So how are they going to be accounted for? Are we going to assume that they have the same characteristics as the PED students while we're doing analysis and modeling? Or will we try and figure out if they have different characteristics from PED students? And I guess the same goes with the private or private colleges that aren't in DEER?
The DEER data does give us the high school that a student came from. So we can describe who in higher ed came from a private high school versus public high school. What we won't know is the curriculum in that private high school, which we theoretically could get more curriculum information and more detail about food insecurity and et cetera, from PED. So yeah, we will always have less data about students from private high schools. We will have less data from people who move to New Mexico and then enroll in college, or people that move to New Mexico and go directly into the job market, and we don't have the other data about them. And there are other big holes in the data. We are more and more non-credit short-term credentialing programs going on right now. We're in year 2 of a 3-year experiment by the state where they provided $30 million to cover tuition and fees for students who are engaging in some of this programs that there's a big sign outside here from Ingenuity, the short-term credentials that CNM offers. A lot of community colleges and four-year schools in the state are offering these short-term credentials. And the GROW money, the $30 million, is used to pay tuition and fees. Well, we don't have data on those students yet. We're not collecting. So that's another big hole that we're going to have to try to fix over the next couple of years, is how do we collect information about people who are engaging in these non-credit activities. We'll probably partner with DWS, but anytime you collect data, there's always a cost to it, because then you're asking the participants in this program to fill in this very intrusive questionnaire that reveals, and with not a lot of trust in government, some people probably will choose not to take the free tuition if they have to fill out one of those questionnaires.
And one thing I would like to add to that, which I often find myself reminding me and others, just because we've gathered all the data, we are not ultimately the owners of that data. So in any situation, like if we're talking missing data from K-12, we would kind of defer to K-12 and ask them, how do they handle that internally? Same for higher ed, just respecting that where the data is coming from, they have researchers who are more familiar working with that. But it's also worth pointing out too, we often sell it, we have this LDS, we're bringing all this stuff together, we can do all these things, but there are also going to run into limitations. So I think identifying where the limitations are, or like you said, having questions about how do we model them, those are things that are a little bit in the future. What do we do for stuff that maybe we just can't gather? Nobody has it at the state level or something like that. So those are on our radar. But, I did want to, there was a question here I did want to speak to real quickly too, which was a question about timeline. So as I had mentioned earlier, we're kind of in the figuring out where's the diff between where we expected to be at the end of implementation and where we are now. And we're currently working through that. We have a 7-month engagement staked out at the moment. My suspicion is there will probably be a couple of things that will need to be handled after that. But our goal is definitively, like Mark said, before the administration change happens, have the system up and running, it's in operation. So when there's a change, it's just a system that's there, which would mean really our goal is kind of by the end of next year. I feel like that's probably too far out, but somewhere between the end of that 7-month engagement and the end of next calendar year, we're hoping to be reaching out and saying, we're kind of open for business, we're ready. Do we have some people who want to pilot kind of working with us, or we've got some of the data that you oversee. Would you mind working with us on some of that, making sure it's looking right, things of that. And then after that, it's just kind of ongoing research and stuff and normal operations. Yeah. All right. I think we are at time. So I'd say if there's any other questions, feel free. We'll be around a little bit. Happy to talk with you. But other than that, thank you. Appreciate everybody being here.
or as we like to call Mo. He's going to talk to you today about the state of the economy in New Mexico and give you some clues to things that are coming up in the future. So I hope that you take good notes and cell phones. And I'm just going to note that I will have all the PowerPoints and I will load them tomorrow. The only excuse for me to go to work tomorrow is load PowerPoints to the conference webpage. And then I plan to have a margarita after that. All right. With further ado, here's Mo.
Susan, did you call it soda pop? It's Coke, Susan. It's always Coke. Pop? Oh, come on. It's Coke. It's always Coke. All right. Well, thank you guys for being here again. You'll notice that this year has been such a blur for me that I thought that it was still the 26th annual. It's apparently the 27th annual Data Users Conference. So forgive my incorrect day there. It's been a long year. Has it been this long? Oh boy. There we go. We've done it. Okay, so as I always do, I'm going to start off with the US economy and then I'm going to talk about the New Mexico economy. This time it's going to be a little bit different. It's going to kind of rhyme with the other times I've done this presentation, but I have some stuff to talk about at the end that I think it's important to set the context to understand the overall US economy and the New Mexico economy as well. But before we get there, some discussion about the US economy. So we have data for the US economy for employment through the month of September at the moment. So if you look at the months, the average jobs gained in each month, we added about 123,000 jobs per month through the first several months of the year. Then things slowed down starting in May. So May through August, the average gains were 27,000 jobs per month. We're missing data for September and October. Data is actually coming out tomorrow. So we'll see the data for September tomorrow. We won't see the October data. I guess I was reading this morning on the BLS website until sometime mid-December. BLS said that they were going to release both the October and November data mid-December. Federal Reserve cut interest rates. It says last week, I think it's 2 weeks ago at this point, to 3.75 to 4.0%. So about 3 3/4 points. Initial and continuing claims for unemployment are generally staying low. The U3 unemployment rate, which is the one that we always see in the news, kind of reported 4.3% in, that should say August. U6 registered 8.1%. I'll have some more to say about what the U6 rate is and how that's changed through time, because I think it's instructive in telling us sort of what's going on with labor markets nationally. Real GDP growth advanced 3.8% in the second quarter after falling 0.6 points in the first quarter. We don't have data for the third quarter yet. Normally we would have that data, but again, because of the government shutdown, we don't yet have that data. And I don't believe that the Bureau of Economic Analysis has reported quite yet exactly when we're going to be getting that data. Most forecasters anticipate that the third quarter is going to come in somewhere around the range of 2.5% to 3% in the third quarter. And then in the fourth quarter, when the shutdown was going on, most economic forecasters, kind of macroeconomic forecasters, think we're going to be sitting right around at a 1% in terms of growth. West Texas intermediate price of crude, about $60 a barrel. I checked it right before the presentation. It was sitting right around 59. So reasonable rate, not as high as we were seeing a couple of years ago. I think it's right around what it was last year. Consumer sentiment, by this measure, the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index, I'll have a slide that shows you how this has changed through time, is sagging. So consumers aren't particularly, don't have a particularly high sentiment in terms of their household purchasing power and the like. Manufacturing index that I look at, ISM manufacturing index, has contracted 31 out of the last 33 months. That's sort of saying that that industry is kind of in recession over the last couple of years. Non-manufacturing index, so services, kind of a broader measure of what's going on in the economy, has generally expanded post-pandemic. The last month that we have data, it was flat, so just kind of moved sideways. And then I have this line down here at the bottom, concerns. This is a particularly long line of concerns, longer than I typically would put. My apologies. I'll talk a little bit more about this near the end, but things like geopolitical issues and concerns, anything from wars going on in Europe or the Middle East, or, you know, if you read the paper, potentially now Venezuela. Trade and tariff wars as well being challenging to the economy and kind of holding things back. Potential spending cuts from the federal government, general policy uncertainty from the federal government, immigration challenges, income inequality, AI, effective government shutdown, and the kitchen sink. Okay, so now inflation. So inflation had peaked kind of in the mid 2022 period at right around 9% for the CPI. So kind of the normal measure of prices that we tend to look at. Right around 9%. Things have obviously come down since then. In the most recent month of data that we have available, which is actually through September, during the middle of the shutdown, people from BLS were actually called back to come and work on the inflation numbers to get a number so that the cost of living adjustments could be made for people receiving Social Security. And so they were kind of brought back for a few days to come up with the most recent number, which came in at 3%, which if you look at from sort of the beginning of the year to where we are now, really just looking at the blue line there, you see that prices have kind of ticked up over the last 6 months or so. And so while we've generally kind of seen prices fall over the last 3 years, we've had a kind of this price pressure pushing things up over the last several months. Job openings, this data is also not super up to date because of the shutdown. You'll see the data for the US is through August, for New Mexico is through July. We were hitting peaks of job openings that were reported kind of mid-2022, and we've seen that trend down more recently for both the US and for New Mexico. Interest rates, so interest rates really reflect supply and demand conditions for lending, but also in addition to that, kind of undergirding it is the federal funds rate. The federal funds rate, so what the rate that the Federal Reserve sets has been brought down over the year, and we're sitting at about 6.2% for 30-year fixed interest rates. And so I have this sort of horizontal line that's hashed that goes across the screen there. And what you'll notice is the 6.2% is basically about as low as we've seen sort of post kind of pandemic recovery period, but it's still higher than what we were seeing coming out of the Great Recession. So you have to go back to, when is it? Sort of around 2009, I think, or so, when you're seeing rates that are as high as they are now. But there has been some relief in terms of interest rates over the last few months anyway. Okay, so as promised, so this is the U6 rate on the left. U6 unemployment rate includes folks that are kind of marginally attached or they're sort of underemployed, and it includes the folks who are unemployed as well. So it's a broader measure of folks who you would kind of would lump together as being kind of unemployed or sort of underemployed. What you see is the most recent month that we have up there, which is August, is 8.1%. If you kind of draw a horizontal line across, you have to go back to 2021, October of 2021, to see a rate that's that high. So if you include, while our U3 rate, just our regular unemployment rate, is pretty low by historical standards, even by pretty recent historical standards. The U6 rate, when you include all those sort of underemployed people and the like, it jumps up to 8.1%. Again, you've got to go back about 4 or so years to see a rate that's quite that high. A similar story is this unemployed for 27 or more weeks. So on the right, what you'll see is the number of people in the US who have been unemployed sort of for a long period of time. And we're hitting rates that we haven't seen since around the same time, sometime about October 2021 or so. So you have to go kind of right at the beginning of the pandemic recovery to see rates, or not even rates, numbers of people who are unemployed for this length of period of time. So these two measures of kind of employment or unemployment suggest that the labor market is having some challenges. So I have a slide here that shows the market generically. This is S&P 500 and NASDAQ. And so you can see that there's been tremendous growth over the last several years for both of these in both of these indices. Just kind of wanted to point out the kind of the rates of growth for both of them, and that the financial markets have done quite well coming out of the pandemic. I guess that's kind of the point. The last 10 days or so, for those of us who have sort of paid attention a little bit to that, have seen declines in both of these, somewhere around 4 or 5%. But nevertheless, the general trend post-pandemic has been tons of money flowing into the financial markets, really pushing these indices up. Okay, so consumer confidence. This data comes from the University of Michigan. They do a consumer confidence index monthly. This slide goes back to January 2020, which obviously, for those of us who lived through it, was right before the pandemic. And if you recall, consumer confidence was relatively high. So consumer confidence measures that have higher values, obviously, folks are more confident. As the numbers fall, there's less confidence in the economy and folks' households and their balance sheets and the like. You kind of follow it through to mid-2022 when price growth was particularly high, and we hit a low of this index value of 50, which is about half of where we were at the beginning of 2020. And that was when, again, price growth was particularly high, wages were getting eaten into, and the like. Then we had this sort of recovery in terms of consumer confidence, which stretches to sometime around the first quarter or so of 2024. But since then, consumer confidence has been slipping pretty quickly. In the most recent month of data that we have, which is the data that just came out, I think, last week for November, we hit an index value of 50.3. What's, I guess, interesting about that is that's the second lowest value for this index of all time, going back to in the 1950s when it started being calculated or estimated. The only time that was lower was sort of mid-2022 when we hit an index value of 50. But that's kind of, I think, demonstrating that households are obviously, recall, right? We're in the middle of the government shutdown. We still have these inflationary pressures. We're having some challenges, as I already articulated, in the labor markets. Number of openings has fallen and the like. And so consumers are getting a little bit shaky in terms of what the economy is doing. Okay, real GDP growth. And I'm not going to spend a ton of time here, except for to say, as I mentioned a couple times, I think, we don't have data for the third quarter yet. That data will come out at some point in the next probably month or two, I'd imagine. The most recent quarter of data that we have, which is through the second quarter, is 3.8%, which is pretty rapid. But if you look at it in the context of the first quarter falling by 0.6 of a point, it's sort of offsetting. And so while things sort of look strong in the top line, if you sort of look under the hood and see what's pushing things up or pulling things down, a lot of it is net exports, sort of down here at this line, exports and imports. What happened was in the first quarter of the year, if you remember the announcements of the tariffs and kind of the so-called Liberation Day and the like, is that it was announced by the Trump administration that these particularly draconian tariffs were going to be put in place in the second quarter of the year. And so what businesses did is they imported a bunch of stuff in the first quarter. So you see that 52% in that column, in that row there. And basically what businesses were doing is they were trying to just get tons of inventory in before those tariffs went and were put in place, so that when the tariffs were eventually put in place, they had sufficient inventory on hand to kind of take care of their business needs and not have to raise their prices consistent with the tariffs that were obviously implemented in the second quarter. If you look over sort of the next line over, that -35, that's a huge reduction in imports that happened in that quarter. And that's because businesses already had their inventory on hand, and so they didn't have to purchase stuff on internet and as much stuff in international markets. And so what's going on now, like at current, is that businesses are working through that inventory that they brought in the first quarter. And that's part of the reason why the tariffs haven't hit as sharply in terms of the price of goods quite yet, is because businesses have a lot of the input goods on hand to produce their products. So that's sort of what's happening under the hood. Moving on to employment levels, this is looking at total employment in the US, that's the black line. The red line is looking at the unemployment rate. The black line is referenced to the left axis. The right line is referenced to the right axis. So I mentioned the U3 rate, and that's what this is showing. We hit a pre-pandemic low of 3.5% in the unemployment rate, which is very, very low by historical standards. Things pop up during the pandemic, come back down pretty quickly. Now sitting about 4.3%, which is even pretty low by historical standards, but kind of an acceptable level, I think. You look at employment, we hit a pre-pandemic peak of about 152 million jobs. Things spike down and then kind of come back up. And you see things sort of starting to flatten out near the end, right under 160 million jobs. And this, by the way, just to kind of to paint the picture, this is jobs, not people. So people can have one job, they can have two jobs, et cetera. If they have two jobs, they'll show up twice here because it's counting jobs. If we break down the jobs numbers and the job levels by private sector and government sector, this is what we have. So private sector is the black line, the government sector is the kind of the purple line there. What you'll notice is the black line kind of looked like the line that we saw on the last slide. Oh, and in addition, private sector, the black line is referenced to the left axis. The government sector is referenced to the right axis. The scaling is very different on both the axes. So government's obviously a percentage of the size of private sector. I just want people to be able to see what the trends look like and how they are different or similar. So what you see coming out of the pandemic, the private sector does kind of rockets ahead quite quickly. You've seen things kind of flatten out a bit over the last couple of years as we've gotten closer to sort of quote unquote full employment. Government took a little bit longer to start to recover, and then you start seeing it come up a bit. What you'll notice if you look really, really closely at the end there in the upper right with the purple line is that it's starting to kind of dip a bit. The dip is largely the result of federal government losses that have happened as a result of the basically kind of shedding jobs at the government agencies and the like. What I will say is this, and just to kind of again reiterate, this data is only through August. We would normally have 2 additional months of data here. The reason why this is especially important now is that, as it turns out, if you kind of go back through your news feed from the beginning of the year, folks were offered an opportunity that worked for the federal government in some cases to get like kind of these early retirements or these opportunities to continue to stay employed but leave at the end of the federal fiscal year. The federal fiscal year ended in September, and so a lot of folks are actually going to fall off the rolls, the jobs rolls in October, and we don't have that data, and we won't have that data till mid-October. And so the expectation is that government job losses are actually going to be pretty high once we get the October data. Sure. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, so the question was, what happens, just go back, what happens in a case when somebody, let's say, loses a job and they go back to work and they get 2 jobs to cover for that first job? The question is kind of, the answer is a little bit complicated. This is showing wage and salary jobs. And so if they are gig workers and working under kind of contract rather than wage and salary, they won't show up here. So that's one of the pieces. If they go and get 2 wage and salaries, let's say you lose your job with the federal government, for example, just as an example, and you get 2 jobs. One job is working in a retail establishment. One job is working at as a salesperson. Another job working as a server, and your wage and salary in both of those jobs, then that will show up as a net gain of 1 job here because there's 2 jobs versus 1. This data just on its own isn't going to tell you that piece. Yeah. Okay, real private sector wages and wage growth. So this slide is showing annual growth of wages. That's the red line. It's a reference to the left axis, and the real wage level. So adjusted for inflation, that's referenced to the right axis. I think for me, what's interesting when I look at this slide is that you see at the beginning of the pandemic, 2020 through kind of early 2021, you actually see pretty substantial real, and just to kind of put a point on this, average real wage growth over that period. And if you remember the environment that we were in at that point, what was happening was some of the least productive workers were the first to end up losing their jobs at the beginning of the pandemic. And so who was left was the higher wage, quote unquote, more productive workers. And that caused the real wages to spike over the course of the beginning of the pandemic. Fast forward from about April 2021 through sometime around April 2023, you actually see that red line, the growth line, be below that kind of darker horizontal black line, meaning that prices were growing faster than wages on average. And so this is why people were feeling that their household budgets were really kind of crimped over that period, that their purchasing power was taking a hit because prices were growing faster than their households could keep up with. And so their purchasing power was declining. If we go from about April 2023 through the most recent month of data that we have, again, August 2025, you'll see that that red line is above the horizontal line, meaning that slowly over time, we've actually seen wages start to catch up with prices. And so one thing to note here is this is sort of on average. So depending on what household you're in, depending on what kind of industries you're in, or what your kind of situation is, may impact where you individually or where a household individually may sort of fit here. This is an average. And I'll have a little bit more to say about that kind of near the end. So this is a forecast from S&P in their most recent forecast or the forecast at least that went into the New Mexico economic forecast from October. And this is looking at net job gains or losses by industry according to their forecast. So I've got industries, kind of broad industries on the left. I've got kind of net job gains or losses. So that sort of number right there that says 326, that's 326,000 jobs added in 2022 in construction. So that's how you read this slide. You can look across the row and see how many jobs are expected to be added nationally. The numbers, or subtracted, the numbers in red in parentheses are net losses. The numbers in black are gains. The things that I kind of want to point out here is manufacturing. The expectation is a loss of jobs basically throughout the entire forecast period. We have industries such as professional and business services in their most recent forecast, where in the near term in 2026, the remainder of 2025, 2026, and 2027, net loss of jobs, which is important for New Mexico because we're particularly good at this industry, at least historically. You can see other industries doing relatively better, healthcare and social assistance, adding jobs throughout, kind of everything else, other private, adding jobs. You can see what government is expected to do. Government includes local government, state government, and federal government. And so what you'll notice is that for the most part, we're adding jobs in government, but if you break it apart by the various sub-industries, you would look and see that federal government in 2025 and 2026 are sharply lower, while state and local government are moderately higher, which in net makes it so that we kind of tread water in 2025 and 2026. If you look at the bottom, these are the annual growth rates that are expected in their forecast. So 2025, 0.9 of a point, 2026, 0.6 of a point, 2027, 0.5 a point, and then out here, very slow, an average of about 0.3 of a point. That's very, very slow by historical standards. So very slow rates of employment growth expected through 2030, which obviously the way that I generate the forecast in part is I run their forecast through my New Mexico forecasting model. And so our forecast on some level mirrors the national forecast. And so you'll see my New Mexico forecast be pretty slow, at least in terms of or low in terms of the number of net jobs added throughout the various time periods that I'm looking at. Okay, so moving on to the New Mexico portion. The data for New Mexico that we have, at least through the most recent kind of quarters and months, is pretty good, actually. Much better than we expected it would be at this point if we were to go back at the beginning of the pandemic recovery. New Mexico has had this long history of just really sluggish recoveries after a national economic downturn. It's kind of a double-edged sword for New Mexico because what usually happens is when there's a pretty big national slowdown is New Mexico doesn't get hit as hard as other states do, but then it takes a really long time for the state to recover. And you'll actually see a little bit of this happening, but then you'll see things kind of coming back much more quickly than other places over the last about 24 months or so. At the beginning of the pandemic, the state lost about 90,000 jobs. These are wage and salary jobs. This doesn't include kind of self-employed and the like. But we're well above pre-pandemic levels. The most recent data that we have from our primary employment data source, the quarterly census of employment and wages, is only through the first quarter of 2025. At least that was what was going into our forecast. And we are well above pre-pandemic levels by that point. And we also have CES data, which is survey-based employment data. And that suggests that we're somewhere around 5% higher than we were prior to the pandemic through August 2025. Unemployment rate, kind of like the national, is staying pretty moderate. And West Texas Intermediate, as I mentioned, is about $60 a barrel. This slide, which has a dizzying number of lines on it, New Mexico is kind of the magenta line there, sort of the pinkish line. Basically, what this slide is showing is for real gross state product. So a couple of the indicators that we look at for the state in terms of trying to understand its overall health and trajectory is employment. And I'll spend a lot of time talking about employment. We also look at gross state product, which is sort of the state level analog to gross domestic product. What this is looking at is if we kind of index back to a particular quarter, and we look at where we are relative in each of these time periods for each of these states relative to that particular quarter, how is each state doing? So how much higher are we, or how, in some cases, how much lower are certain states relative to looking at that one particular quarter? The quarter I picked was the fourth quarter of 2019 to reference back to. The reason for that was New Mexico's pre-pandemic high in terms of the level of real gross state product. And so how much higher is New Mexico now in terms of this particular measure? Well, as it turns out, we are somewhere around 18% above our pre-pandemic level in terms of real gross state product. And what you'll see is kind of the trend I kind of explained, which is at the beginning of the pandemic, New Mexico is sort of in the middle of all the states. We see New Mexico kind of fall behind the other states in terms of recovery. And then over the last few years, it actually rocketed up and then sort of flattened out to the point where there's only a handful of states that are doing better than us in terms of recovery post-pandemic. You may ask yourself, why is it the case that New Mexico looks like this? And actually, if you go down and you look at the data, the reason why is from oil and gas production and the value of oil and gas production. And we produce a lot of oil. Okay, so I'm doing the same thing here, but instead of real gross state product, I'm looking at employment. New Mexico, again, is kind of the magenta line. And each of the other lines represents every other state. As I mentioned, New Mexico is about 5% above its employment levels prior to the pandemic. 18 states have had stronger recoveries than New Mexico. So New Mexico is kind of middle of the pack. But what I want to point out is that if you look at the states that are kind of surrounding us, all the other states are doing a little bit better than we are in terms of employment levels. Arizona is about 9% above where it was prior to the pandemic. Colorado and Oklahoma, both about 6% above where it was. Nevada, about 9%. Utah, 13% above. Texas about 11%, and then just because it's a ginormous state, California about 2% above where it was. So we're doing better than California in terms of just jobs numbers, but relatively worse than the other surrounding states. Although I wouldn't suggest that we're doing horribly, we're kind of doing middle of the pack relative to the other states in the country. Kind of shifting gears here and looking at labor force participation rates. So folks, sort of the rate at which folks are participating in the labor market. I have on here the US, which is the blue line, and New Mexico, which is the red line. And they are both referenced to that left axis there. The density that I have kind of showing on the screen there is literally just subtracting the two away from each other, just to get you a better idea of how far apart or the spread between those two lines. What you'll notice going back to 1976 is that New Mexico's labor force participation rate has been below the US. So basically for forever, it's been below the US labor force participation rate. But if you go basically to right around after the Great Recession, kind of the recovery from the Great Recession, the beginning of 2010 or the end of 2009, is that the differential between the US and New Mexico has really expanded, such that New Mexico's labor force participation rate is every bit as much as 5 percentage points lower than the US labor force participation rate. And so I get questions about the labor force participation rate in New Mexico. Folks know that New Mexico trails the US. I get questions about why is it the case that this is happening, and I give them my most thoughtful and analytical response, and that is, I don't know. I only say that half jokingly. We've done some analysis on this, trying to understand the things that correlate with our low labor force participation rates. There's no sort of smoking gun. There's a lot of things that seem to relate to it. For example, in New Mexico, we have a lot of dependent households with dependents, and that includes young dependents and old dependents, so multi-generational households that seem to be, when you're in a state with a high percentage of multi-generational households, you have relatively lower, on average, labor force participation. We also have a lot of households that, relative to the US, that where though some household members are receiving disability insurance, and that seems to kind of correlate with this as well. So there's, again, no kind of smoking gun here, but New Mexico is trailing the US in terms of this particular metric. Switching gears again here, and this is gonna happen a couple times where I very quickly switch gears to a different topic, but this is looking at oil production and oil field presence in New Mexico. What this slide is showing, I've got drilling rigs is the red line there, New Mexico divided by the US, so the proportion of drilling rigs drilling predominantly for oil that are operating in New Mexico, and oil production, so New Mexico divided by the US, how much oil is being produced relative to the US in New Mexico. And what you'll notice is that something like 18% of all drilling rigs that are operating in New Mexico, and something like around 17% of all oil that's produced in the US is produced in New Mexico. If we go back to 2016, we're about 4% for both of those numbers. So there's been a dramatic increase in the volume of oil produced and the interest in production in our state. So to put this in perspective, 2024 field oil production in the US totaled about 13 million barrels per day, which was up from about 9 million barrels per day in 2016. Now it's an increase of 46%. In New Mexico, production increased from about, over that same period, 400,000 barrels per day to nearly 9 million barrels per day. That's up 363%. So this huge increase, this spike in production in New Mexico, and now, as a result, it makes New Mexico the second largest producer by volume of oil of any state in the country. Okay, so looking a little bit at housing here on the left, we have sales. On the right, median sales price. This is looking January through September 2025 and 2024. So 2024 is the blue kind of bars, 2025 is the red bars. Statewide so far this year, about 15,230 sales. That's down about 1.5% from last year, pretty flat. Median sales price is up about 4% from last year, however. If we and that's overall for the states. And I have all the various kind of MSAs and the places that we pull out so you can see how things are different. Okay, so this is looking at some historical data for New Mexico. On the left, we have basically the net number of jobs added in 2024. On the right, we have the net number of jobs added or subtracted 2024 compared to 2019. So if we subtract away the 2019 levels from 2024, that's what these net numbers are. And they're sorted by the chart on the right. And this will give you an idea of both how things are doing more recently in the most recent data that we have, and what things have come sort of roaring back after the pandemic. So professional and technical services, adding the greatest number of jobs of any industry after the pandemic. I said we did pretty well in that in New Mexico historically, with the exception of kind of post-Great Recession. If you look prior to the Great Recession, this was a particularly strong industry for the state. Right before the pandemic, this was really revving up for our state, and it's one out of the pandemic we've done quite well in. The healthcare industry, which is, this is a technical term, ginormous in terms of numbers of jobs overall, adding about 6,400 over that time period, which is if you look in percentage terms, pretty slow, but still a good number of jobs. Transportation, which is actually transportation and warehousing, which is not a huge industry, adding a lot of jobs. So in percentage terms, a huge gain. Construction, state government, education, admin, et cetera. Those are the top gainers coming out of from 2019 over 2024. And again, on the left, you can see how kind of year over year, 2024 versus 2023, how each of these industries have done. You'll see, of course, things like local government doing really well in the year, healthcare doing quite well, et cetera. If you look down here at the bottom, what you'll see is mining over the period 2019 through 2024 has fallen by about 2,200 jobs, which may be a little bit puzzling. As I just said, our increase in mining has been astronomical over the last several years. And so, well, our increase in oil production has been astronomical over the last several years. And in order to produce oil, you need to do mining. And so in mining in New Mexico, it's not completely synonymous with oil production, but it's pretty close. And so the fact that we are producing multiple fold increases over that period of time in the volume of oil that we're producing, and we're down this industry is down something like 8-10% in terms of numbers of jobs, is pretty surprising. Okay, so as I mentioned, we have first quarter data from the quarterly census of employment and wages. And so if I look at 2025 quarter one and I compare that to 2024 quarter one, and I look at sort of these net differences, we can see which industries have done well year over year: healthcare, construction, local, state, government, transportation, mining, et cetera. We look down here at the bottom. Information is kind of a weird industry. I'm kind of just going to choose to ignore it. Professional and technical services, on the other hand, as I mentioned, we've done really well coming out of the pandemic, but this is the first sign that this industry is having a little bit of a challenge in the most recent data for this particular data source that we have. Again, this is just year over year. So on net, if we look over the longer term coming out of the pandemic, this is positive, but just year over year from the most recent quarter that we have data, this is down. Accommodations, which sort of bounced back after the pandemic, also contracting in the most recent quarter that we have. Retail trade, which if you look over the really long term, this particular industry has sort of declined. But coming out of the pandemic, it's actually been one of the industries that has done quite well in New Mexico and nationally. The most recent quarter of data that we have suggests that there's sort of a slowdown occurring. If we kind of look at the survey-based data, which we have through August, and we kind of look at the industries that we can break out here, we're able to see, so the last slide, it's the quarterly census of employment and wages. This slide is showing the CES survey-based data, and we can look at by industry, net, going from January 2020 through August 2025, the most recent month of data that we have. You can see the industries that have done particularly well. On the right, health, professional business services, construction, government. The numbers there are sort of the net jobs gained or lost on the left over that period of time. The line kind of reference to that right axis over there, you can see which industries have grown in percentage terms, or on the left here, contracted in percentage terms. Okay, so moving on to the outlook. Employment growth remains solid in 2024, relatively good in the most recent year. Our projection for this year is that things will slow to about 0.6 of a point. I actually think that when we get more up-to-date data and when there's some kind of data revisions, this will actually get pushed up a couple tenths of a point. But at the moment in this forecast, about 0.6 of a point for 2025. The general kind of national slowdown that I described before, where we're only running about 0.5 point or below nationally in terms of job growth, is going to filter through to the state such that we're growing fairly slow. As I already mentioned, the state lost about 90,000 jobs in 2022, second quarter of 2020. Most recent quarterly data that we have through the first quarter of 2025 suggests that job growth is still reasonably good. That CES data that I just showed you, we're somewhere about 4 or 5% above the pre-pandemic peak. Employment grew 1.5% in 2024. We're projecting 0.6 of a point in 2025, and then 0.6 of a point in each year, 2026 and 2027. Historically, this is quite slow. Income growth, kind of moderate, sub 5%, reasonable rates of growth over the forecast period on average. This slide is just showing how our expectations have changed in October versus a few months ago. What you'll notice, the bars are above the line there. And what we're getting is national forecast data that's a little bit more robust now than before. And that ends up filtering through to our model and pushes things up. That said, again, still very slow by historic standards. If we look by industry in 2025 and 2026, so each of these bars is kind of net job gains or losses. The blue is 2025, the kind of red is 2026. And I have things kind of sorted by industry. And the numbers that I'm showing next to the bars are if you add those two bars that are kind of stacked together to give you an idea of sort of how much larger the gains are expected to be in certain industries. So healthcare, expecting to add about 7,000, 7,100 jobs in those 2 years, sort of evenly divided in 2025 and 2026. Accommodations actually doing reasonably well in spite of having a very kind of poor first quarter. But in general, over the period for those years, expecting to add about 2,400 jobs. Local government, state government, transportation, all doing reasonably well. If we look down at the bottom, federal government, that's the big one in terms of job losses for the reasons that I already talked about. A lot of folks kind of leaving federal government or being let go or budgets being cut, et cetera, et cetera. So that's really the one kind of pulling things down over the next couple of years, this year and the following year. One thing that I kind of will point out here is, you know, I look at this and I see healthcare doing particularly well. Healthcare is a really broad industry. It includes everything from kind of brain surgeons to family practice doctors to physician's assistants to nurses, all the way down to kind of home healthcare aides and everything in between. And so where these gains are going to be, it's not like we're going to be producing over this period of time gobs and gobs of physicians or PAs or higher skilled workers. A lot of this is going to come from kind of lower skilled, less technical workforce. That said, is we have shortages in all of those things in New Mexico. The question is do we have the capacity to really grow it at these kind of rates? Even though these are pretty slow in terms of in terms of percentages, do we have the capacity to kind of grow and absorb this number of workers? And I think that's an open question. If we kind of start at 2026, sort of as my base year, and I project forward through 2030, which industries do I expect to add the most or lose the most number of jobs? Again, starting in 2026 through 2030, healthcare at the top, adding the greatest number of jobs. As I mentioned before, the technical term is it's ginormous. So this is by percentage terms, very slow rates of growth, but a lot of jobs end up being added over the period. Administration, construction, local government, arts, professional and technical services doing better in New Mexico than nationally and adding a reasonable number of jobs. Down at the bottom, accommodations really pulling back, retail pulling back, and manufacturing also losing jobs over the period. We're not talking very large numbers, however, for any of these industries relative to their size, however, because as I mentioned a couple times, the national rate of growth is expected to be pretty slow over the period, and that filters through to our state as well. Okay, so just kind of looking at everything longer term, 2030, subtract away the 2019 levels, which industries are expected to have done the best compared to pre-pandemic levels? As you might imagine, healthcare, professional and technical services, construction, transportation, et cetera, doing quite well. And retail trade, even though I'm expecting that we're going to lose jobs basically throughout our near-term forecast, it had grown so much post-pandemic that it will still be above water relative to 2019 levels. Down at the bottom, industries not doing nearly as well. Agriculture, information, manufacturing, and mining, even though we're going to be producing a lot of oil. Oil producers just aren't going to have to hire back the same number of people to produce even more oil. So this is our forecast for New Mexico versus the US, just kind of in broad terms, looking at the annual data. As I mentioned, 2025, a little bit slower in New Mexico in this particular forecast, 0.6 versus 0.9 for the US forecast. I actually think the New Mexico number is going to get pushed up a little bit in my next forecast, it's my guess. And then things sort of flatten out in terms of rates of growth, around 5 to 6 tenths of a point for New Mexico and the US, and then very slow for both, 3 to 4 tenths of a point, 2028 and 2029. And actually, I don't have 2030 on here, but same. So we produce a forecast of the New Mexico economy. Other states do the same. And so this is looking at other states versus New Mexico. This is coming from the Arizona State University's Western Blue Chip Economic Forecast. There's a hyperlink down there if you're interested in ever going and taking a peek. And they do a consensus forecast of all of the states, which basically means that they have forecasting entities that submit their numbers and they basically average them. And this is their averages for those states. The New Mexico numbers are the numbers that we produce and that we estimated. The U.S. numbers come from S&P. And so you can see how New Mexico compares to all these states that are nearby: Arizona, Colorado, Nevada, Texas. We are below those states in terms of employment. We are similar in terms of rates of growth for the U.S. Probably, again, not surprising because that's used as a key input into our forecasting process, their forecast for the U.S. If we look on the right, this is income growth. New Mexico about 5% in terms of our expectations in this year and the following year, pretty similar to the other states and similar to what the US forecast is as well. If you break down income growth expectations by component, each of these bars that's showing up there, the stacked bars, is looking year over year. What's the net gain in each of these particular categories that kind of go into personal income? So personal income is made up of a bunch of stuff: private wages and salaries, government wages and salaries, investment income, transfer payments. I'll get back to that one in a minute. Non-farm proprietors income, other labor income, et cetera. And these bars are showing what's kind of pushing growth along. And then on the right, you see the rates of growth. And as I mentioned, about 5% or so, a little bit below 5% starting in 2028. These are kind of like typical by historical standards. If you go back and you look at sort of the what was going on right at the in the throes of the pandemic, and you see wages really falling because people are losing their jobs or being furloughed or hours being cut or the like, and you see transfer payments, kind of this counter-cyclical federal transfer payments trying to prop things up, things would look really distorted. But all of that stuff is luckily in the past, at least for now. And so things look a little bit more normal. Okay, so I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about some alternative scenarios. So as always, there's a good amount of uncertainty with these forecasts. S&P Global's forecast, no recession is built into their baseline forecast. If you look at their pessimistic forecast, they actually do have a recession that starts kind of at the end of this year and lasts to the very beginning of next year. So we have a pessimistic scenario, an optimistic scenario. Pessimistic scenario, basically, if you kind of go through and you read what they write, is undergirded by the idea that tariffs are particularly harsh and that they have an outsized impact on the economy that really pulls down purchasing power. And in addition to that, that the basically deportations are higher. And so the labor force is really kind of pinched, making it so that it slows down overall economic growth. Their optimistic scenario is basically the opposite of that. And if you look at their US forecast for employment, what that does, the black line is the baseline that I've kind of just talked about throughout. The red line is the optimistic scenario, which is just barely above the baseline scenario. But you have this pessimistic scenario, as I mentioned, that's got a very short kind of recession built in, kind of, again, the end of this year and the beginning of next year. And that really pulls down employment levels over the next couple of years. Things finally start to kind of recover mid-2028 in that scenario. But by 2030, employment levels are well below the baseline scenario. So we push that through our New Mexico model. And we also do another pessimistic scenario, because why just have one level of pessimism? I guess that's what it is to be an economist. So the black line is our baseline scenario. The kind of the dotted line at the top is the optimistic scenario. Again, very slightly above the baseline scenario. The pessimistic scenario in terms of what happens to jobs levels, it's similar to the US case where this recession pulls things down and things start to recover. The pessimistic 2 scenario, basically it's trying to model what things looked like in New Mexico coming out of the Great Recession, which is a more prolonged period of contraction and weakness coming out of it. And that obviously ends up well below the other scenarios. Okay, so as I mentioned, I love pessimism. So potential headwinds. So this goes back to that kind of first slide that I showed. And these are things that, you know, I'm probably going to talk more about this at the sort of macroeconomic kind of national level. But I think that it's important to point out some of the challenges because they filter through to New Mexico as well. And I'm not going to spend, well, I'm going to spend some time here, of course. I'm not going to go into super nitty gritty for all of it. But these are some of the challenges as I see them to the overall macroeconomy and things that may negatively impact in terms of just overall growth for the New Mexico economy. So the DOGE cuts that I kind of alluded to at the beginning and the federal workforce reductions. This is important because, and I think I have a slide showing or talking about this a little bit, but New Mexico is highly dependent on the federal government in terms of dollars and in terms of jobs. So New Mexico, about 3% of all wage and salary jobs are federal. I think the US average is something like 1.5 to 1.8% of all jobs. In addition to that, New Mexico receives a lot of money from the federal government through income support programs, things like, or things like Medicaid, or things like Social Security programs, or the like. And so if you look at what percentage of total personal income New Mexicans receive from federal transfers, New Mexico receives a disproportionate percentage from those programs. So anything from, again, SNAP, Medicaid, and the like. And so to the extent that the federal workforce is reduced, or to the extent that the dollars are reduced coming into New Mexico from the feds, New Mexico will be disproportionately negatively impacted. The next one, tariffs and immigration. I kind of mentioned this a minute ago. 2 most frequently cited factors by S&P that could slow down national economic growth. I'll have a slide that shows the tariffs piece, not so much the immigration piece in a minute. Things related to the One Big Beautiful Bill and how that may affect the state. And some of this relates back to that first point at the top. The government shutdown and how it will affect, at least in the most recent quarter, and what the policies are going forward, and some of the challenges that a state like New Mexico may face come January when the federal government, well, when Congress comes back and they are trying to negotiate potentially kind of keeping the government open again. Credit crunches and disturbances, uncertainty in federal policy, and AI. Okay. Federal dependence, jobs, and economic impacts. As I mentioned, roughly about 3 to 3.5% of all wage and salary workers in New Mexico are federal government jobs. That equates to about 30,000, according to the QCW data. These folks that work in these for the federal government, it's super diverse. National Park Service, Forest Service, VA, DOJ, USDA, Department of Indian Affairs, many others. And a lot of them are situated in the Albuquerque metro area, but some of these folks work throughout the state in rural communities where they provide services to kind of economic development services to a variety of industries. And so to the extent that even things like loans and microloans to folks, agriculture industry, farmers, and the like. And so if you start pulling out the support for those individuals in terms of raw numbers, somewhere like Albuquerque may be hurt the most just in terms of just job numbers. But some of those other external communities, communities external to the metropolitan areas, really rely on kind of a handful of people to do a lot and provide them a lot of service. On average, these jobs are relatively well paid compared to the average private sector job, and many of them require more training, education, and the like. This slide is showing, going back to 2001, the percent of total wage and salary jobs on the left that are federal, The purple kind of little magenta-y line is just the actual number of jobs. That's reference to the right axis. And I have this sort of just, Excel let me do a little linear trend over time of the number of jobs. The reason why I'm showing this slide is because with the exception, and this is, given the audience, maybe this is an interesting point. So if you look at 2010 and you look at 2020, and you're looking at that kind of we'll say the magenta line, why would it be the case that the number of federal jobs spiked in those years? Census, yes, so the census, so that kind of distorts stuff a little bit. So if you look at the black line, which is the percentage of total jobs that are federal over this period of time, what you'll notice pretty clearly is the number of federal jobs or the percentage of federal jobs in New Mexico, just the linear trend over time, is that has fallen. So we've really been adding private sector jobs over the period, but we haven't been adding a commensurate number of federal jobs over the period. So again, New Mexico has a disproportionate number of federal jobs. That's true, but the proportion of those jobs that are federal in New Mexico have fallen. By the way, if you were to look at US trends, you would see something similar. So it doesn't seem as though there's there's this huge upsurge in the number of folks working in federal jobs. Completely switching gears, but something that's important is tariffs, and I'll come back to tariffs in a couple slides. So this comes from the Yale Budget Lab. You can Google it if you're so inclined. They update their analyses pretty regularly. The most recent analysis that I looked at was looking at what is the effect of the now I guess in place tariffs in terms of average households and in terms of overall tariff rates. So the top part of the slide is showing what's sort of the average tariff rate that the US is imposing at the moment. And so you see, if you go back to, this is kind of Biden administration time, you see kind of it start to step up a little bit when Trump comes into office, and then you see it spike right around April 2025. And that's when, if you remember, there were press conference with the big poster boards and et cetera, where these particularly draconian tariffs were going to be put into place. And if you look at these rates, tariff rates of 25, 26, 27 on average being put on, there was some kind of political stuff that happened which made things drop. And the most recent data that we have, the tariffs, something around 17, 18%. You actually have to go all the way back to the Great Depression to see tariff rates quite that high. So it's been a long time since we've seen tariff rates at that level. The question is, and what the Yale Budget Lab was interested in, is what does this do to households in terms of their purchasing power? Because what tariffs do is they, among other things, is they increase the prices of goods. It's a tax. Tariffs are a tax. They estimate that a 1.3% increase in prices as a result of the tariff policy, which equates to, for the average kind of family, a loss of spending power of about $1,800 per year. Reduction in GDP growth in 2025 and 2026 as a result of the tariffs, 0.5 point in each year. Lower all payroll employment by the end of this year by nearly 500,000 jobs. Unemployment rate elevated by 0.3 point 2025, 0.7 point 2026. I'm going to come back to tariffs in a minute because there's kind of a composite slide that's going to show you what happens in, again, when you combine that with the stuff in the Big Beautiful Bill. So the Big Beautiful Bill does a bunch of stuff. Some of what it does is it does a few positive things for folks, households, businesses, and the like. I won't go through all of it here, but so some various tax cuts. So the income tax cuts that were made in 2017 were made permanent. That's one of the things that happened. The no tax on tips thing that was put in here. The no tax on the overtime portion of folks working is included. So things that potentially could actually help some households. Of course, there is a cap in terms of what people may claim for these tax deductions. and they start to phase out at certain income levels. But for some households, medium income households, that could be beneficial. There's other tax cuts and deductions for businesses and individuals. So, for example, one-time expensing on the purchase of equipment, the expensing, ability to expense some research stuff and the like. So there are some things that are actually beneficial in terms of kind of propping up households and businesses and the like. However, there's a bunch of stuff in there that are potential downsides, and particularly downsides for a state like New Mexico. So potential loss in Medicaid funding or reduction in Medicaid funding. And I also have Medicare on there as well. That's more arcane in terms of how that works. But Medicaid more directly, SNAP funding, and some of the renewable energy credits that we've sort of gotten used to. So putting solar panels in your house or purchasing a renewable cars, or even businesses, some businesses that engage in renewable manufacturing, depending on, there's a lot in terms of how this works. So it's super complicated, but in terms of the ownership structure of those businesses, won't receive as many of the benefits from some of the tax deductions if you are a foreign business. So there's that. The analysis by the Congressional Budget Office this bill increases the deficit by $3.5 trillion through 2034. I'll focus on some of the things for New Mexico that are particularly acute. So this is looking at the percentage of the population of Medicaid and SNAP by state. The darker colors are higher percentages of those things. The lighter colors are lower percentages of those things. What you'll notice is that on the left and on the right, New Mexico is relatively darker than most every other state. Put differently, New Mexico has a large percentage of its population on Medicaid, and it also has a large percentage of its population receiving SNAP. So to the extent that those things are pulled down in terms of federal funds coming into the state, then New Mexico will be hit harder than other states. This is looking at actual dollars. It's a little bit harder to see this, but similar story here for both Medicaid on the left and SNAP on the right. So Medicaid per capita by US state on the left, the darker ones means more dollars coming in per capita on the right. Same thing, but for SNAP. You'll see that they are darker in both of those for New Mexico than just about any other state, meaning that we have a high percentage of folks that receive funds through these programs and high dollars coming in, relatively high dollars. Okay, so if you put, and this is coming from the, I believe the Yale Budget Lab as well. If you kind of combine the effects of the Big Beautiful Bill and also the effects of the tariffs, and you look at the income, the household income decile, this is what this, and the effect of both of those things, this is what this slide shows. So if you're at the bottom 10% of household income, you're 1. The kind of the next 10% to et cetera, all the way up to the top 10% in terms of income, you're all the way to the right. The red bar is showing the effect of on these income deciles of the Big Beautiful Bill according to the Congressional Budget Office. The blue bars are showing the effect of the tariffs on each of the income cohorts based upon the Yale Budget Lab estimates. And the dots are actually showing, if you sort of add or subtract those two lines together, depending on kind of the direction, where exactly does each of these income deciles end up in terms of the net effect of the Big Beautiful Bill and tariffs? The thing that you'll notice, among others, is that you basically have to get to the 9th income decile to the point where it's sort of the effect of the Big Beautiful Bill and the tariffs kind of even out, and there's sort of no net effect. You have to get to the highest income decile, so the top 10% in household income, to where you actually see this positive net effect to households. Put differently, if you are in the bottom 80% of income, according to their estimates, the combined effect of the Big Beautiful Bill and tariffs will actually pull down your household income. You can look at this in terms of percentages, in terms of the percentage of those household incomes. The bottom 10% is hit particularly hard as a result of both of these things, reducing their incomes by about 6.5%. And again, you have to go all the way up to kind of the 9th or the 10th income decile to where they're at least offsetting or made better off. So again, these are not Bieber's calculations. I'm reporting what the Yale Budget Lab says, but I think that they tell a reasonably coherent story about the combined effect of these two kind of policy programs. Okay, switching gears a little bit, uncertain federal policy. I had mentioned this is a potential headwind, a challenge. So changing policy can mean that businesses and households have a difficult time planning. I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation GDP. So businesses were waiting for these tariffs to hit. So they really loaded up and they imported a bunch of stuff in the first quarter of the year. And the tariffs came in the second quarter. Of course, we don't know for sure that the tariffs are going to stay with the levels that they're currently set at. We don't know whether the Supreme Court is going to actually rule them unconstitutional. We don't exactly know what's going to happen. But there's other policies related to this as well that could end up affecting things. I guess the point is that it's difficult for businesses and households and individuals to make decisions in an environment where policy is uncertain. So that said, I'm going to show you this slide. What this slide is showing is an index of economic policy uncertainty. And basically what this is showing is, so based on the frequency of news reports from major newspapers concerning economic uncertainty and uncertain economic policy. This is from the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. And what you'll see is that the average level over this time period is given by that sort of horizontal line. If we just average each of them, that's where we have things. What you'll notice is that this particular, perhaps unsurprisingly, this particular presidential administration, you end up having particularly high levels of policy uncertainty. I think the tariffs are a perfectly good example of that. If we go back to the first Trump administration, we saw that as well, where the lines were above sort of the average level over this period of time. And the current administration, it's the same thing. So the point is it makes it really difficult for businesses to plan, make decisions, households to do the same. And you think about specifically on the business side of things, and they're trying to make decisions about investment. They're trying to make decisions about labor force and the like. And if you don't have a good sense of what the policy is going to be, how do you make that investment? One of the ways that this is seemed to manifest is that the businesses that have been particularly able to cope with this uncertainty are really kind of the medium large and kind of the large businesses. The smaller businesses are having to confront, these challenges, and they may not have the resources or capacity to weather kind of the back and forth, the whipsawing of changing policy, or not really being able to kind of look in their crystal ball and plan accordingly. Okay, switching gears here. This is looking at delinquencies and credit delinquencies by type. So credit card, student loan, mortgage, auto loan, and the like. So this is specifically 90 days delinquent by loan type. What you'll notice is that kind of you see the credit card delinquencies start to come down, but more recently, kind of that grayish line up there, more recently we've seen them come up. So credit card delinquencies have increased. Student loan delinquencies, because for those who've seen this in the news, student loan balances have become due, and so that's really spiked. In addition to that, if you look kind of really closely, auto loan delinquencies are on the rise. The good news is that really to this point, we're not seeing huge upticks in mortgage delinquencies. And if you look at the kind of the credit balances, mortgages are really what dominate here in terms of dollars. And so if we see that start to come up, then it could be a problem. Like, you see it really come up here during the Great Recession, kind of late 2008 and what have you. And we haven't seen it really come up a ton. But if that does come up because of the dollar amounts that we're talking about, that could have a serious negative effect on the overall economy. So this slide comes from Moody's. Basically, what this slide is showing is, depending on the income group that you're in, how has your purchasing power changed relative to prices? So if you're kind of lower income, that's 0 to about 40% of the kind of level there, kind of the first 40% of income levels, that's the blue line. The middle income, 40% to 80%, that's the red line. High income, that's 80 to 100%, that's kind of the green line there. And very high income, that's really the top about 4 or so percent of households. What the hashed line is showing is the consumer price index. So kind of a measure of how quickly prices are rising. What this slide is showing is that if you are in the bottom 80% of income, and you go back to kind of the end of 2019 through the most recent data that we have, your income is sort of following along the consumer price index. If you're in the top 20% of income, you're actually doing pretty well relative to price growth. And so this is kind of an indicator, and I don't know for those of you who have seen this talked about or in the news or what have you, the potential for what they call the K-shaped economy, where relatively lower income groups are kind of getting by. They feel like they're not really getting ahead. They're not really getting ahead of the price growth. Even though on average, as I mentioned, wages are growing a little bit faster than prices. But if you kind of break it down by income group, the bottom 80% is just kind of getting by and just staying barely above prices. If you look at the top 80% or the top 20%, on the other hand, they've done really, really well. So just kind of want to point out that disparity. And then also when we look at these average numbers for everybody in the economy, where things look like they're doing, pretty well, it really depends on whether you are relatively lower income or relatively higher income. Okay, so switching gears to AI and looking at this nightmare diagram, I promise it will haunt you in your dreams. So this came from Bloomberg. Wall Street Journal has done articles about this and the like. And the concern here is that if you look at a lot of those gains, and I've mentioned, the market's done really well. The market, S&P, Dow Jones, whatever, done pretty well. And a lot of the reason why it's done well is because there's been a huge inflow of dollars coming in to support business and industry around AI. And so there's some kind of, there's businesses up here related to high-tech type, computing industry. So NVIDIA, OpenAI, AMD, Oracle, Microsoft there at the very top, a few other Intel and the like. What this slide shows, amongst other things, is that what's interesting is that these businesses are doing a lot of buying and selling of goods and services to each other. So, for example, NVIDIA is buying stuff from OpenAI. OpenAI is buying, in turn, stuff from NVIDIA and Oracle. And then Oracle's coming back and buying stuff from Intel and the like, whatever. And so you have this flow of money that's really kind of seeming to prop up the total overall, in this case, the market cap, the sort of valuation of all of these companies, and therefore pushing stock prices up really, really high. And so the concern is, one of the concerns is, so why do you buy a stock, right? You buy a stock because you think there's going to be value in it for you. You think you're going to get a good return on your investment. And the reason why you think you're going to get a good return on your investment is that you think that eventually this business, this company, whatever, and the model that they have is going to produce a profit, and you're going to get sort of increase in return on your actual investment into that business. But what happens if it's the case that AI isn't as profitable as we thought it was going to be? What happens if you start pulling one of these strands and one of these companies isn't doing as good of a job because they're all so deeply integrated with one another, isn't doing as well as maybe they kind of had thought, or we overestimated the effect of any of these particular nascent technologies? So the concern is that we might be in a bubble. So we don't know that that's the case. It might be the case. I use ChatGPT all the time. And I'm sure other folks in here use their various, favorite AI tool. But the question is from a business standpoint, can they really be monetized to a point that makes sense for somewhere where OpenAI is spending tens of billions of dollars to purchase capacity from Oracle or whoever? And so there's a concern there. And if you start pulling out kind of the bottom of a house of cards and there's not much other structure there, could it cause this to sort of implode on itself? Extremely uplifting. Okay, so OpenAI is now taking a 10% stake in AMD while NVIDIA is investing $100 billion in OpenAI. And OpenAI also counts Microsoft as one of its major shareholders, but Microsoft is also a major customer of AI cloud computing company CoreWeave, which is another company in which NVIDIA holds a significant equity stake. And by the way, Microsoft accounted for almost 20% of NVIDIA's revenue on an annualized basis as of NVIDIA's 2025 fiscal fourth quarter report. In less than 3 years, OpenAI has gone from a parlor game to a pillar of the global economy. This is from Fortune, actually. So all these quotes are from Fortune. OpenAI signs a nearly $40 billion cloud computing deal with Amazon. Reports estimate that AI-related capital expenditures surpassed the U.S. consumer as the primary driver of economic growth in the first half of 2025, accounting for 1.1% of GDP growth. So if you remember, I showed you the slide of GDP growth. The first quarter was like -0.6 of a point. The second quarter was 3.8 points. So if you kind of average that, just doing the most ridiculous math ever, it's like 1.6% or something like that. 1.1% of the GDP growth is coming from AI-related investments. And so a relatively small percentage of the rest of that growth is coming from somewhere else. That's kind of the point. So with that good news, I'll go ahead and end and take any questions that anybody has.
All right, here I am with the mic.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting. I apologize if you mentioned this and I missed it, but are there any potential upsides or theoretical upsides to tariffs, these tariffs in particular?
So are there potential upsides to tariffs? So the reason why tariffs can make sense in certain contexts. So for example, if there truly is a national security interest in something, so for example, if it's in steel or chips or whatever, and it would make sense to protect a particular industry because you don't want to have to deal with the foreign actor. And so you want to kind of produce everything here and you want to disincentivize the importation of certain things and also protect those industries within your country. I think that that's probably the best use case for tariffs. If most economists on almost every topic will say something like, doing a broad base of anything is probably not a good idea. And I think that that includes tariffs. If there's a specific reason to do it, like a national security reason, or you really are trying to protect a nascent industry and it makes sense to do it, I think those are the best reasons, kind of the most potential, where there's the most potential upside.
Thank you. Maybe this is a little too speculative, but I do wonder in terms of the profitability of AI. I feel like thus far, to my awareness, it's not been commercialized in terms of like including advertising in AI. Like if you use ChatGPT, it's not giving you sponsored results. And so I do wonder if that's the profit model where I'd imagine there's an enormous amount of money to be made there, that if every time you're using it, it was giving you advertising essentially, that then it might turn on a dime in terms of generating revenue. Not that I'm looking forward to this, but I'm curious about it.
So I suspect that businesses are going to try different things, including monetizing in that way. There are, you can actually buy a subscription service to it as well and pay for it, and you get access to their higher end models and faster run times and stuff like. So there's things that they do. I think what they really want to do is they want to plug into business and they want to become like a service provider to larger business and larger industry, where there's a model that they are selling their services to these larger businesses for, whatever. I mean, I've said this for some time now, you call like Walgreens and it's like, give me the pharmacist. Like we've all had that. And it's like their voice recognition sucks so bad that I'm like, why can't you just use like one of these models that seems to be able to process that kind of data better and get you results that are better? So I suspect that things like that are going to get plugged in. The question is, and sorry to kind of filibuster here, but as is my want. But so I think that basically, is it the case that these businesses can be made profitable? That's the one side. And the other side that I haven't really talked about is what effect could this potentially have on the labor market and potentially losing jobs and the like? And I didn't actually even mention it, but a ton of businesses have talked about they're expecting that they're going to reduce their workforces because they're going to increasingly rely on AI. And so there you have it.
Here's another one.
This is related to AI again. Some months ago, Fed Chairman Jerome Powell was asked a question about whether he thought that the AI kind of boom is a bubble. He thought that it wasn't compared to the dot-com bubble because there's a lot of infrastructure, there's a lot of like physical materials being used to build these data centers. I guess like if it does end up being not profitable and you have a bunch of data centers kind of left around, like would we be facing something kind of like a real estate bubble where you have a bunch of vacancies, a bunch of data centers not being utilized? I guess what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's actually a dystopia that I haven't considered myself, I have to say. But thank you for putting that in my head. Huh. I don't know. I mean, if things aren't profitable, then they're not profitable. Ultimately, that's what happened in the dot-com bubble. I mean, businesses were a little bit over their skis, and it was overinvestment, kind of, overhyped at the time. But eventually, like we got there, right? Like we got there. So I think that it could be an instance where business just isn't ready quite yet for it. It's coming, like, right? It's eventually this is really coming. It's going to be integrated pretty heavily, I think, into a lot of stuff that we do in daily life. The question is it the right place, right time? And if it's the case that things go kind of belly up, at least for the time being, well, the good news is that at least in the future, we've got that capacity available for us when we're finally ready to embrace our AI overlords.
Okay, we're ready to do our second breakouts for the afternoon. In your packets, there is a purple piece of paper, and that is so that you can rate and tell us how we're doing on the conference. There is a QR code, so you could fill it out online if you want later on. But if you'll drop those as you have a chance to fill them out. Thank you, Mo, by the way. Thank you. So the next breakout in here will be labor market information. And in room 207 upstairs will be traffic crash data and mapping. And then I will do in the computer lab 138 census basics. And then afterwards, we'll have a breakout here and our final breakouts for the afternoon. Thanks.
and the mics are muted. Red.
Hello, everybody. My name is Charis Ailes with UNM Bieber, and I want to thank you all for being here today. Here we have Ed Miller, a senior economist with the New Mexico Department of Workforce Solutions, Economic Research and Analysis Bureau. He received an undergraduate degree in history and political science from the University of Michigan and a master's degree in geography from Eastern Michigan University. He earned his PhD in urban planning and policy from the University of Illinois, Chicago, where his dissertation examined housing affordability in metropolitan Chicago. He's authored articles examining industrial decentralization, intercity commuting patterns, and the disconnect between employer expectations and the preparation of entry-level employees. However, you'll have to wait a few minutes to hear from him, as first we'll be hearing from Raymond Sena for the New Mexico Department of Workforce Solutions in Albuquerque, the same, and he works as an operational economist. He has a master's degree in economics from the University of New Mexico, and our programs actually overlapped a bit, so we're colleagues to that extent. So welcome, please welcome the two of them, and here we go.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hi, I'm Raymond Sena. I remember you too. You were my econ professor at one point. Nice seeing you again. So yeah, We're going to talk about New Mexico's occupational projections and some labor market information. So I am part of the Economic Research and Analysis Bureau. ERNA is the principal source of labor market information for the state. ERNA helps collect, analyze, and disseminates data in cooperation with the U.S. Department of Labor, the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, Employment and Training Administration, and Unemployment Insurance Program. Our LMI is used by employers, job seekers, career counselors, students, researchers, policymakers, and businesses. So, you may be wondering, what are some questions we can help answer? When it comes to those that own businesses or they're economic developers, you may be asking something like, how many jobs in New Mexico are supported by exports? Or perhaps my business is expanding and I need to hire an accountant. What is the average wage for accountants in Albuquerque? For you parents or job seekers, career consultants, you may be asking, well, my child wants to become an RN. Is that a good job? Or what occupations are expected to be in demand in the future? For policy analysts, grant writers, and program administrators, you may be asking, what is the unemployment rate in Doñana County? Or how did New Mexico's economy perform during the COVID pandemic? These are just a couple things that we can help you answer. You do have those questions. So here we just have a little thing here that says, why is LMI important? It's a little bit of a fun slide. It just shows 10 occupations found on the 1850 Decennial Census that no longer exist. We have a carter, which is a driver of a horse-drawn vehicle for transporting goods. All of these I actually recently just learned about when I made this presentation. Pencil makers, wagon makers, suspender makers. Yeah, just a little bit of interesting information there, right? All right, now let's dive a little bit into it. So a little bit of background information on my projections. They are 10-year projections and they are produced every 2 years. However, we are starting to change that. We're starting to make that a little bit, make it an annual thing instead. It's presented for over 100 industries and close to 750 detailed occupations. It's prepared for New Mexico, our 4 MSAs, and our 4 workforce regions. Our 4 MSAs include Albuquerque, Farmington, Las Cruces, and Santa Fe, while our workforce regions include Central, Northern, Eastern, and Southwestern. On there, we have a little picture of our workforce regions for the map. One more thing I would like to point out is that our Albuquerque MSA and our Central workforce region are the same area. Our industry projections, they can be used to identify business activities that are expected to contribute significantly and positively to an area's economy. Our occupational projections, they can help provide an outlook for targeted and in-demand occupations within the economy that are expected to provide some of the best employment opportunities. Overall, our projections can be used to help align programs with the needs and demands of businesses, ultimately helping bridge the supply and demand gaps within the workforce. So there are some limitations and assumptions with my projections. So first, long-term projections, they report what is likely to happen if historical and state-level employment patterns continue with their historical growth trends. Now, this includes trends in population, labor force, productivity, and economic growth. Long-term projections do not take into consideration major shocks to the economy, and they assume that employment will ultimately return to levels that fit long-term growth trends. So our projections process is going to assume 3 things. First, it's going to be that the institutional framework of the economy will not radically change. 2, that our current technological, scientific, and social trends will continue. And 3, that any major events such as natural disasters, terrorist attacks, conventional wars, the COVID-19 pandemic will not be significant enough to alter the industrial structure of the economy or its growth. All right, now let's get it. So first we have industry projections, and we show the projected employment growth by major industry. As you can see, our top 3, they consider, or they include healthcare and social assistance, accommodation and food services, and professional, scientific / tech services. Not really any surprise here. The large growth in healthcare and social assistance is due to increased care for the aging population and the desire for increased healthcare services. Our Los Alamos and Sandia labs, they will be included in that professional, scientific, and tech services. Now, nearly about 51% of all of our projected employment growth is anticipated to occur in just those three major sectors of healthcare and social assistance, accommodation and food services, and professional, scientific, and tech services. Looking a little bit further down, we see our agricultural, forestry, fishing, and hunting industry. We are projecting that there is going to be a decline in employment of about 302 jobs, or about 3.2%. There we go. Now, taking a look at projected employment growth by major occupational group. Our employment in food preparation and serving is projected to grow the most by about 13,205 jobs, or about 16%. That's followed by healthcare support, which has the fastest growth at about 21.8%. Now, that is a rate above 2 times that of our statewide average of about 10.6%. Our next fastest growth, that includes computer and math at 20.3%, and personal care and service at 15.7%. Let's see. So taking a look down from food preparation and serving, we do see that healthcare support will have the second highest growth of about 11,928, and health practitioners in tech at about 7,519. Now, as you can see, that does correlate with our healthcare and social assistance in our projected employment growth by major industry. All right, so now we take a little bit more of a detailed look. So these are our detailed occupations with the largest and fastest projected employment growth. Now, on our left, most growth, you can see that that still includes home health and personal care aides, fast food and counter workers, restaurant cooks. And something just to point out that the occupations that we're seeing with the most growth, they required at least a bachelor's degree, including registered nurses, general and operations managers, software developers, and nurse practitioners. Now, most of our occupations with high growth do not require more than a high school diploma. Our health services and computer and mathematical occupations are estimated to be the fastest growing occupations with at least 40% increases or higher by 2033. Something just to point out, I know you do see on that right side wind turbine service techs. I know you're wondering, 79.4%, that's a crazy amount of growth. It's New Mexico, I know. Those numbers sometimes, it's because of the amount of employment that is in there. So if there's 100 currently people that are employed now, and that goes to 150, it is going to be a large percentage increase. So now we like to break it down by region as well. So these are our detailed occupations with the most and fastest projected employment growth by region. So as you can see, our central, eastern, northern, and southwestern regions, when it comes to most growth, it's actually pretty consistent in terms of the detailed occupations that you see. It's home health and personal care aides, fast food and counter workers, and restaurant cooks. Those are pretty consistent there. The only two that you really will see a difference in is in the eastern, where you see construction laborers are projected to have the third most growth. And registered nurses in our central region, they're supposed to have the third most growth. Now, looking at fastest growth, also pretty consistent for the most part. You see exercise trainers and fitness instructors, you see nurse practitioners, data scientists, all pretty much stays the same. Again, in that eastern region, you are gonna see that wind turbine service technicians, fastest growth at 101.4%. In our central region, you also will see that for the fastest growth, we do include hotel, motel, and resort desk clerks, and also information security analysts. So now we're going to take a look at our detailed occupations with the most and fastest projected employment growth in our MSAs. So something just to point out again, that our Albuquerque MSA and our central region, those are going to have the same exact numbers and information. But looking at Farmington, Las Cruces, and Santa Fe, you still see those home health and personal care aides, fast food and counter workers, cooks, restaurant cooks, waiters and waitresses, pretty consistent within the regions and the MSAs. On the right side, you still see data scientists for Farmington having the fastest growth, followed by nurse practitioners, exercise trainers, and fitness instructors. For Las Cruces, this is, you see amusement and recreation attendants at 61.4%, followed by exercise trainers and fitness instructors, and then nurse practitioners. Going to Santa Fe, also gonna be the exact same thing, just in a different order here. Nurse practitioners, exercise trainers and fitness instructors, and then amusement and recreation attendants. All right. So now we're going to talk a little bit about job openings, transfers, and exits. This kind of builds us up for the next part, or the next couple slides. So some of the definitions I just want to go over is growth or growth openings. These are openings that are completely new. So they haven't been filled previously by a worker who left the occupation. And our total annual openings from growth are going to equal the numeric growth of the occupation. Now, when it comes to transfers or transfer openings, these are going to be openings that are the result of workers leaving an occupation and transferring to a different occupation. These transfers represent permanent separations from an occupation, not temporary movements where the worker is expected to return to the same occupation in the future. Now, our exits or exit openings, these are openings that are the result of workers leaving an occupation and exiting the labor force entirely. Labor force exits are not necessarily permanent exits from the labor force, but they are permanent separations from an occupation. All right, so now let's put it together with the projections. So we see our projected annual job openings by major occupational group. On the left there, you will see our annual job openings due to growth. And right next to it, we see our annual job openings due to transfers and exits, and then our total. So at the very top, you see that our food preparation and serving is projected to have the most annual job openings in the state due to transfers and exits at 17,094 jobs. Now, when you combine that with annual job openings due to growth, it's the highest in the state. So minimal job growth is expected in our office and administrative support, but it will have the second largest number of total annual job openings at 13,631. And you may be asking, why is this? It's because of the large number of people leaving the occupation, where you see 13,384 annual job openings due to transfers and exits. Going a little further down, we see legal, we see farming, fishing, and forestry. No surprise with my industry seeing a decline in employment. You do see that the farming, fishing, and forestry, for their occupations, they won't really have a lot of projected annual job openings. You actually see a negative for the annual job openings due to growth. Legal, 45 jobs. It's expected to have minimal job growth and the least number of job openings due to transfers and exits at 391. All right. So now we take a look at our annual job openings by typical education level. On the left here, we have our educational levels, which ranges from no formal education all the way to doctoral and professional. Broken down the same way for the most part, annual job openings due to growth and annual job openings due to transfers and exits. Then you get our total, followed by the number of occupations and the average annual job openings due to transfers and exits. Oh, no, that's right, because it's an average. Sorry, I panicked. All right. So what you see from here is that occupations with lower educational requirements, they tend to have the largest number of job openings due to transfers and exits. You can see that here at the top with our no formal educational credentials and our high school diplomas are equivalent, where those with no formal educational credentials have about 35,590 annual job openings due to transfers and exits, while those with the high school diploma or equivalent have about 41,211. Conversely, our occupations that typically require a doctoral or professional degree have an annual average of 18 job opportunities due to transfers and exits. And overall, what we're seeing here in this exhibit is that our occupations that require a high level of education and a large amount of time and financial investment have lower levels of transfers and exits, since the education and skills needed to do the job may not be easily transferable to other occupations. All right, so now we take a look at employment by typical entry-level educational requirement as a percentage of total employment for 2024. So what we see here is that occupations typically requiring no formal education made up about 23.7% of employment in New Mexico. That was slightly higher than the share of employment in the United States, which was about 22.1%. Now, overall, compared to the nation, New Mexico also had a higher share of employment in occupations that typically required no formal educational credential, a high school diploma or the equivalent, or some college, no degree. And New Mexico had a lower share of employment in occupations that typically required a post-secondary non-degree award, a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and a doctoral professional degree. So just here, on my right, there's nothing here with like a major difference. The biggest difference you're going to see is with the bachelor's degree between New Mexico and the United States, which is about a 3.7% difference. Besides that, everything else, for the most part, except for no formal education where New Mexico is higher, it's all going to be pretty close together. All right. Now, just a little bit of LMI information that we like to include in here is we also take a look at STEM occupations. So on the left here, we look at non-STEM occupations in New Mexico by typical education needed for entry. No surprise here for those non-STEM occupations. Our high school diploma or equivalent is at about 42.1%, followed by no formal education credentials at 25.8%, and then bachelor's degree at 17.5%. When looking at doctoral professional degree, associate's degree, some college or no degree, or post-secondary non-degree award, nothing major, not a huge percentage there. But when we go over to our STEM occupations in New Mexico by typical education needed for entry, you do see that that bachelor's degree percentage definitely increases. You do see a slight increase in doctoral or professional degrees. Our high school diploma or equivalent, that does shrink by a very large margin, goes from 42.1% for those non-STEM occupations, all the way to about 0.8% for those STEM occupations. So we also take a look at the annual median wages for STEM and non-STEM occupations. So something, just a little bit of side note, because Ed's going to be talking a little bit about OEWS, or it's included in his stuff. So this is produced using occupational employment and wage statistics. Now, our OEWS program, it produces employment and wage estimates for approximately 830 occupations based on a survey of business establishments. Now, this OEWS survey, it covers wage and salary workers in non-farm establishments and does not include the self-employed, owners and partners in unincorporated firms, household workers, or unpaid family workers. So now just looking over here at the left at the exhibit, so our annual median wage for those for STEM occupations was about $86,595 compared to non-STEM, which was about $49,935. Now, considering what we saw here with education, higher education sort of needed for these STEM occupations, not really a surprise when we look at the annual median wages. Oh yeah, this was a beaut to make. So something we made recently, this is our second year doing it, it's a periodic table of science, technology, engineering, and math, so STEM occupations in New Mexico. Really what we just highlight is we break it down into the 5 different sections: architecture and engineering, computer and mathematical, life, physical and social science, sales and management. Within each of these, we show our average annual openings, our typical education level, name of the occupation, and our median annual wage. So something just a little bit fun that you can find on our website if you do feel like handing something out. The kids love it, supposedly. So, okay, now just a little bit of where we are on the Department of Work, or DWS homepage. So if you go to our DWS homepage, there is a section there under researchers. You click on that, you can go to employment projections. We also have occupation and wages, occupational outlook, employment and industry, labor force and unemployment. Publications that we've had this year that you can find there. We do have recently, somebody made a very good veterans profile for 2024. Don't like to brag, but it's worth a read. We also do a monthly labor market review. We do annually, actually, a New Mexico State of the Workforce, which is just basically like a combination of a lot of LMI data, or like a lot of LMI information. Dashboards. We have data dashboards. These include Occupational Employment Projections Dashboard, OEWS Dashboard, In-Demand Dashboard. Our dashboards are available on the site. Also, just hover over the researchers menu, and they are available within the data submenu. So we have growth by major group, growth by detailed occupation, job openings by major group, and job openings by detailed occupation. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's just where we are on the job site. So if you go through the job site to look for us, we're under labor market information here on the right. We also have videos showing how to find and use labor market information. It is on the jobs.state.nm.us, and if you scroll to the bottom under resources, you can find labor market information tips and how-to videos. Please use the resources. Online resources for LMI, just a little bit of everything here. There's Why I Work, great budgeting tool that shows how much money a person needs to afford the things he or she wants and needs. Honestly, great recommendation if you want to show kids anything in terms of job market, housing, everything. We have Laser, great for experienced users, economic developers and researchers who want to get the data and format it themselves. Obviously, our DWS site and our NewMexicoCareerSolutions.com. Thank you, everybody. Yeah. Yes.
So this question is from Jennifer Lopez, who is online. How can Workforce and the Higher Ed upcoming data portal be used to provide insights to jobs, careers, and vice versa?
Yeah, how can it be used? It will in the future be able to, from what I understand from the team, is be able to look at different high school or college degrees and then analyze or provide information on wages that people can expect to earn in those fields.
Sorry, I've never worked with Rise. Sorry about that. But if they do have a question, they're more than welcome to email me and I can figure that out. Is that okay? Yeah.
Yeah, so contact information will be provided on the website, and Susan will also send an email with contact information.
Yeah, that'd be easier for me. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm wondering how often or how do you all go about checking your estimates? So like, let's say you project occupational needs into the future, and I'm sure you guys have done this in the past. Like, how do you know that you guys do a good job?
It's kind of hard to tell because with how like 10-year projections are hard. it's looking so deep into the future that a lot of everything that I project is based off of historical data. Something that I know that other states do, because I just recently went to like a big projections conference, is NBLS. They've started to consider comparing where we're at today to projections that somebody did 10 years ago, because not a lot of people have done that. It's also hard that like if the previous person before me didn't keep good records of it, I can't really find old stuff, old projections where I can compare, but that is something I'm very interested in doing. I think the most recent one I have is 2016 to 2026. So I might be able to take a look at it there because I'll have that information. But I do apologize that I don't have that. I wish I could do that. Just so it'll be perfect.
Hi. I guess my question is somewhat kind of similar to the previous one. And can you go back to the 10-year projections?
Yes. Which part? Industry? Or tell me when to stop.
Yeah, I think industry, yes. So I think you mentioned there will be still some strong increase in the software engineering. As well, I noticed that for federal employment, you project a positive increase as well. I just wonder, have you tried to incorporate the fact that the AI will definitely bring shock to entry-level kind of software engineering, and also the recent kind of massive layoffs on federal employees? Have you tried to incorporate those facts and revise the projections?
So I do keep that information in mind. And what we're seeing with the AI stuff, it's so recent right now. So I haven't seen any concern or anything in my historical data to really be able to like project it. It's all assumptions. So that's why I heavily rely on my historical data, and AI is such in the future. I can take into the account that like, hey, like there's a data center coming to Las Cruces. It's probably going to bring construction jobs to build it. It's going to bring certain things like that. But until I see it and it's in the process and then it's in my historical data, I don't really use it. Just to be safe. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, any questions, feel free to email me.
Up next, we got Ed Miller. Let's just give him a few seconds to get set up.
Okay. Thanks for coming to this talk. You're going to be looking at rental housing cost burden in the Albuquerque MSA. If you were to go online, and there'll be a reference for it at the end, we also have done it for the other 3 MSAs, but for this conference, we only want to present the Albuquerque MSA data. Okay, thanks. So the background and goals, I've heard rumor that housing affordability has been a topic. I don't know. So we wanted to take a look at understanding differential impacts of housing costs on specifically on rental affordability for workers in different sets of occupational groups. And we wanted to do that over time. So we wanted to see the extent to which some New Mexicans have been rental cost burdened before COVID, so we're going to use 2019 data, sort of between the peak of new cases in December 2020 and December 2021. So we're going to use 2020 data, I believe, or 21. I'll take a look. And then during and after the decline in the number of new cases in December 21. You'll have to bear with me on a series of definitions. Rent burden, what is that? A person or a household is said to be rent burdened when they have to pay 30% or more of their income on their rental costs or on their housing costs. And we're focusing here on rent. If they pay 50% or more of their income on rent, then they're extreme housing burdened. But we're focusing on 30% for this. Why is this important? Because if you're paying more than 30% of your income on rent, that means you have less funds for food, for clothing, for, less important now, daycare, but other family living expenses. And we're focusing on rental housing because the data is available, and the data for non-renters, homeowners, basically isn't available. So we're going to use HUD's marker, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's marker of fair market rent, which is 40% of the gross cost of shelter, which includes major utilities, as our benchmark for what a renter would have to pay. This is an extremely conservative figure because if we take the 40th percentile of rent, that means 60% of households are paying more rent than this. And we're only going to take a look at efficiencies or no bedroom units, 1-bedroom units, or 2-bedroom units. The important reason for that is the price breaks. 3-bedroom units, and as you'll see later why this is important, 3-bedroom units are far more expensive than a 2-bedroom unit to rent. Earlier I said that its housing cost burden is focused on income. That's true. However, DWS doesn't have income data. All we have is wage data. Right? So we're using wages as a proxy for income. And one of our assumptions is that we only have one wage earner per household. Since New Mexico has a labor force participation rate of 56.7% in 2021, that's basically half of the adults were in the labor force. So if you have a 2 or 3 adult household, you have one person in the labor force. If you have a 1-person household, you have a 1 person in the labor force. Right, so there might be multiple wage earners in some households, and that will reduce their likelihood of being rent burdened because they will have a second income. So the analysis uses the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics Occupational Employment and wage statistics, OEWS that Raymond talked about a little bit, for 6 major occupational groups, and we'll see those in a minute. We also have wage data for the 10th, 25th, 50th, and 75th percentiles. Right? This approach also underestimates the percentage of rent-burdened people or households because we have the wage for example, the 10th percentile. So we don't know what wages are for people that earn less than the 10th percentile, but we know that they earn less than the 10th percentile. So between the 10th and the 25th percentile, again, everybody between the 11th and the 24th earns less than the people at the 25th percentile. So again, it might tend to underestimate the number of rental burdened people. And so now we get to a graph. Done with boring definitions. Here we can see that the annual wages, and we can see the 6 occupations, computer, mathematical science. The 10th percentile wage is $44,220. By the time they get to the 75th percentile, it's $117,000 and change. And we have 2 other occupations that are high income and have a larger income growth between 10th and 75th percentile, healthcare practitioners and technical, along with business and financial operations. Sales, healthcare support, and food prep and serving related start in the 10th percentile range with earners earning under $25,000 a year. And at the 75th percentile range, the change has not been all that significant. Food prep has gone up less than $7,000 to $30,000 a year, and sales and related has almost doubled to $45,000 a year. Looking at the employment numbers in 2019 and 2022, we can see that there's been a decrease in food prep and serving. Some of that was probably COVID related as restaurants were closing. Sales and related has dropped from more than 38,000 to 32,000. Thank you, Amazon and eBay. Healthcare practitioners stayed about the same. Healthcare support increased. Business financial operations increased, and computer and mathematical operations increased. I wanted to take a look at, we have 2024 data out on the website. Food preparation has increased again for 2024. It was 37,760. Sales and related didn't really increase that much, just about 500 jobs to 33,040. Healthcare technical practitioners went to 26,800. Healthcare support dropped a little bit to 24,540. Business and financial operations went up to 24,310. And AI's impact wasn't, at least in New Mexico, that felt by 2024 as the number of computer and mathematical occupations went up to 12,400, so a couple thousand increase. Here we have what the fair market rent is for the Albuquerque MSA for efficiency 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units over the 4-year period. And again, these are rents that are 40% of at the 40th percentile. So many people are paying much above this. But we can see that for efficiency, even here, percent change was 18% for efficiencies, 15% increase for one bedroom, and 13% for two bedroom units. And here's what those rents would be on an annual basis. Taking a look at the types of units available. First, wanted to point out that the number of owner-occupant units increased by 30,000 in the Albuquerque MSA in this period from 2019 to 2022. That's a 12.6% increase. Renter-occupied units decreased by 5,100 units. That's about 4.5% of the units that were available in 2019 were no longer occupied in 2022. The number of efficiencies increased. The number of 1 and 2 bedrooms basically offset each other. And so we can see in terms of the flows of units that the units on the less expensive side, there became fewer of them, and units renting for higher prices became more prevalent. And this is true for all the 3 types of units we took a look at. The largest increase is the 5,000 unit increase of 2 bedroom units renting for $1,500 or more a month. So what does that mean? That means that a large percentage of, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The title is Estimated Percentage of Rent-Burdened Workers by Number of Bedrooms. So what does this mean? This means that a large percentage of people in the less remunerative industries are rent burdened. So for example, in the food preparation serving, half of the workers in these occupations were rent burdened in an efficiency unit. 75% were rent burdened in 1 or 2 bedroom apartments. For sales and related occupations, a quarter of the workers were rent burdened in efficiency and half in 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. So again, that means that 75% of workers in food prep in 1 and 2 bedrooms were paying more than 30% of their wages in rent, and 50% were paying more than 30% of their wages in rent for sales occupations. Healthcare support, quarter were paying 30% or more of their wages for efficiencies, half for 1 bedroom apartment, and 75% for 2 bedroom apartments. Now, that's in 2019.
All right. And if you put your mic up, then the folks on Zoom will be able to hear you. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, so the question was, am I accounting for households that have more than one wage earner per? And as I had mentioned in the earlier on, since New Mexico has a labor force participation rate of 56.7%, we're making the assumption that for this work, that there is only one wage earner per household. And since only slightly more than half of the adults in Mexico are engaged in the labor force, that's, I think, a reasonable assumption. So yeah, the title of this thing, which you can't read, is Estimated Percentage of Rent Burdened Workers by Number of Bedrooms, and then you can read the rest. So that's 2019. And here's 2022. It got better. So go back again. So again, especially for efficiencies, half of the food preparation, a quarter of sales, and a quarter of healthcare support were potentially rent burdened. Here we have changes in the efficiency units, but not in the others. So that only a quarter of people working in food preparation occupations are rent burdened in efficiency units in 2022. 10% of sales and related occupations are rent burdened in efficiency units, and 25% of healthcare support occupations workers were burdened in efficiency units. And still can't read it. Okay, this is the estimated number of rent burdened workers in the Albuquerque MSA, and you guys can read the rest. So in 2019, there were potentially 53,000 rent burdened workers in efficiency units. 107,454 would have been rent burdened in one bedroom units, and 150,826 would have been rent burdened in two bedroom units. And this is for everybody, not just the 6 occupations that we looked at. By 2022, the numbers had decreased. 26,831 workers would have been rent burdened in efficiency units, 97,252 in one bedroom units, and 146,388 would have been rent burdened in 2-bedroom units. So again, the larger report, it analyzes rent affordability in all of New Mexico's MSA, and it can be accessed at our website, and here's the link. Thank you. Do you guys have any questions?
Any questions from the folks on Zoom? Nothing in the room? Oh, we got a question over here.
I was wondering regarding the rent burden analysis you did. So when the rent burden goes down, is the presumption that they are going into a single family home or they purchase? Like what is kind of, I guess, the, what's happening like when you have decreases in these percentages, and how should we, I guess, like interpret it as, is it good or bad, or, what's kind of going on? Thank you.
Fewer rent burden people equals good. There could be a lot of things going on. Options or possibilities are wages increased. Rent went down? Probably not. But, or people moved out of, and we saw that a little bit, yeah. So people moved out of food service and sales and related. We didn't track where they went, but they could have gone to higher paying positions. And it might have been the lowest paid or the employees with the lowest wages that moved to different occupation, as opposed to the wait staff that's been working at the restaurant for 20 years and knows everybody and makes some pretty good money on tips. We don't know, but that's a possibility.
Out of the, sorry, is like a 3-person home that's like a rental, home that's 3-bedroom home, a possibility for like these people moving out of the 2-bedroom units and 1-bedroom units and the efficiencies, as opposed to like, I guess, home purchasing.
Yeah, I mean, there's
is that like a better, I guess, just from your professional opinion, a better outcome?
There's a couple things going on there. I don't have it off the top of my head, but there was a significant price increase between a 2 and 3-bedroom rental unit, $500, $600, $700, $800 or something in the fair market rent. So if they were cost burdened in a 2-bedroom unit, absent, significant changes in their income, they'd really be rent burdened in a 3-bedroom unit unless they got roommates or whatever. We did see that the number of people in owner-occupied units went up, but we don't know if the rent burdened people would have moved into an owner-occupied unit. Just I would think, and there's no data on here to back this up, but if you're paying 30 or more % of your income or your wages on rent, it would be hard to save enough money for a down payment to be able to afford to move into a house. So I suspect either they've moved to a job where their wages are higher, or yeah, or somehow manage to increase their wage.
Anyone else with any questions?
Okay, well, thank you.
Thanks, Ed. I think we are a little bit ahead of schedule. So if you guys like to take a break now, is that okay? All right, I see some heads nodding. All right, and we'll start the break early.
The next session begins at 3:30, so y'all have about 25 minutes. You can choose to either stay in here for the next session or go to the other rooms.
Hello?
Hello? All right, I hope y'all had a good break. So next up, we have Alma Pacheco. Born and raised in New Mexico, Alma Pacheco has a Bachelor of Science in Geography with minors in GIS and Geology from New Mexico State University and a Master of Science in Geography from the University of Montana. She has over 15 years of applied GIS experience and has diverse experience in both public and private sectors. She has worked as a GIS analyst at New Mexico State University, University of Montana, Donna Ana County, and the New Mexico Department of Transportation. She has also worked as a GIS manager government contractor with the Department of the Army at Fort Bliss, Texas. Currently, she is a GIS analyst in the Data Management Bureau at the New Mexico Department of Transportation Planning Division. Her current work is to provide GIS analysis and to improve access to public and other agencies to view geographic data. She enjoys being involved in the GIS community and serves as a board member in the New Mexico Geographical Information Council. So let's give it up for Alma.
Can you hear me? All right. First of all, thank you to Susan Reagan for inviting me to present today, and thank you for being here today as well. This will be a short and sweet presentation. I'm sure a lot of you would like to get home and stuff. So with a raise of hands, how many of you do not have a hub site? Or do you know what a hub site is? Okay, so not very many of you. But just with a raise of hands, if you don't have a hub site, just raise up your hand. Just to know the audience. Okay, how many has a GIS team less than 5? And how many has a hub site managed by one person, including data and web map applications? So anyway, today is GIS Day. So that's why I have this out there. November 19, 2025 is GIS Day. So I just wanted to put that out there for you guys. So for the introduction, for today, I will be explaining a little bit of information about the Planning Division Geographical Information Hub Site and the hub site itself. So I'll be going in there and give you just a drive through the entire hub site. So about 2.5 years ago, I had created a Planning Division hub site. And this is what it was for almost 2.5 years. What I wanted to do was, before having this Planning Division hub site out there, a lot of the planners didn't know what to put in it. So in that meantime, it was like this out in the burner for 2.5 years. And like I would say last November is when I started to, I was letting the planners know, well, we need something out there. And so within the last 2 years, I've been creating a lot of web map applications for the Planning Division. And the director, she wanted this hub site for the main purpose of having all our data, web map applications in a centralized location and is easily accessible. So the hub site is basically for, I'm not going to read this whole thing, but basically it's for transparency. And we wanted to put out all our web map applications, our data, anything that's managed by the Planning Division. We wanted this data to be out there for our stakeholders. So in January of 2025, we launched the hub site. And before we did, we had a yes or a check mark from the IT or CIO. They said, okay, go ahead and publish this hub site. However, our communications said no, because they wanted to make sure everything was branded accordingly to the New Mexico DOT branding communications website. And they don't want to have like a duplicated website because it looks very much like a website. But I had to convince them, saying, no, this is to provide or showcase a lot of the data and the web map applications that we created in a centralized location. And we wanted people to download the data, and because there's a lot of data requests, and this is just to help alleviate some of those tasks on our end. So for this hub site, we have our open data sets. This is to download. This is shape files, file geodatabases, Excel sheets, etc. But then we also have our dashboards, story maps, and sites. And the sites is an experience builder. I'll go to each one, not each and every one of these, but just an example of what a site is. So like Walk Safe New Mexico is a site. There's another one called Traffic Monitoring Program Web Map Applications, and that is also a site. It's just multiple of web map applications in a centralized location. We have story maps, the New Mexico DOT road safety audits that won a national award last year. We also have different, we also have the New Mexico Scenic Byways. The Department of Tourism is also linked to the Scenic Byways. And then just in general, because the Planning Division comprises of 3 bureaus. There's the Research and Climate Bureau, there's the Data Management Bureau, and the Multimodal Planning and Programs Bureau. So each of those bureaus has something in this hub site. There's also interactive map applications where people aren't allowed to download data, but they can view it as a web map. So we have the New Mexico Vulnerable Road Users, functional classification, traffic counters, et cetera, the freight network. And over time, we've also, improved or added more information. So this is just a small snippet of our Planning Division hub site. So in essence, also, I tried to incorporate photos throughout the entire state. The Planning Division, just as a like just to say, like the Grogu and the baby Groot are not in the Planning Division hub site. They're just here in this presentation. But basically, all the images had to be high resolution. They had to be checked off from communications. And so I try to incorporate photos throughout the entire state. So we have something in northern New Mexico, central New Mexico, and southern New Mexico. So I will take you to the Planning Division hub site, which can also be found in the Planning Division website. How do I get there now? Because I can't. So this is the actual hub site itself. Um, there's always new improvements. For example, the feature applications, people are always requesting these 4 particular applications. So we put them up front. And as you scroll further down, you will also see different types of, so most of the data that is available to download is through the roadway inventory program. We are the ones that has majority of the data, and most of this data is actually requested the most. So if I go to more open data sets, you just click here. So you have your planning and engineering data. So this is everything that's included. So you have your functional classification system, your highway performance monitoring systems data. So this data is for you to download as well. So when you go to download data, it gives you different options how to download the data. You can also toggle filters and zoom to a particular part of the map for that particular data as well. So the newest data that we've had or just added was the 2024 LiDAR as a data collection. So this includes bike lanes, crosswalks, you name it, guardrails, lanes, luminaires. If you want to know more information about this LiDAR data in further detail, you can go to one of our story maps that was recently presented earlier this year. This tells you a synopsis of the entire data as the data collection. So if you want to know more information about it, you can come here. I'm not going to go too much into this information, but basically it talks about your access points, your bike lanes, the types of bike lanes out there, your crosswalks, types of crosswalks, etc. You have your curb gutters, guardrails, sidewalks. These are like what type of obstacles are there? Utility poles, trees, etc. You have fixed object points like trees or utility poles, signs. Right now, this is by district, so this is in District 1. Rumble strips, different types of rumble strips, lanes, fixed object lines, retaining walls, traffic signals, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, there's 22 data sets that's available for the public, that's available for the public to view. There's 24 that was actually collected. Let's see. And then some other applications that's out there as well is, so like the transportation and civil engineers for tomorrow. This is for the Research and Climate Bureau. They have a STEM outreach solutions program. So I created a story map for them. The New Mexico DOT Safety Road, the safety audits, that's a collection of road safety audits throughout the entire state from 2012 to 2025. So each year this is updated, and there's a total, if this is, so like the first story map is just an example that tells you, well, what is a road safety audit and its benefits. Here's all the road safety audits has been conducted in the state. And over time, the report has improved over time as well, because they have to follow a RSA guidebook, And so like the earlier ones, I don't want to go through all of them, so it'll take forever to get through there, but other RSAs funded or conducted by other agencies, other agencies can participate. These maps, I'll still have to update these maps, but just in general, this is all of our RSAs that has been conducted throughout the New Mexico DOT. Let's see what else. There's the scenic byways. That's pretty new. Something else that we'll be providing in this hub site will be the Route 66 100th year anniversary. Pretty soon that will be available as a PDF on this site. Other applications also include the traffic monitoring. They have the MS2, which is like a traffic monitoring system. So if people want to click on here, it takes you to the actual site. We all have traffic monitoring data request forms, etc. As a note, we do have a data dictionary, metadata for all the data that's out there. The only data that does not have metadata per se, but does have a data dictionary is the LiDAR data, because that's fairly new. By next year, all the LiDAR data will be within the linear reference system, which is what we use at the roadway inventory program. Let's see what else. An example of a site, I can give you an example of a site or experience builder site is basically you have you can have like several different types of maps within one. So instead of having two different ones all over the place, it's all in one location. So you have your traffic permanent counters, as well as your traffic sections, which is pretty much your AADT. And this also gives you the reference guide, because a lot of people do not know what all this information is all about, or the data itself. So you have sensor data, sensor type, counter device, etc. And then you have information about the AADT. And this is what's in the data itself for these two maps. So if I go to traffic sections, here's an example of how much annual average daily traffic there is throughout the state. So here's Albuquerque. And just in general, and most people who use this data is like the MPOs, the COGs, the district engineers, etc. Let's see what else. For like Walk Safe New Mexico, this is another site which acts like a mini website within Experience Builder. So Experience Builder is just another application through ArcGIS online. So this is just a brief introduction of what Walk Safe New Mexico is. This is like a planning guide or tool for for stakeholders throughout New Mexico. Here's the different web map applications that falls within Walk Safe New Mexico. Planning for pedestrian safety and comfort, education. So these are pretty much just tools for different folks. Let's see what else. And that's pretty much it. If you want to look more about this, where you can find it at the New Mexico Planning Division website. It's in the front center here, acts as a Planning Division hub site. It's also in each of the 3 different bureaus. So if you go to each one of these, it's also there as well. And whoops, sorry. How do I get out? Questions? That's all I have. It's very short and sweet. So,
Thank you, Alma. Anybody have any questions so far? No? Okay. Oh, we have one right over there. Thank you.
okay.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is ancillary, so I'm hopeful you can help me. If I was studying a community and I wanted to know about accessibility, is there a way that I could use your maps to understand the conditions of roads? Like, say, if it's really difficult to get in and out of an area, is that information available?
Or, I mean, we have data related to state-owned roads. I don't know about city-owned or county. I have some colleagues here that know more about the data than I do. Maybe they can answer your questions in the back. I just create the web map applications for them.
Well, it's a very extensive map, so thank you for that.
All right, so the state-owned roads, the LiDAR will tell you things like if there's a sidewalk, what type of road cuts are in there. So if you can read that data, I believe it's still in its raw format. We haven't finished the displaying along the LRS. If you're looking at locally owned roads, we have surface types on them. And unfortunately, pavement distress, we only collect, because, limited funding, there's way too many roads in there. We can only collect state-owned roads. So we can tell you the access points for your local roads on our state road, what condition that is in under pavement distress. Surface type can tell you if it's dirt. We've been trying to add in the gravel, although to be honest, in New Mexico, after a year, gravel is dirt. We can tell you if it's bituminous or concrete, but for locally owned roads out in the boonies, it's pretty much what I visually can see from above using EDAC data, to be honest.
Access points, right, I think is driveways. So this is the only, I think, for the LiDAR data that's available for accessibility, or
We have a question about LiDAR. What does it mean?
hold on. Hold on. So it's light detection and ranging. So if you want to know more about the LiDAR data and what LiDAR is, there is a story map specifically for that as a data collection. Like just like the process, like we contracted a van to go out and drive all state-owned roads and collect all this data using different cameras. It's not the point cloud data. It's just the data that they pulled out from the cloud and provided a geodatabase for us to use in our data.
So does that mean that you are able to grab the LiDAR points, add it to a location on the map, and kind of give you a 3D view of the structure and the surroundings?
Just a 2D version. The people who are in charge of collecting the data, which is Fugro, they have their scientists and they pull the point cloud into a GIS format for us to view, basically.
Does that answer your question? Okay.
Okay.
Right. Any other questions out in the crowd? We got a few down there.
First, I wanted to say I'm coming from out of state, from South Carolina area. Very impressed what y'all have put together and how transparent you are with sharing that information. I'm excited to start to dig into this website. Do y'all also include hydrants? You have other, excuse me?
It could be part of the points of interest in the data, like I know in the LiDAR data, there could be some information. You just have to dig in the data.
Also, I'm new to the concept of the arroyos, but do y'all have that published?
No.
Well,
So that
mapping?
so the arroyos or anything with water would be the Office of the State Engineer. They have their own hub site available of different types of data. But yeah, anything that's water related is the Office of the State Engineer.
Awesome. And then the hub sites, sorry to ask so many questions in a row, but the hub sites, is that open to anyone to be able to create a network, or like, could you maybe expand a little bit of how you can collaborate using that?
So it just depends on your agency or your organization. If you have ArcGIS license, and if you have like an advanced license, they have two different types of hub sites. They have open data sites, which is like a basic hub site. And then you have a premium, which is, this is a premium where you can collaborate with the public. People can give you questions. Like, this is a work in progress. Eventually there may be like a survey 1, 2, 3 or feedback, frequently asked questions, etc., where we engage with the public. Right now, it's not at that point, but based on your license on ArcGIS, you should be able to create a hub site. And usually, if your IT GIS folks approve it, that's great. I would just recommend, if you're going to create a hub site, communicate with not just your IT GIS and your CIO, but also communications, because that was towards the end. We almost got to the point where it wasn't passed. But once I explained to our communications saying, this is not a double website, this is just a showcase, anything GIS related. And that's easily accessible, and then also for people to download data as well. So make sure you communicate to various people first before you publish it, because for us, we had to make sure that the branding was there. And it's also ADA compliant as well, so.
Yes, and since we're on the topic of cyber safety, make sure your data is scrubbed. It's been de-itemized and all personnel identifiers taken off before you serve it out to the public. So yeah, definitely, I would agree with that, to make sure you have your data looked at by multiple eyes, multiple supervisor before you put it out there. I know for a fact, since I've worked with the GIS licenses on an enterprise level too, that they do offer different plans. So if you talk to them, be forward and be open about what type of data you're going to serve, who are your users, how you're going to serve them, and they could even apply security, standards, like government standards, such as like HIPAA compliant and that sort of thing. So they do have different packages and different infrastructure with their online system. So definitely talk to your GIS rep as well, or your SRE if you go with our GIS Online.
And also, like my biggest advice is, like, a lot of people don't like to share their data. And if you tell them, well, who does the data belong to? And people says, well, it's my data. And I'm like, if you're a government agency, it's not. It's the people of New Mexico or people of whomever. We are just only data stewards. And so that kind of opens up people's perspective on things. And then from there, they'll like, okay, because for me, I had to go to different people saying, okay, what data do you want for people to download? what kind of data do you just want to see people to visualize, et cetera. So, and then you also have to clean the data. So like, for example, the data that I publish online, I take off a lot of information that shouldn't be on there, but only data that's available to the public. You don't want to put data that's who created this data or when it was created. That's stuff that there's like a cleaning process that you need to clean ahead of time before you publish. But all this data that's in this hub site is managed by the planning division. So we have more of a leeway of how or which data can be published out there. And I do all the cleaning, I manage all the data sets, I manage all the web map applications. So each year we update and we say this data was updated on this date because people want to know how new this data is. And I'm also big on metadata. So if your data doesn't have metadata, then it's kind of useless as well. So like for each data set, for example, this is your metadata. Hold on. Here's your metadata about the data itself. It could be just very simple, etc. But it's not a really good one to show. But let me see another one. Hold on. Functional class.
I'll repeat that. The hub site, the whole reason we put it up there was because you can't download data from a web map. So we had all these NMDOT official maps, but you can only view it, which is kind of useless if someone says, well, what if I want only the Albuquerque stuff so I can do my own data analysis on it? So that's why Alma went through so many hoops to get this data out there. The metadata, Esri's had an issue with it. There's a lot of hoops Alma's been having to do to put metadata back into the data. I don't know why it went missing. So if it is missing, like reach out to us and let us know that our metadata has gone missing from these, because every data set in here should have some sort of metadata telling you what every word means, like what's a minor arterial, why is it a 4, and things like that. So like if you see something, reach out. Our boss's name is on there, send an email. The other boss is right here next to me. Send an email to her.
And also, you can also contact me because here's the contact information. I deal with all the web map applications, all the data for the planning division hub site. And I make sure that everything is good to go. It's a work in progress, et cetera, et cetera. So that's it. That's all I have.
Well, thank you, Alma, for that. I actually had one more question, if that's okay. And this could be completely outside of the scope with this presentation, but since there's a lot of DOT people here, I kind of been, wanting to ask them about a particular question. The flock system, which seems to be taking over the nation right now, and for those of you who don't know, it's basically a private company who comes into town, they put up cameras, there they record video, audio. Some of you might have seen it in the parking lot of certain retail places. It comes built in with a generator, and then it has a pole, and it's got flashing lights at the top. Doesn't ring a bell? Okay. I was wondering if DOT had any kind of communication with like local municipalities, townships, towns, agencies throughout New Mexico to access some of that data. I know that right now in the federal courts there's a fight to see if the data is public or not, and I think it's leading towards, it is public, it could be requested, and I just wanted to know if DOT had any leads on that or anything.
The only
Talk to the government to government part of planning. It's not Shannon anymore. She moved. Who is it?
Great. Looks like we got somebody who might be able to shed some light on this. And the reason I asked this for background information is because several researchers have actually come up recently within a week or two and asked about it.
All right, so I can't actually answer your exact question, but the involvement I've seen with DOT is license plate readers, like a local entity, like Red River, for example, is the one I can think of that I saw last, was they put license plate readers coming into their town and they want to put it in the DOT right of way. And so that goes through the right of way request process. And so like I would check it to make sure it was interfering with bicycle and pedestrian safety and like making sure it's not in the clear zone. So if a car leaves the road, it won't hit it. A lot of times it's on existing poles and stuff. I don't know if there's any agreements with like sharing that information or not, but that's the only interaction I've seen. But that's just like one piece of that. Sorry.
No, that is good because it kind of leads me to another question I had. So sometimes, like some of the researchers here want to know specific about items within the road, specifically like traffic items, signals, stop signs, mile markers, that sort of thing. And I might have missed it earlier in the presentation, so I do apologize. But in the future, would those flock cameras that do intersect within the DOT inventory, so to speak, would that be displayed up on the some of the websites that we see today? Like, you doubt it? Okay. It is a temporary. Okay. All right. Well, that's all I had. Any other questions out there? No, it looks like we're all done. Well, I know your hands are probably tired, but another round of applause, please. Now let's look at the schedule. I think there's a break coming up, and then Suzan should be out for the closing. So if you want to stick around for that. So we had a second look at the schedule, and I think that's it. I know Suzan likes to do a closeout, so she might still come down. But as far as the agenda goes, I think that is a closing. Thank you, everybody, so much. Thank you, everybody in Zoom.